the echoes fight. Neon dreams and pixel dust through the cold relentless thrust. Streaming worlds in constant flux, electric veins, chaotic rush. Restless voices, static cracks, solitude and neon tracks. Curiosity streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of a midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen. Why is single reality torn? As heartbeats in the digital storm, faces flicker, fading gleam, caught within a cyber dream. In the silence of the light, searching through the endless night, restless scream against the void, hope and fear become alloyed. Curiosity streaming the light through the chaos, endless fight. In the glow of the midnight screen, seeking truth in the unseen.
Oh, saw dudes. Welcome back to another episode. Here we are again. My. You guys are making me want to have a drink reading this chat. God damn it. I've been pretty good. I haven't really had one since Saturday, I think. It's been at least since Saturday. Where's the music at? Oh, there it is. I might have a little sip of brandy later. I don't know. It's a tiny little sip. I've been pretty good. So, we've been going to the gym like every day. So, I was saying, I probably shouldn't have any liquor. But anyway. This evening, lots to talk about, lots to watch, lots to go over. Study on psychological impact of disclosure, specifically the UAPDA Act that was put forward again by Schumer and co. Looking at potential ontological shock of the general public if proper disclosure occurs. So should be a meme to go over that. Tulsi Gabbard believes in aliens. I've been watching an interview of her going over into DNI and their stance on this, and if they'll get on board if this starts to happen. So there's lots, gears are turning there, it seems. And then I was going to watch actually a Neil deGrasse Tyson podcast later, Vera Rubin Observatory and Planet 9, or as I like to call it, NIBIRU. In the search for it, they have an astronomer on there who's going to be going over finds and whatnot. So, yeah, Jim Russell. Yeah, at some point, we'll have to listen as it grows, as things grow. Yes, they're very slowly growing. I'll have to go do a gym stream or something like that. So, yeah. Degrassi. There you go. DeGrasse. I like Degrassi more, yeah. Freud's defense mechanism are still viable, in your opinion, for psychological coping. Interesting, Corey, yeah. We'll see how many people implement those, I guess, right? Like, There will be coat. Bones, what's up, man? Welcome as well, Pambo. Did she, Korea? Everyone, yeah. The vibe is. Let's see here. The vibe is everything's too expensive at the grocery store still. What the fuck? I saw this. This is I don't think she posted this on Facebook or Discord. I don't know where. I have no idea who this lady is. People were talking about this, so I saw a lot of people kind of talking about this. There's 82,000 people that liked it, and 2.3 million people that saw it. But she said, me and my husband were talking last night about how a 12-pack of drinks is $9 now, and how in 2020 I used to buy them for $10 What? I decided to go back into my Walmart app and see what I was paying for a random grocery order. In January 2020, this is the real kicker, I paid $70.20 for 30 items, which only in America. I added all of them to the cart again and repurchased them today. Today, those 30 items were $165. That's a $95 price increase in 4 years' time. It's a 135% increase in inflation. We can't go on living like this. Crazy. I've noticed this myself. Specifically, like with meat and some like organic items have gone up a lot. Crazy shit, man. Yeah. In 2025, they're talking about fractional reserve banking is having misplaced conversation. Well, what's causing it, I guess? What happened in 1971? Worker pay has not kept pace of productivity since 1970s. No, it has not. No. Yeah. In Germany, it went down a bit at least, but some stuff like butter is still up. Interesting. Red meat is the worst that I've seen, Corey, around here. A lot of the butcher shops that deal with like local grass-fed beef, they're about twice the price still than they would have been 10 years ago. Yeah. Real GDP, real wages, trade policies in the US, real GDP per capita. Income gains widely shared in early post-war decades, but not since then. There you go, 95th percentile. Median 20th percentile. Income growth from 1917 to 2012. Bottom 90% of earners, top 1% of earners. There you go. And what, 1970, what did I say, 1971? Yeah. The stagnation. Yes. Geno ratio for families. Interesting. Yeah. This issue is directly caused by government colluding with central banks to inflate currency by printing the money they need to pay their debts. Well, yes. That's what happened through COVID, yeah. One of the reasons we have the inflation now, yeah. Getting through my parents' heads about how prices are fucked is a losing battle. Really? Interesting. And now who's our PM? An ex-central banker. That's true, Mark. It's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. Keep going, and this all ties together, brother. We're all going to be bugs soon. That's where this all goes. Get your bug slop ready. Yeah. Cucumbers were 150 to €2 for some time after the Ukraine war. Back to 89 cents now. God damn, you love cucumbers for salad because they stay fresh that long. Interesting. Yeah. It's a lot for cucumbers. That'd be $4 Canadian per cucumber. Actually, they're probably about that price now, Corey, for organic cucumber. Might even pay more than that. For a little thing of organic spinach is like almost $10 in Canada here. But that's from the grocery stores, which try not to buy from them. But yeah. In fact, my wife and I have a house. We're so fucking lucky, man. Yeah, well, yeah, brother. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't, like me. There's a lot of other people too, though, that were stupid and just rented for too long and then got fucked. Yeah, like me. White onions, single onion at the Publix near me are 3 for $5. Jesus Christ. 2 for $5. Literally removal of the gold standard that caused this problem. Not me, fella. We got beef here. Brother, you got a lot of beef there. It could be. No, fuck, Jim. You're just unwilling to become a plumber. Oh, well, my financial situation's different. Yeah, I can tell you one thing, brother. I will not be becoming a plumber. will not be doing the plumber route. But no, we got fucked with the housing market through COVID. Is what it happened. Yeah. And when we were looking to buy a house, we bid on a house a year and a half ago. The market was still fucked. Absolutely, utterly fucked. Yeah. No one's to work anymore. Well, there's different kinds of work. It's not all manual labor, right? My background's in management, and so, I mean, that's what I would prefer to be doing. But Yeah, there's different kinds of work, right? Like the work that people do in academia, right? There's manual labor, there's intellectual work, there's all kinds of different kinds of work. Yeah, the best time to buy a house was yesterday. The next best time is today. Hopefully the market crashes soon. That's my hope. Yeah, I'm slightly older than you. People younger as he fucked. Well, man, I can't imagine the Zoomer generation. Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't know what the hell they're gonna do. Make TikToks. Blip, what's up, dude? Prices are crazy. The house my mom owns wants $200K in 2004. Now it's $600K. Oh yeah, it's crazy. Well, you know, again, like my parents' house, my dad built, and he put sweat equity into the home too. I think it was something like 90 grand for the land, for all the materials, everything. Okay, this music's officially become obnoxious in the background again. Let's just skip this song, maybe. There we go. And now it would be valued, I don't know, between 500,000 and 600,000. Typically, houses back in the mid 80s, if you were buying or building them, would have been like between 130, 150 for like similar square footage. So they've quadrupled in price. Yeah. Anyway, fun times. Yeah. My wife still works in academia, IT, and all staffing is bare bones. It's awful. I want her to get out of there ASAP. I feel like everywhere is running on few staff and not hiring. Full staff of bare bones staffing. Yeah, it's crazy, man, because it's just mismanagement in universities. Because the amount of money they've been raking in, their biggest problem that they were having was bringing in and paying professors enough because they were complaining they were being compensated properly. You know, these guys are getting paid $120,000 a year. But what would happen is there would be other universities, international universities, other universities through Canada, and they would get grabbed by them. And so, like here in New Brunswick, which isn't a very big province, they were having to pay them more and more. And I'm sure with inflation, it's just gotten even worse. And that's where all their money was going to. Now, are they worth that much? It's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. How much is a PhD worth? Like, I mean, good question. Guy I work with here just put an offer down on a $1.1 million property in Halifax. He lives there. Oh, yeah. I know some people who have homes that are almost that much in Halifax. Yeah. Just around there. Yeah, it's crazy money there, too. Like, not even that big, man. The square footage isn't even that big there. Yeah. Semester costs 300 euros in Germany. Oh, my fucking God. Yeah. A semester with 5 course load here. I have to ask Gailing TV because he's just finishing up his, well, I don't know. I shouldn't want to dox him. I can probably say that his teaching degree. He's probably okay with me saying that. But the semester there, I think was at around 5 or 6 grand, something like that. Canadian, roundabout there. I think that's it. It may be more than that now. I can't recall. But when I first went there in 2008, that it was
pretty interesting theory. However,
Charlie, thank you for the follow. What's up? It would have been about I think it was 4,000, 4,500 or something like that. My parents insisted on me going and paid for my first year to do business, and then I flunked out. And then I went back and I paid myself to get my philosophy degree, obviously, because they were very happy about that. But I didn't want to be there. So, yeah. It's a bot. Okay. Goddamn. Flying Donut. Playing cash, he's cancer. He had 4 months to live. Please go give him some love. Flying Donut. Yeah, if you're not a bot, then yeah, goddamn. Yeah. All the best. You get free public transport with it. Oh my God, isn't that crazy? Yeah, that's nuts. It's just, that drives me nuts. Not that really, honestly, I'm a huge fan of academia in any way, shape, or form. I think I've made that pretty clear. Not a huge fan of it, especially in its current iteration. But it is insane that there's such a, it should be subsidized to some degree, I think, if people want to go. That's a very fair price. So that'd be about 600-ish Canadian dollars, 550, 600 Canadian dollars. I mean, 5,000 to 6,000 is obscene. I'll never forget. I had one elective class I had to take to finish my degree. And I had to do 2 other philosophy classes back in 2016. And I was working full time doing that at the time. And I didn't matter what it was. And I paid like $700 fucking dollars. Actually, it would have been more than that for this goddamn IT class. And the guy, he was a math guy, but they made him teach it. I heard it's just a stupid class. Oh my God, was it ever fucking stupid? The guy, I remember there was a class and he was reading off the backs of a printer box on how to set up and start and use a printer. And I was like, man, I may have gotten up and left at that point. And I ended up going through it and passing the class, but oh God, they made me so angry that I paid that much money for that. I was like, what the fuck is this? I was like, what is this? Even he was complaining about it in the end. He's like, what is this class? Like, what are we all doing here? What the fuck is this? Like, just so sad. Anyway, so I taught my grade 12 programming class. Fuck it, brother. There you go. Yeah. The challenge of the graph is that it's not job per job comparison. It's likely teachers versus upper management at a corporation, for instance. They've discovered that women actually make more than men for the same job. Is that a thing, Ivana? Interesting. Yeah. You also get a loan from a state, $1K a month, which you have to pay back half, and the payback had a threshold of $10K. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Terrain base, Canadian Uni is subsidized hugely, right? Like 70%. Is it in New Brunswick? Is it? Oh, that's even more disgusting then, isn't it? Are you sure UMB is? Because that's ridiculous if it is. The tuition is subsidized, Train Beast? They subsidize the tuition. I don't know if they subsidize the tuition or not. Yeah. Oh, you'd be paying international. I think they charge them more. Do they not? Or is it actually? Okay. Maybe that's correct. I knew oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, I know the US prices are about that high. Yeah. Well, that's even more disgusting. What do you think transfer payments, where do we think transfer payments go to? Fuck. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Well, that's even more disgusting then, isn't it? I thought they just paid them more. I didn't know that they actually subsidized our tuition here. I thought they charged the international students more. Yeah. Not compared to Europe, I guess. Yeah. Transfer payments ensure that you guys out in MB, PEI, Quebec, etc. can all run the same programs as the have provinces. Okay. Afloats in universities, social services, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Interesting. I'm curious about that. Yeah. Like how much UMB... I wonder what ChatGPT know. UNB University subsidized. I don't doubt you, Train Beast, if that's the case. Yeah. Paid for by Ontario and Alberta and Sask and sometimes others. Okay, interesting. International students in my old job had higher costs, but more things available for support. The bachelor I made in psychology is also a level like USLE colleges like Harvard from a scientific methodological standpoint. Interesting, Corey. They pay premiums, and that's why there's a diploma mill out. Well, yeah, that's what I thought, that they were premiums. It will answer. I looked it up on ChatGPT because I didn't know the exact percentage. It is subsidized as a public university. It receives provincial government funding. Yeah, I knew that from New Brunswick, as well as federal research grants. This subsidization lowers tuition compared, to private institutions and helps fund operations. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So they do. How much is the tuition subsidized? Interesting. Who knows? Maybe we're both right in some degree. Okay, no. Recent years, provincial operating grants comprise 59% of UNB's revenues. Yeah, with tuition making up about 32%. Okay, so if you pay 7,000 Canadian in annual domestic tuition, the government is likely kicking an additional 12. Okay, you're right, Trampy. Yeah, the 13,000 per student to make up the rest. You are right. Okay, it's more than that though. Now I know it's not just 7,000. It's up beyond that. So I think it's close to 9, or it's 10, at least 10 or more now. So yeah, transfer payment amounts. Okay, 59%. Yeah. Transfer payment amounts. I mean, yeah, it would be lovely if we could subsidize it further, I guess. Like Korea, like your universities in Germany. In Ireland too, I know. They also have a really good university program there. It's I don't know if they even pay anything to go to university in Ireland. The Irish population received approximately $2 billion in federal transfer payments, not tuition, but federal contributions and grants. This figure is listed in thousands, reflects total federal support in that fiscal year. Okay, and allocated about $231 million in operating grants total for its 4 public universities, including UAB and University of Moncton. Okay, federal transfers to UAB, $2.48 billion. Jesus, wow. Provincial operating grants was $231 million. That's from 2021 to 2022. Wow, crazy shit. Yeah, Calbron, brother, what's up? Yeah, thank you, brother. Yeah, it's not gonna be around for long. I just stupidly just did it, and I just have been too lazy to shave it off. Yeah, I thought about growing it long, like letting it go really long, like hang off my chin long, but I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So essentially, many economies in Canada can't sustain themselves without socialism. Yeah, it's pretty crazy, actually, man. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they'd be fucked. Yeah. Certainly. That's a lot. Jesus, that's a lot. Insane. Is that correct? University Affairs. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Okay. It is. Yeah. Interesting. God bless, brother. What's up? Yeah, it's a big reason why Alberta wants to separate. I don't blame them. All that oil money, brother. Yeah. Okay, what's up, dude? Yeah. Be insanely wealthy if we still had a way to export natural resources. Yeah, I don't understand why they don't fucking just open that up. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's the climate hysteria. It's just nuts. Speaking of which, I saw this. Now, people are flipping out over this. Maybe it's just this bad. I don't know. Nova Scotia implemented restrictions on forest activities starting August 5th to prevent wildfires amid dry conditions. The ban prohibits hiking, camping, fishing, and vehicle use in wooded areas and crown and private lands. The fines up to $25,000 for violations remain in effect until October 15th, though, or until weather conditions improve. Oof, that's a long time. So for the rest of the summer, people can't go hiking on these crown and private lands. Holy shit. I mean, you know, it's the alternative that everything burns down. Christ. Well, actually, Train Beast, if you're still in here, you can speak to what happened with you. Fucking, if there's was that a result of someone burning something? No joke. There was a bad situation there a couple years ago. Yeah. You're not allowed to walk in nature. You get fucked. There was a flood issue that they had just 2 years ago, but was it 3 years ago? That there was some really bad wildfires that ripped almost right into Halifax. Or they did kind of, into the Dartmouth area. Yeah. Yeah, a bit wild, but I mean, it's understandable. Driest in history for summer, it's all kindle. Yeah, one dart and it's all going to go up. Exactly. And the consequence of that is everybody loses their property. And what do? Would you just roll the dice if you're the premier? And then when it's all on fire, everybody's going to be on Twitter saying, "Oh my God, you psychopath. Why didn't you stop people?" You know, what are they supposed to do? I don't know. I understand how it sounds quite draconian, but at the same time, I think a lot of people on Twitter here didn't understand how bad it was a couple years ago. So it's like, you know, I wish everything was black and white. It's not. There's so much nuance. Canada's banning people from entering forest. That's it. That's the tweet. Yeah, well, I guess so. But again, like context, like the context is everything almost burned down a couple years ago. Anyway, maybe again, weather conditions improve, they'll repeal it. I don't think that's like the government ID shit, personally. Yeah. Wildfire destroyed massive amounts of suburbia. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought too, man. Anyway, people will just use it. It's frustrating because there's a lot of legitimate fucking problems going on, and I don't know. Like this kind of makes a bit of sense. Fuck, sorry. I don't know why I did. Hold on, what was that? Was that Jeff Bezos? I was just looking at that. It says, "Why do I have to rent a movie on Prime if I already fucking pay for Prime?" I was saying this the other night. I was like, why are we getting all these fucking ads on Prime if we already pay for Prime? And it's like, no. You have to pay for the top tier version. I'm like, Jeffrey, you motherfucker. You Bond villain motherfucker. Come on now. That's a little bit much. Yeah, puke emoji. Anyway. I don't think it's some government power trip or conspiracy. More like they know we were fucked if one erupts right now. Yeah, I think that's exactly it. And that people like lack that nuance or ability to think critically about it, or spend 3 seconds to just Google wildfires Nova Scotia and they see what happened. Anyway, what? Oh fuck! I don't want to fucking talk about this honestly, because it just literally makes me sick to my stomach. Anyway, I saw, was it Asmongold? There were a couple of content creators I saw clips of this morning talking about this, because obviously what happened with Visa and MasterCard recently on Steam is they got pissed off. There were all these like adult games, and I think it started with incest games, but then it spiraled into a bunch of adult games, and now the whole thing is fucked. And all the Coomers and the Gooners just want their silly porn games, right? Anyway, so but there's the double standard here. This I had no idea who this person was. Lil Tay. She was this like rapper kid who just turned 18 and made an OnlyFans. And I don't know, did she turn 18? Okay, I guess she did. Freshly 18. I can kind of see that there. Anyway, she made $1 million in a night off of OnlyFans, which is absolutely insane. Yeah, the night of my 18th birthday, 1 minute past midnight, I got to work. I filmed all the content. It's finally coming out tomorrow. Oh my fucking god! They were talking about how people have been pre-ordering shit from her back since 2017 or something, when she was 11 years old. And this is a really good point. I saw someone had commented here. What is more disturbing is her mother probably wrote all that. Well, that's maybe the more disturbing part. Is that I hope not, but the Visa and MasterCard don't have a problem taking payments from OnlyFans. No problems whatsoever there. It's all okay. Most people in Germany still think wildfires are a result of climate change, but in reality, they're man-made, Corey. Well, a lot of them are. Yeah, in California too. They arrested a bunch of arsonists out LA. Yeah, what a horror. Well, I mean, it's like for someone that young, I just feel bad for them, because Jesus Christ. I mean, I remember when I was 17, 18, man. Good decisions. There weren't like a lot of good decisions going on, right? Not that I was like a problematic person, but this kind of shit wasn't available. Maybe I would have grown my mustache back then and gone on the OnlyFans, right? I found myself a nice daddy to support me in my World of Warcraft addiction. I don't know. Who knows what could have happened? I don't fucking know. But yeah, it's kind of disgusting. They're talking about how the whole thing again, right, was the kids having access to this stuff on Steam, and it goes back to the children. Think the kids. And then this literal child is on, although she's 18 now, but it's kind of like, how old is, and this is, people usually, Dave Chappelle did this joke years ago, or I think it was about like, how old is like 18 or 15 really, I think he may have said. But in the opposite spectrum for me, like, that's pretty fucking young, honestly. That's really young. Like, you're really young. I don't think your brain stops developing until you're in your late 20s. Like, man, it's fucking annoying. I just lose faith in bits and pieces of humanity too. There were so many people that came out, and I just consider that to be pedophilic personally. I know it's legal, but it disturbs me. It just disturbs me that people were waiting around. Like, fuck, I don't know. Yeah, probably the internet is in the hands of young girls. It teaches them there's no further incentive than getting naked in front of their computers. Well, now this day and age, man, yeah. 18-year-olds just want acceptance, and they find it through porn. They're learning the wrong lessons. Exactly. I'm not a biblical person, but I'm coming around to the whole Sodom and Gomorrah shtick. Brother, we're going to get turned to a pillar of salt here any day now. Yeah. It's now getting deep, Jim. Fuck. It's real deep. Yeah. Dude, stream was straight up recommending me incest games. Steam was. I don't know what you clicked on. I've never had that. I never had that recommended to me once, but I've known people who have. Yeah. I saw on my partner, Madam Miseries, I saw that I think she had, one of her friends was like memeing on them, and I saw that they were up there. So yeah, you click on one game and then everything shows up after that. But oh, anyway, fuck this. That is what it is. It is creepy. It is creepy, Vaughn. It's very creepy. It's, you know. Anyway, this is I mean, not that it's always been fucked. I mean, Christ, there's There's still places in the world that allow child wives, and you go back 6, 7, 800 years, nobody blinked an eye because we knew nothing about psychology, right? People were marrying women off when they were like 12 years old, 13. It's like now we know better, right? That the brain isn't developed and it's just a bunch of trauma that you're going to sustain, right? And it's. Do you think the Child Safety Act will be in the U.S. like it is in the UK, Jeter? Well, I've got that up here actually right now. I fucking hope not. I hope not. 16 new co-sponsors have joined in support for Kids Online Safety Act to be passed within the U.S. COSA is a similar bill to the UK Online Safety Act that came into effect 2 weeks ago. It is both left and right politicians waiting for it to pass. And this is the other thing I saw here. Now, I mean, again, I don't disagree with the basic sentiments that there's a problem with pornography on the internet, obviously, and children accessing it. I mean, anybody in the millennial generation knows, or people even Gen X that kind of came into this were probably teenagers when the internet really hit. It's been a problem for everybody, honestly. But now it's become so rampant. So I remember like before, you'd go on Newgrounds and you'd see some like games where you can play like a Tetris and it reveals a naked woman. Like, man, now you go on Rule 34. Good luck to those kids. Some of the shit they see. Holy fuck. Like some of the stuff that we used to see, like I was thinking I was scarred by, like Jar Squatter and stuff. It's like 1,000 times worse than that on some of these sites. And I don't know how that's affecting us as a species, honestly. But this guy's saying here, multiple porn companies are flagrantly breaking Florida's age verification law by exposing children to harmful, explicit content. As a father of young children and as an attorney general, this is completely unacceptable. Fair enough. We are taking legal action against these online pornographers, but the question is like, how do you deal with this? Right? In the UK, they're like, well, just get people to put their IDs in. And then right after that, they're like, oh yeah, we're going to watch what you say in social media too about us. You're like, what? Like, what are you talking? I thought this was about the kids. This isn't about my opinion on Keir Starmer and how much of a dickhead he is. It's like, hold on, that doesn't line up. Wait a second. It's like it's just the way for them to weasel themselves in, right? With a legitimate problem. Yeah, 25 years the frontal lobe is fully developed on average. Interesting. Yeah, that's what I thought I heard, Corey. A prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for decision-making, emotional regulation. Yeah. I was going to say I was probably around, well, at 25, I went through some pretty fucking heavy shit, but that I definitely grew up. That's about the time I felt like I was making better decisions in my life. Yeah. Kids these days don't get to stumble upon a milk crate of forest porn. Yeah, kids shouldn't have internet access. You're deep on this opinion. You mentioned it before. But this is on the parents, not the companies or government parents. Ivana, that's a good point too. Yeah, they just give them full access, well, on their smartphones, but every kid has a phone. You can't lock it down, but then, oh my God, internet cafes used to be not really a thing anymore, I don't think, but it used to be another way you could go on an internet cafe and fuck around. Testicular elephinus on rotten is burned into my brain. I haven't seen that one, brother. I have an idea what it probably looks like though. Yeah. Goatsy, Lemon Party, Jar Squatter, what are the Meat Spin? Those are all the classic ones. Women development is a bit delayed, but they're faster development as juveniles. I was going to say, Corey, I thought women develop quicker than men. They matured more quickly. Yeah, this isn't a government problem to solve. It's a parenting problem. That's probably very right. Society has raised a generation of responsible parents who are outsourcing their parenting to social services. 1,000% solvable with good parenting skills. Take away the phone. Lock them down. Don't let them on there. Don't let the Wild West. Don't let them get in the Wild West of the internet. Yeah, Christ. Yeah, we don't need digital ID. We need parents who restrict access to misbehaving kids. Florida doesn't control the internet. Neither does the UK. Get fucked. There you go, brother. Amen. Yeah, that's well put. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah. Do we need daddy government to step in? I would have to agree. I think that's well put. Yeah. It is a legitimate problem, but yeah, start with, maybe looking after your kids a little better. Well said. I was engaged to a Muslim woman and her family forced her into an arranged marriage when I was 24. Oh shit, man. When they found out about me. Oh man, that's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. That's brutal. God, Jesus. Yeah, I've heard of stories of that. I've known some people who actually left some areas of the world to avoid that. An arranged marriage. There was a girl, I didn't really know her personally very well, but I knew someone who knew her when I was in university, and she had left. It's a heartbreaking thing because she had to leave her family, everything. But she, very Western kind of person, grew up on the internet and just said, what the fuck? No, right? So I think she was from India, actually, if I can recall correctly. But having parents are only giving their kids phones so they can track them anyways. Yeah, it's not an empowerment mechanism. It's a tracking one. We started to watch, oh my God, I had to shut it off last night on Prime. That new Ice Cube movie, War of the Worlds. You fucking seen that? War of the Worlds, Ice Cube. I had heard that it might be the worst reviewed movie ever. Although by looking at the rating, it's clearly not that bad. Holy fuck, man. Like, he's sitting at his desk. He's like this NSA dude, and he was snooping on his kid, and he went onto his kid's computer in the start and uninstalled the game he was playing, saying, "You're not playing that game in my house, boy. Like, you get out, get yourself a real job." And the whole movie was just him sitting like this. I'm like, oh, this at some point he's gonna get up out of the chair, right? Like, the whole movie's not gonna be him sitting at the fucking computer like this. It was. I scrolled ahead. I was like, oh, no fucking way I'm doing this. Like, and I don't even know what happens. I'm assuming aliens attack. Yeah, there you go. But it's all him just seated at his computer. He's spying on his daughter. She's pregnant. She gets soy milk in her coffee. Then he hacks into her fridge and looks at her fridge, what she's been eating. I was like, Jesus Christ. Fuck. It was an insane situation, that breakup, and my wife going through something similar. So we met and bonded. Oh, fuck, man. Well, there you go. In the end, you find your person, yeah. She's in Bangladesh. Okay. Interesting. You're good. You don't want to watch it? Yeah. That's not too far from reality. We're there soon, brother. People's fridges, listening to them. Yeah. War of the Worlds. Yeah, just maybe take a pass on that one. Yeah. 3 out of 10. What was it in Rotten Tomatoes? I thought it had 0%. Hold on. Rotten Tomatoes. Not that I really give a shit about these. Oh, it's not that bad now. It was 0% when I saw it. Okay. Oh no, that's with Tom Cruise. Now where's the Ice Cube one? Yeah, okay. I think it did get like 0 or some shit. Anyway, yeah, they crushed it. Yeah. No, that's the wrong one. Anyway, yeah. Fuck. Anyway, that's why I don't watch a lot of new movies, you know. It's just slop, man. Just utter slop. Too much slop. Can't handle it. They're talking about tracking movements inside houses from Wi-Fi signal interference now. Yeah, you did you post that, or Bones, did you send that? I read that article. It's fucked. Project Bluebeam would have been better, Jeter. Yeah, would have been, man. Yeah. Maybe that's how it plays out in the end. I didn't finish the movie. Yeah. Ice fucking Cube. I didn't know he was into acting like that. I know his son was. What's with rappers making the move over to acting? They all seem to do it. IoT devices not being secured and putting the onus of security on the end user is awful. I show my students websites where open cameras are listed. Really? It's fucked. Thought watching useless movies would waste of time. Amen, brother. Yeah. Why didn't you just scroll ahead? You're like, does this look bad? Yeah. Okay, fuck it. Not doing it. Not doing it. Not wasting my time. Yeah. Well, here's actually UFO talk, which is more interesting than all that other slop and drama going on in the world. This is why I live in this delusional space where soon aliens are going to be real. My hope. My dream. Tulsi Gabbard tells Podforce One she believes there may be aliens and still has a lot of questions on the New Jersey drones. Director of National Intelligence, DNI, Tulsi Gabbard reveals she believes aliens may exist, but wouldn't share any details of what the government knows when appearing on Miranda Devine's Podforce One podcast. She oversees coordination among the 18 U.S. intelligence agencies, was asked during a recent interview whether there could be aliens. Gradually replied, I have my own views and opinions. In this role, I have to be careful with what I share before adding yes when pressed about whether she believes in the possibility of extraterrestrials and UFOs. She does watch Joe Rogan's podcast, so I'm assuming she's dabbled. The DNI noted that while she has nothing she is prepared to talk about regarding the issue. Her team will be transparent with the public when the time comes. We're continuing to look for the truth and share the truth with the American people, she said. Multiple lawmakers in Congress are probing what the government knows about unidentified anomalous phenomena, aka UFOs. UPAs, you stupid motherfuckers. UAPs. Silly typos. New York Post. My heavens. Last year, a House Oversight Subcommittee held multiple hearings on the topic. She also still has unanswered questions, but a flurry of drones spotted zipping over New Jersey residents' homes last year, a phenomenon that sparked a national uproar. Officials from both the Trump and Biden administration were adamant that the objects were actually a combination of lawful, personal, professional, and government craft. I still have a lot of questions around that. Gabbard acknowledged to Devine, I've heard what the public official line is. Interesting. I just personally still have a lot of questions that are unanswered because it wasn't just New Jersey. It's still happening in different parts of the country. Skeptics have alleged the sightings of satellites, planes, and in some cases even stars were lumped into the drone frenzy. They were. Some of those people had tried to allege that all of these sightings were just misidentifications of those things, satellites, planes, stars. They were not. So again, anyway, overstepping the boundary slightly. But Gabbard said the U.S. intelligence community has a lot of solid information on a suspected Chinese spy balloon. What? That happened? Did that happen 2 years ago now? Holy shit. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Insectcam.org. Web cameras open to the internet. Oh, there you go. Live camera in Tokyo, Japan. Interesting. Very interesting. The InsectCam project, the world's biggest directive online surveillance security cams. Holy shit, huh? Sort by city at the top. Can I do that? How do I do that? Cities up here. Oh yeah. Wow. Let's go to Japan, one of my favorite places on planet Earth. Japan. Oh, cities. Right, what the Tokyo. There we go. Awesome. Wow, there you go. Live. Little garden. Traffic. What the hell's that? Inside somebody's business? Okay, interesting. But geez, Japan is a country. Yeah, no, my brain clicked in there. Yeah, but it's a fabulous city of Japan. Yeah. Holy Christ! Didn't one of the American Beauty contestants got that mixed up, like with Africa? I thought Africa was a country or something. It's like, oh, how embarrassing! My heavens! A little bit of flooding going on there. Wow. I'm waiting to just see some guy just in his bedroom, just sitting in front of his own webcam, just live streaming to everybody all the time. If we were going to find somebody doing that, it probably would be in Tokyo. Got some rain going on there right now. A little bit stormy. Interesting. Yeah. You hit lit on my Minecraft announcement. I did, yes. I'm on a sideshow here for a second. Any regular chatters who want to play Minecraft. I set up a server, DM me on Discord for deets. I did. I maybe brother will pop by. I don't know. We just started playing World of Warcraft for a little bit. I know I said recently I would never do that again, but me and Galen TV just jumped on. So not that I have any time to play it this week at all, but on Friday, Saturday, I may be playing it a little bit. New patch just dropped. You get that itch sometimes. I'm like, I kind of just want to do some BGs. I want to do some dungeons. So we're doing that. But maybe, yeah, we can get to that yet. We found open camera in a nearby uni and reported them. Oh shit. God damn. Yeah. You just need to whitelist usernames, let them in. Yeah. I got like 4 to 5 users set up ready to go. I'll probably just leave the server app. My God. I'll come in and just completely wreck the whole place. No, I'm not that kind of person in Minecraft. I just dig the hole down and I just adventure around on it. I don't even really build shit, honestly. It's more about the adventure. Actually, what I actually do? I go to the villagers, I get a bucket of lava, and I burn them all. Pretty twisted. I'll dig a big hole, get all the villagers stuck in it, and then pour lava on them. Yeah. It's pretty fucked, actually, when you think about that, right? Kind of psychotic, actually. So that's the actual Jim Russell comes out when I play games like that. The real, like the character Jim Russell, the rogue psychopath. You used to be able to find living rooms and such if you sort by places. It's so fucked, man. Did you start a new WoW character or use an old one, Wayne? No, this is an old rogue character I've had since WoD, I think. So, yeah, I know. A new patch dropped in the most recent expansion, not Mr. Pandaria Classic. I'm one of those people like Classic. I've been there, not kind of already been there, done that, I guess. But we just play the retail version of it. Yeah. I ran a public Minecraft server in like 2012 and getting the itch again, but it'll be whitelisted. I'll teabag you the pixels if you pull that shit. Fuck yeah. When I ran a public server, lava would start start trees on fire. Yeah, I come home with the whole village having been burned down. There's approaches to manage this. Yeah, that'd be me. Yeah, no, I know they're a rare commodity. Hey Jim, have you been keeping up to date with 31 Atlas? I have, brother. I do have stuff up pertaining to that. I have, well, even talking about it now, maybe. That's pretty much the TLDR. Tulsi Gabbard said, hey, yeah, I love aliens. Cool. I got this right here. This was what I saw about it. Yeah. Undead Warlock was my jam, Wayne. I think you told me that before, man. Yeah. Yeah, we're Alliance, right? We're not Horde scum here, right? We're not for the Horde here. I miss when it was divided like that, and you'd go to your local game store and you'd see Horde players and be like, fuck you, right? Like that kind of energy, right? There was divide in the game too, right? I have played on Horde in the past, but typically Alliance player. Usually Night Elf Druid, Night Elf Feral Druid, or Human Rogue, or Gnome Rogue Feral Druid, but usually Alliance. Yeah. Is what I would play on. It's been my meme. Like walking through those Stormwind gates, like the music pops in. It's like, oh fuck, I'm home. Here I am. Yeah. They cleaned us up a lot. Wow. The Troll Hunter for Life, man. You mentioned that too. You guys are both Horde. Fuck Christ. Keck, yeah. The funny thing is the Keck meme was from the Alliance though. Keck was from Alliance players because it would be the Horde players saying lol. So the Alliance players would see Keck, right? And then you'd slaughter them, right? In the Hillsbrad foothills or wherever. And that's what I remember being in the Barrens and just ganking people and just saying Keck, and then they die. And I'm like, haha, now you're dead, right? Not funny anymore. Yeah. South Shore PvP zone. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I started playing during BC, but it was still going then. I remember oh my God, being there like all night, for Christ's sake. I had a Troll Mage with the 2 trinkets, damage in Classic 2005, was always an instant kill in PvP. Oh fuck yeah. I remember hearing, well, there's some people that, some of my buddies that I grew up playing with all played during Classic 2, and I refused to play. I don't know. But they ended up twisting my arm enough back when when Burning Crusade came out. What happened was the South Park episode came out, and I said, oh fuck. I said, oh, because I was a huge South Park fanboy, and I said, oh god, this is so funny. And then they were doing all the advertisements too with like Ozzy Osbourne and Mr. T, and it was Inferno Troy, and they had all these funny ads, and I was like, this game seems like a meme. I should probably play it. And so anyway, I did. And then I haven't stopped since then. So thanks to Train Beast, actually, was who finally twisted my arm, I think, to get me into that. So you can thank him. I can thank him for wasting all that money at university first year. That's all I did. Yeah. But yeah. Horde Baron's chat was the best. I've heard that. I don't know what the equivalent would be in Alliance, honestly. I'm trying to remember. I mean, honestly, just trade chat in general in any of the major cities. It was probably the equivalent. Yeah, so they could translate. There were things you could type to translate back to. Man, yeah, going from Warcraft 3 to World of Warcraft and seeing a piece chop wood like you were on the board was a serious feeling. And I never played the Warcraft games either. Yeah, I played the original WoW beta, then the Korean beta, then started it released. Didn't you actually, Corey? You think you mentioned it to me before? Yeah. Oh, it's crazy. I'm jealous. I don't know what I was playing back. I was playing Oblivion, and I was playing Morrowind a lot back then. I was playing like single player games. I was playing console games, and then if I did play in the PC, it was just like Morrowind or something. Like I didn't have my own PC was the problem. So back then, I couldn't really get into those kinds of games. It wasn't until I got older that I really got into them. So I was kind of a console kid. Yeah. Seeing NPCs chop wood like you were on the board. Yeah. I remember playing Warcraft 1 on my 386. I couldn't handle it. Oh, Jesus. God damn. Yeah. Fuck. A lot of us play WoW here, or had played WoW in the past. Yeah. It's fallen from grace though. It does make me sad sometimes, but the game is probably never played better, honestly, in my opinion, at least the classes that I played. But the problem is the soul of it has just been sucked out. But it is what it is. It's just like a hit. Like we just get a hit of it once in a while. We're like, okay, yeah, there you go. That's all you need. So circa 1995. Jesus Christ, man. Yeah, it's going back. It's going back a little ways. Yeah. The good old days. Yeah. We had a shared account for the original beta from my former CS clan. One got in, we all tried it out, then played in team when the Korean beta dropped. Fun times. You started Eve in like 2005, so WoW was dead. Oh, wow, yeah. Fuck yeah. Well, a lot of the devs came more from Eve, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you started PCs early, yeah. Playing classic EQ on my dad's work laptop, waiting 10 minutes to load zones. Oh my God. I remember one of my buddies had his mom had this old computer, this laptop from like the late 90s. And we were playing Burning Crusade. And I remember he was trying to play with us, but he didn't have any money. We were just broke students back then. And it was like he was getting on like the classic version of WoW, like 5 FPS. And he leveled, I think, a Warlock from 1 to 70. Getting like 5 FPS with all the graphics turned down all the way. He couldn't see anything in front of him. If anyone remembers what WoW looked like, back in like the vanilla Burning Crusade, WoW, when you turned all the graphic settings down, you couldn't see anything. You had like literally 5 feet in the game in front of you, and that's how he leveled to 70. And the laptop was like as hot as lava on his lap, and that's how he did it. I was impressed. I was truly impressed. I was like, that is truly a feat. And it's funny because, like, you know, he never recorded it. No one would know, but I know that he did that. So very impressive. Everybody played WoW, and the game destroyed my GeForce 6600 GT. Brother, cheers. Fuck yeah, absolutely, brother. I wish I had a brew. I just have a stupid flavored water. Yeah. Yeah. Like it was looking at 386 with 4 megabytes of RAM. Jesus Christ. Holy fucking God. Yeah. God damn. A Quake tournament. Oh my God, I remember that too. Playing Quake, playing Unreal Tournament too. God damn. Those are good days. Those one simpler times, you know. And gaming was simpler too. It wasn't as disgusting, you know. Oh fuck, anyway. New spectral data of 31 Atlas from Chile shows it to be reddish like Oumuamua with paradoxical behavior, I guess. This is the thing I had pulled up here. About Oumuamua, Hadvar. I don't know if you're still in here or not anymore. But while we wait for the James Webb Telescope data, we got new data from the SOAR telescope in Chile. This is very recent, I believe. This is just 6 hours ago. It shows a similar reddish color is observed with Oumuamua and 2L Borisov. The paradoxical part is that 3L is growing a coma facing the sun. Image from Hubble. The authors of the paper proposed several possible explanations, but it looks like we're dealing with new science. Huh? Sun-facing emission, anti-sun tail. Interesting. They're both red, so oxidized iron oxide, I'm assuming. Oh, God. Fuck. Where's the... let's see what they say here. Spectral characteristics of interstellar object Atlas. It provides unique insights into the building blocks and conditions of extrasolar planetary systems. Newly discovered object represents the third known ISO after Oumuamua. We present initial spectroscopic characterizations. Okay, interesting. The paradoxical situation of early onset coma without evidence of subliminal tracers calls for other dust liberating mechanisms that ancient ISOs may be subjected to at large heliocentric distances. Okay. So they're saying it's the makeup of these interstellar objects we don't know a lot about, and that's why they're behaving strangely. Obviously, Abbey Loeb had tried to imply that, well, this isn't behaving like a typical comet, therefore could it be alien? It might not be behaving like a typical comet because we don't know a lot about interstellar objects and how they behave. And throughout in the vastness of the galaxy away from other solar objects, right? So maybe they're not exposed to heat. They're like solid, frozen, solid. Maybe. We'll see what their TLDR is here. Not acknowledgements. Okay. There's the conclusions there. Yeah. Goddamn. Turok. Oh man, I remember playing Turok too. Holy fuck. Yeah. God, Jesus. Yeah. It was a port too because of the N64 game, was it not? Was it a port? Yeah. Our early SOAR Goodman HTS observations indicate that 31 Atlas shares a broadly reddish reflectance spectra of its interstellar predecessors while potentially pushing to even redder slopes at blue wavelengths. Its continuum slope variations and weak absorption feature are reminiscent of most primitive cometary and asteroid surfaces. Well, there you go. Similar to other spectroscopic observations of this epoch, we find no indications for ice sublimation. Okay, the significant comma in combination with the lack of volatile suggests the mechanisms of surface processing other than sublimation might be at play as the 3I moves deeper into the solar bubble. It's a good candidate is solar wind sputtering. Okay, blah, 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 blah. So it does have a coma now. It does have a tail coming off of it as it's becoming closer, as it's been slowly coming closer and closer. So, with the detectable gas emission involved progressive crust formation through multiple past stellar system encounters. Laboratory studies demonstrate that refractory organic compounds accumulated as crusts during thermal processing. Okay, so TLDR, this thing isn't that weird. I think that's probably the big meme here, that it's not that weird. That initially it looked strange, but we don't know a lot about these things. So, okay, anything else? We can begin to discern which traits are universal for planetesimals formed in other stellar nurseries. If true, its red and refractory-rich surface may reflect eons of exposure in interstellar space. Interesting. It's red and refractory-rich surface. Okay. Why was it red again, though? I'm assuming it's just oxidized iron. I mean, that always tickles my fancy when I hear things like that. But there's tons of that shit floating around in the, at least our stellar neighborhood. I was already convinced. I wonder if they mentioned that. Clearly shows reddening. Emission iron. No, they did not. Okay. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what it would be from. It's typically in our solar system what it's from. Interesting. Red stars and whatnot mentioned through history. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. TLDR. Nothing to really worry about. It is probably just a comment, literally, but the media had a heyday trying to gaslight everybody into thinking that this is the end of the world or something, right, with it. And Avi Loeb, again, was just... He did say it was all hypothetical, but dear every goofball who comments in every Avi Loeb thread with whack science, this is how he dunks on you, even if the object is completely prosaic, which he repeatedly cautions it likely is. We still learn stuff by studying it and putting attention to it. That's his goal. Well, yeah, he did, again, thought experiment. It wasn't his fault the media went and ran with that, to be fair to him. They're just looking for clicks. They're looking for attention. Nothing's going to grab people's attention more than having the head of astronomy at Harvard astrophysics department say this could hypothetically be an alien craft. The problem is in their headlines, they leave out the hypothetical part and they say Harvard professor thinks this could be alien craft. Hypothetically, it could be. I think that's what he said. So, anyway, nothing to freak out about. But I mean, Oumuamua is still a strange object. We don't really know enough about this, I guess. I don't think they didn't really go into the shape of it at all. What's the shape? I mean, I'd have to feed it into ChatGPT. Okay, yeah, Oumuamua was highly elongated shape from its extreme light curvature variability, modest reddish color as well. I don't think they went into what shape this thing is. It's probably too early to tell, but soon, we'll know soon. Going into, what's going to arrive in what? November? Soon, very soon. So we'll probably get a close-up shot of it, especially if they send that probe to it. So anyway, yeah, that's an update about that. I didn't even know what the fuck that was about, honestly, but because I hadn't read it. But interesting. Let me go over this, actually. This is the other thing I was going to cover, which is kind of related to the possibility that we run into something alien, right? Like, how do people handle this? So NYU Journal of Legislation and Public Policy did a big study on the UAP Disclosure Act. They concluded that if the allegations in the UAPDA are true, the public will have to update their worldview, resulting in psychological, ontological, and religious discomfort. But human resilience offers hope. Interesting. So this is a paper here. It's very long. I'm not reading through it. Obviously, it's probably very dry. When did they release it? Addison Yang? Hold on, I can't see. Addison Yang. There you go. Brief history of U.S. interest in UAP. So here's a TLDR that ChatGPT did, which is always very helpful with these kinds of articles. So let's see. Yang's article from NYU's Journal of Legislation and Public Policy. So the UAP Disclosure Act. Pretty crazy that we get these kinds of conversations within these kinds of journals, which have been traditionally very hesitant to put any kind of woo stuff, or at least this was considered woo at a time. And it's clearly not considered woo anymore, which is good. Some slight discomfort, Will, yeah. Just a pinch. Just a light pinch, yeah. Yeah, oh, brother, we're going to be lighting one up. TLDR summary. Yang examines the Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Disclosure Act, arguing it represents a bold, unprecedented legislative effort that treats the existence of non-human intelligence and advanced recovered technologies as credible and worthy of oversight. Okay, structure and key arguments. Historical and political context. The essay traces modern U.S. engagement with UAPs from Cold War investigations to guerrilla congressional efforts to legislate oversight. It emphasizes increasing political legitimacy for what was once derided as fringe, yes. Terminology and legislative mechanics. Yang highlights the legal definition of UAPs and NHI embedded in the bill, noting how the UAPDA significantly expands congressional monitoring powers, including subpoena authority and oversight of private contractors holding UAP materials. Implied beliefs of the drafters. Yang contends that the UAPDA implicitly signals that sponsors believe or have been persuaded that non-human intelligence is present on Earth. These entities have advanced capabilities to defy conventional physics. The U.S. government and selected private groups are already aware of and in possession of crash-retrieved UAP technology or biological remains. Yes, which is huge. A huge thing. If this passes, it's a big fucking deal, right? It does. Implicitly signals, well, even states to some degree, that the aerospace companies have these recovered materials and biologics, and they want to go and they want to take that shit back. So, yeah, it's crazy. Hopefully it doesn't get gutted again. Hopefully it actually goes through. Critical takeaways. Legislative shift introducing the UAPDA in 2023 marked a landmark turning point in treating UAPs as serious rather than conspiratorial. There is a conspiracy still. Crime 6, what's up, dude? There still is a conspiracy here. That's the important thing to remember. That's why we're doing this, to contend with it and trying to blow this wide open. Like, are the aerospace companies colluding with, conspiring with people within government against the American people to cover this up, right? Oversight expansion. Should it be enacted fully, UAPD would substantially expand Congress's authority over UAP-related operations and materials. Substance over skepticism. Yang argues that by drafting these provisions, legislators implicitly confirm that possibility of NHI engagement and assert assets are already under government control. Yes. The assumptions. The author assumes the bill reflects genuine belief among its sponsors and evidence supporting NHI and UAP recoveries. He presumes Congress's readiness to invest political capital and potentially seize private assets in this domain. Yes, and that is the main meme with all this. They want to take back those assets, those private assets, which originally were in the hands of the government and were then handed over to the aerospace companies. That's really the big thing with this. If this gets passed as it is, they will allow Congress and people like Eric Burleson and people from the Senate, Marco Rubio, Chuck Schumer, etc., to kick down the door of Lockheed Martin and grab these materials or crafts and take them back. Now, the only interesting thing about all of this is it just the aerospace companies that are holding these craft, or are there still elements within the U.S. military, not even the industrial complex, but just the military, like the Navy even specifically, do they have these crafts? And then is this kind of just useless if that's the case? I point to like Bob Lazar and others who have called out this Site S4 at Area 51 that supposedly was being run by the Navy, according to Bob Lazar. And so could they already do this? And is it just a huge mess? And is this just going to do literally nothing? And I don't know. I mean, we'll have to, once they have the power to do it, we'll have to wait and see what happens. And if they decide to kick the door down, we'll have to wait and see if there's anything there. All right? Rabbit, what's up, dude? Why it matters. It's the first academic note to treat UAP policy as mainstream legislative discourse rather than fringe activism. Yes. By analyzing the bill's text and framing, Yang highlights a shift towards formal acceptance of extraordinary claims within the halls of Congress. Because they've been privy during skiffs to some of the evidences, I'm sure, and that's probably why. They kind of know full well what's going on. Like, we, the general public, still do not. But they're deep in this. So there you go. Okay, what about ontological shock? See what he said about that in the article. Yes, it does. So elaborate on that, please. Yeah. He argues that the UAP Disclosure Act tacitly anticipates the existential and societal upheaval that could follow public confirmation of non-human intelligence. He connects this to the idea of ontological shock and psychological disruption, causing one's foundational assumptions about reality are shattered, their beliefs, right? On ontologies, people's beliefs about the world. Key points from Yang, not just scientific. The UAPDA isn't just about national security or aerospace tech. It prepares for a philosophical earthquake. Yes. Interesting. Framing device, ontological shock, explains why disclosure must be gradual, controlled, and institutionalized. Hence the proposed review board, a slow drip release process modeled after JFK records. Precedent, he draws parallels to Cold War secrecy, but notes this goes further, possibly redefining human identity, placing the cosmos in the process of consciousness. The nature of consciousness. Interesting. Well, yeah, it would, to some degree. Inevitably, if we start to get some of these deeper truths that maybe people within the military-industrial complex have inferred from records recovered from these crafts, conversations with the visitors. I'm assuming at the beginning we're just going to get a little what's on the surface, which is, yeah, somebody crashed. And then from there we're going to get to, yeah, we did have a couple conversations with them. We're like, oh, did you know? And in dramatic turn, the aerospace guys band together like Nope and load up into ARVs. Like, we'll take it from here. We'll take off to Saturn now, brother. Maybe that's where they're gonna fucking take off, dude. Just fuck off into the sunset with all of it. I mean, that's the other concern. I don't personally subscribe to Stephen Greer's narratives. I don't think that I don't know this, but I highly doubt that we figured a lot of this shit out. At least to the degree that Stephen suggests. But I could be wrong. We'll find out soon, maybe. Here's a quote. The UAPDA doesn't merely assume the existence of advanced non-human technology. It prepares the U.S. public for the ontological implications of that existence. Yes, as they should. Some implications, legal psychological readiness. The bill indirectly acknowledges that radical transparency without preparation could backfire. Reality redefinition. If true, this would rewrite science, religion, history. Thus, disclosure is a narrative management task, not just information declassification. It would. It would also, again, be a real conspiracy confirmed, right? That's the other thing about all of this, that it was a real conspiracy. And there were lots of indications that it was, and there were lots of people trying to say for years that it wasn't, and those people are idiots. And just have to remember that, I guess, that there were lots of people that were saying there's nothing to this, and it's all nonsense, it's all smoke and mirrors. And those people were incapable of critically thinking about any of the evidences that have existed and testimonies that have been out there. So going forward, unfortunately, their own reputations are going to suffer, right? But going forward, we're going to have to understand that real conspiracies do exist, and this is going to get way darker, depending upon how this all gets unfurled, because this ultimately comes down to aerospace companies and the global elite, people with a lot of money, who have been keeping this secret, right? And this hasn't necessarily just been in the hands of the government. The proofs, the real evidences have been in the hands of these private corporations. And why? What have been their intentions in keeping this secret? And I don't buy that it's just because they want to keep everybody safe. And I know, bullshit. Max, what's up, dude? Absolutely, brother, same. Yeah. Want the bit on the JFK Records Review Board? No, I don't want any of that shit. This is all we need. That's all I wanted out of it. Essentially just kind of going over the ontological shock that may come with these, this bill even passing. And there's nobody like Mike Turner around to gut it or oppose it. So maybe, I don't know when it's set to, when is a bill set to pass? When are they going to vote on it? Yeah, no official timeline for its enactment currently exists. Okay. Interesting. Okay. No, but as of late July 2025, it still hasn't passed. No. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Mike Rounds is a guy who's committed to it. Mike Turner was the guy. I think I said that right. Was the guy who opposed it. Yeah. Anyway. Interesting memes. We'll see what happens. What else do I have up here? Oh, that's another thing I was going to watch, actually. What the fuck is this about? Yeah. Wondering if you've covered the following. 3 Atlas paradoxical behavior. We just went over that, Max, 2 seconds ago, yeah. Ross and Beatrice. I went over that last night, yeah. And the Tulsi quote. If not, I got a couple links. Yes, I've covered all 3 of those, brother. but we could still talk about some of it. Yeah. We just went over the Atlas paradoxical behavior. There was an article I just had, if you want to know. Yeah, no worries, man. Which is this year. New spectral data from Atlas from Chile shows it to be reddish like a muamua with paradoxical behavior. Now, the behavior, though, is fairly normal up to this point in time. So we just went through the paper. It has formed a coma or tail. So it does look like a comet now. I think their conclusions, this team that were using the data from Chile, the telescope and the SOAR telescope in Chile, we're just speculating that we don't know a lot about interstellar objects. And they behave differently when they come into the solar system for whatever reason. Their composition's different. They've been out in deep space longer. So, in assuming that while coming into the solar system, it should have behaved like one of our local comets. Kind of like what Avi Loeb had said. Well, it's not behaving like a comet. It's not behaving like a comet local to our local neighborhood. But it's not from our local neighborhood. It's a different object. So hence why Oumuamua was also looked strange and acted weird. We're not used to analyzing interstellar objects, I guess. So that's where the paradoxical behavior comes from, I guess. Yeah. Although it sounds like it's implying again this could be an alien ship. It's behaving like a comet now. Yeah. Which is good. It's not some space raiders coming to take over the planet. But that's essentially what they had said. There's still time for it to be potentially what's that race of aliens from StarCraft that come and just like destroy the planet? Scourge or something like. There's still time for us to all die. Yeah. It could happen at any point. They could show up at any point. They're already here, though. It's a big meme. Arrow denies FOIA request for unclassified memorandum for the record. This is I just pulled this up right before I came on. I don't know what the hell it's even pertaining to, but I'm assuming it's to get more information on some of the documents. Issued in February 2024, stated that a former CIA official had signed a memorandum for the record denying any knowledge of any extraterrestrial material in the possession of the USG or any other organization, although not identified by Arrow. It seems probable that the former CIA official referred to as Glenn Gaffney has been linked in various inconsistent and weekly source published accounts as having somehow prevented a proposed transfer of unusual materials from Lockheed Martin to the Advanced Aerospace Weapons System Application Program, OSAP. Interesting. He filed a FOIA, which I knew to be not classified, but controlled unclassified information, and they're therefore not automatically immune from FOIA. And then they denied his FOIA. Okay. Fuck. Interesting. Okay. Well, so we don't know any more about that. Okay, Dean. Well, brother, good luck with that. Keep pushing. Keep trying to make sense of it all, brother. Keep trying to put it all together. What the fuck was this? I think, was this an recent interview? I meant to pull this up earlier with the drone stuff. I don't know if you just said this recently, but...
About drones. We had the issue in New Jersey before the election where there are all these people thought UFOs or an attack of the killer drones. And I believe you're doing something about...
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I know I can't tell you who it was and what it was, but yeah. I can't really tell you. I'd love to tell you actually, but it's not a big deal.
It's
but,
not something frightening.
No, but I just, so obviously it's something that I know about, and it's not a problem at all.
It was legal.
Oh yeah, that was legal.
What? This fucking guy, man. This fucking is. No way. What did he say again?
Who it was and what it was, but I can't really tell you. I'd love to tell you actually, but it's I can't tell you who it was and what it was, but I can't really tell you. I'd love to tell you actually, but it's not a big deal.
It's not something frightening.
No, but I just, so obviously it's something that I know about, and it's not a problem at all.
It was legal.
Oh yeah, that was legal.
But it was illegal was the concern, I guess. They were hovering over the mayor's houses. Christopher C. Como, this is not transparency we were promised. This was Trump in December under Biden. They know where it came from and where it went, and for some reason they don't want to comment. And I think they'd be better off just saying what it is. Our military knows and our president knows, and for some reason they want to keep people in suspense. Brother. And then this guy has the audacity to just tease us like that, right? What a fucking guy, huh? What a blabbermouth. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Well, if it's legal, then is that implying that this wasn't for an adversary, right? And that it was maybe some kind of military operation? Jesus, I hope John Vivanco's remote viewing wasn't correct. Not that we'll ever know, but I hope he wasn't right on that one. If it turns out to be some kind of government operation, because that one went to some pretty dark places. Anyway, yeah. Interesting. What else do people say about this? My boss says I can't tell. He physically can't say something is not up to him. Well, who's his boss? What? No, he is the guy. Like, doesn't make any sense. There's a YouTube channel called UAP Gerb, yeah. And in one of the videos, he interviewed a whistleblower who says the majority of the unusual drone sightings, especially the orbs, belong to private contractors' agencies. Is that what he said? Okay, interesting. Private contractors and agencies doing operations that maybe the White House isn't aware of. Is that what's going on? Okay. Interesting. Just casually getting people to use drones. You used to drones being in the sky. Maybe that's it, man. Yeah. Maybe that's it. Yeah. Interesting. I can't believe that they've said literally nothing. It's very weird to me they've said nothing on it. There's no way they don't know who it was. They would know exactly who they were, what they were. I mean, I can't imagine that if it was China or Russia, they wouldn't just call them out over it. So they would at least know that they were coming from somewhere, and the reports anyway were coming in from New Jersey. So they were coming in from over the water, which is the same reports that were coming out of Lakenheath. There were these long-range drones. So, but who owned them, I guess? Crazy. You know, they say the president is always just a puppet. Yeah, bro. Literally. I can't stand the confusion and conflations around this event. There were genuine anomalous objects for a solid 2 weeks, and following that was the drone sightings, as if they sent the drones in to research the original reports of orbs, yeah. But under the impression they don't feel like explaining it all, and that they didn't even learn what the original orbs were. Maybe, Max, yeah. I mean, literally, well, we have no definitive conclusions. You can go to the Woo, and there were two different remote viewers. There's a group of remote viewers, and there was one remote viewer who remote viewed the incident. And in both incidents they got, I believe that the drones were from the US military. Now, how much is that objectively worth? Not a lot. But that's about as close as you can get to being like taking a shot at the dark with it. And, you know, what were they doing? They were scanning, they picked up weird signals or something. I still see random high-flying things with no ADB. Sometimes they do, and it's a private flight off a bank. Drone investigating air orbs is my first thought. Yeah, that seemed to be the accounts and the memes, man. That seemed to be what people were reporting initially, and then there was confusion and conflation with planes, and people went out and were taking videos of planes, and people said, "Oh, these are the orbs you were seeing. They're just planes." But I don't think that's what people were initially seeing. Is the only problem. Yeah. I don't think the U.S. government knows what happened, and I think they can never admit that, because the moment the population hears the government say the quiet part out loud that they're under control, then people are going to try to take control. Maybe, brother. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah. I'm not saying it wasn't Lockheed and the breakaway military running the black projects as like a flex to government try and stop us. Yeah, well, maybe that could be it too. Like that's what I guess UAP Gerb, someone came to him and said that this isn't the U.S. government. These are agencies that are these are private contractors and different agencies that ran this without the authorization from the White House. And so then Don probably has an idea maybe that this was going on behind their back, and they don't like that. They just don't want to acknowledge it. I would bet that it's probably not for an adversary, at least not with the New Jersey incident. That seemed way too brazen. With the Lakenheath incident, that would make a bit more sense, just because of Biden's rhetoric right before it had happened, and movements potentially of nuclear weapons in Lakenheath. I could see that being Russia. But the one over New Jersey and the other incidents over the U.S., that seemed a little bit more weird. It seemed way too brazen, like they were hanging around people's houses. Like they were going through neighborhoods and shit in New Jersey. The Lake and Heath incident, they were just going around the perimeter of the base strictly. So it was kind of different. Yeah. I don't even know if he knows, to be honest with you, just wants to sound like he does and then drag on this drone issue, which, don't get me wrong, we should identify any aircraft. But once we literally say the word drone, why continue to drag along the conversation instead of addressing the anomalies? Your point, man, yeah. Like all the UFO leak shit, imagine the deep state flexed to get him to settle down. Maybe. We'll never know. That's the sad part. Unless we have a legitimate whistleblower come forward. But supposedly, well, that guy who blew himself up had claimed that the drones that we were seeing, didn't he say that? Where's ChatGPT? I don't have the 3.0, so I don't trust it searching things. That guy who blew himself up at Trump Tower. What did he say about the drones again? We'll see if he can find it here. Matthew Livelsberg. Yeah, it was a Army Ranger Green Beret. Right. He advanced a wild theory about the drone sightings over New Jersey that they were not conventional craft, but Chinese operated gravitic propulsion systems launched from submarines capable of hovering over the White House with unlimited payloads. Interesting. He claimed the U.S. government was covering up these advanced technologies and spying operations on American soil. The drones, he said, represented a stealth threat far beyond anything publicly acknowledged. I mean, he's claiming they were Chinese operated. He'd have to, well, he's not alive anymore, so he can't do this. I say he'd have to go fight with the remote viewers. And then we'd have a big woo battle as to like, whose woo is better, right? Whose woo is more dank or less dank. Yeah. Yeah, he said they were a Chinese electrogravitic, yeah. Jim, have you ever read The Art of War? I can't say I've actually read it. I've read like clippets out of it. China's playing the long game. They don't care to win. They're just positioning themselves to not lose. Very wise. Very wise of them. Yes. Interesting. Just got to wait out the collapse of the giant that is the United States. Crushed under its own weight. Crushed under its own weight. Don't need to destroy the enemy that will destroy itself, right? So, yeah, just gotta wait it out. Anyway, I got a bunch of videos up here. Is this something? No, that's for a little bit later. Okay, well, I'm gonna move on to this section then. How long was this?
Something that...
Not that long. I kind of want to pull this up, honestly. There's a couple things I have up here to go over. I saw a couple of people did you posted this about BlackRock. This is a Hunter Biden meme. There's some other conversations here about physics I was going to go over later. Consciousness, nature of consciousness. Collapsing the wave function, i.e. like the double slit meme with consciousness. And then I was going to go into this too, which is a talk about Planet 9. And this is the Vera Rubin Observatory and its abilities and potentially what it's going to be doing here. Even possibly within this year, we might have a confirmation that this other planet exists. If they find it. But we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. Fuck. Oh, damn. Anyway. Yeah. Whenever the drone convo starts and claims are being made, it's usually a variety of explanations that truth's happening, that they are average high-tech drones, that they are ARVs, that they are full-blown UFOs, yeah, while still being called, you guessed it, a drone. Yeah, it frustrates me because it's so circular and conflates many different issues into one. It does, man. Yeah. Tucker's interview with Putin made it really clear that China and Russia are waiting Western countries. Watching Western countries no different than we watch characters change in seasons sitcoms. The global powers don't listen to 4-year temp workers. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm even here in the title a bit, Max. But yeah, effectively, yeah, they're going to be talking about just about the observatory in general. But they're going to be talking about could it help find Planet 9 or discover something we don't yet know to look for. Right? Because again, there's so much we don't know. So maybe Planet 9 will surprise us, right? Who knows? Who knows, brother? Anyway, I didn't want to go through this. This is an interesting conversation here about the MJ-12. It was featuring Stan Friedman, so that's why I wanted to kind of talk about it or just kind of go over the video. I just found this scrolling through Reddit. But anyway, I thought this was an interesting conversation pertaining to this, so I thought I'd kind of play through and talk about it a little bit. Yeah, Got a love-hate with Neil, as I'm sure many of us do. Yeah, always down for majestic conduct. Fuck yeah, brother. Yeah, Neil seems, I don't think Neil's a bad guy. I think, again, Neil is a communicator of science, and Neil is, and maybe it's not his fault, but the general public kind of looked to him, and he's kind of been a proponent of this scientism a little bit. And he kind of has been paraded around as a high priest of science. And I don't know, maybe he himself doesn't really like that. He definitely likes the attention sometimes, I think, but I don't blame him, But Neil's becoming a bad guy. He didn't start that way. He's given into hubris. There's a lot of people that do, man. And it's like there's a lot of like hardline kind of materialist types that exist within the hard sciences, and they're very grounded people, and we need people that are very grounded like that. I think Neil probably, I would disagree to some degree. I think as he's getting older, he's becoming a little bit more open to this kind of stuff as he has more conversations with people, other intellectuals who are kind of trying to open his eyes a bit. But yeah. Oh yeah, man. Yeah. He's definitely got a big ego. Yeah. My ego is huge driving my car. I get it. Some kids sped by me yesterday, so I dusted him, and when he passed me down the road, he waved a big thumbs up. There you go. It was all smiles in the end, brother.
Something that keeps coming up and is of real interest is the reoccurring reference to MJ-12 and all of these documents we get. It's mentioned in the Truman document. Mm-hmm. It's mentioned throughout the documents that we researched. I would like to ask our guest, Mr. Wilson, a few questions about these MJ-12 documents. Now, Mr. Wilson, how secret is this MJ-12?
The MJ-12 organization itself is the group of people that are actually the top 12 of a group of 32 individuals in a group known as the Jason Control Group, started in the late 50s as a measure to take away the alien problem procedure away from governments and take it outside the hands of governments.
And here's another official document that makes reference to OSI, CR-44, local authorities, MJ-12, FBI, and emergency medical reaction teams. This document describes the office MJ-12, 44, and in the document it says, no media exposure, send emergency react teams. Once again, another reference to MJ-12. That's that government organization that supposedly does not exist.
If one accepts for even a moment the premise that we've been visited, that an alien was here, that bodies have been found, there would have to be a control group established
there you go, right there,
to examine, understand, and determine what the makeup of it is and what the motivations are and what our vulnerability is.
I wish it was full of beer,
UFO
brother.
investigator Jamie Chandler believes that proof of just such a group does exist in the form of authentic-looking documents sent to him on film in December 1984. The film, whose sender is unknown to this day, contained astounding images, pages from a 1952 briefing document meant for President-elect Dwight D. Eisenhower. The memo describes a secret government UFO team working on the Roswell crash, a shadow cabinet codenamed Majestic, or MJ-12. This document also informs Eisenhower about the discovery of wreckage and alien bodies near Roswell, explosive revelations delivered to Chandler by an anonymous source.
It was very interesting to me because it was analogous to Watergate in the sense that there was a deep throat who wanted to share information. And ultimately that process led to the arrival of the MJ-12 documents.
More documents were to follow, and Chandler suspects he was chosen to receive them because he was known within the intelligence community as a fair and impartial investigator of UFO phenomena.
I'm a skeptic. You have to be a skeptic. You can't simply buy out. This isn't a belief system. It has nothing to do with a belief system. It isn't a religion. That's not what we're dealing with.
Exactly.
If it exists, then there's a way to prove it. And that's what the game is all about.
Physicist Bruce Maccabee believes the MJ-12 documents are significant, but he's holding out for hard evidence.
You can have sightings up the wazoo. You can always get an expert to explain it, even if he has to hoke up an explanation. Now, if MJ-12 is real, their main problem was keeping track of the hardware so that we could study it, learn it, without letting the absolute proof get out. Remember, it's the absolute proof. It's the bodies and hardware that cannot be duplicated here on Earth which conclusively proves this stuff is real.
The government's a multi-headed dragon, and sections of that change every 4 years. So you have this constant change going on in musical chairs. So if a group is going to indeed control this information in some fashion, it has to be a group that is in place continuously. With that kind of control comes the danger always. Well, who watches the watchers? Forget the motivations of the aliens for a moment. What's the motivations of those that control the information?
Veteran UFO researcher Stanton Friedman believes that MJ-12 would have been motivated to keep quiet about advanced alien technology in order to protect national security in the tense Cold War standoff following World War II.
There was a real belief in Washington that when Stalin got ready, he would attack. That was a general consensus that we were going to be in a battle to the end with the Soviet Union. And therefore, any kind of technological advantage we could get would be well worth having, and you couldn't possibly release that information to anybody.
In researching his book on the Majestic 12 documents, Friedman meticulously verified every detail within the Eisenhower document. He investigated each supposed member of the group and found that they were the best and brightest military minds of the day, including Secretary of Defense James Forstall, high-ranking Army, Navy, and Air Force officers, and the first 4 directors of Central Intelligence. Only one name on the list didn't seem to fit. Publicly, MJ-12 member Dr. Donald Menzel was an astronomer at Harvard and a rabid UFO debunker.
Yeah.
Menzel, in his position at Harvard, was in a perfect position.
He was a gentleman who Beatrice Fillereau, who we just watched last night and the last couple of days have been talking about. She's been using these plates to... she's been scanning through these old plates that they had captured before the Russians had launched Sputnik, right? To look for any anomalous objects that obviously wouldn't have been ours. And Menzel was the guy who actually destroyed a bunch of these because, well, we're assuming now that they knew there were these anomalous objects appearing, or they were aware, most of the general public would have never even looked for any of this stuff. And he was the idiot the asshole who was covering this up.
To act as the astronomer telling the world this is all nonsense. Nothing to do with anything. This isn't real. We've got explanations for everything, which is what he did say.
And I have found that his explanations are just plain wrong when you analyze them carefully. As a matter of fact, you get the impression that here was a top-notch scientist treating this subject totally unscientifically, trying to think up anything that he could do to snow the public, as it were, with an explanation, even if it made no sense.
Now, it might seem, well, why would he be lying and why would he do this? And others would defend him and say, oh, he wouldn't do this and he wouldn't do that. Well, of course he would. He absolutely would, as would every single one of those individuals, and they wouldn't tell their wives or anything else. Because that was what was important for their country.
Along with the Eisenhower briefing document, both Chandray and Friedman have found cryptic references to MJ-12 in declassified government documents, but nothing has bolstered the authenticity of MJ-12 more than this. More anonymous films sent to ufologist Don Berliner in 1994. On it, a supposed military field manual dated 1954.
This was a set of instructions, really, to retrieval teams who would be at the scene soon after an event took place in which a saucer had crashed and in which there were bodies and wreckage. How to wrap them, what kind of boxes to use, where to send the pieces, what the cover stories were. And one of the things that comes through loud and clear is they wouldn't have put such a manual together unless this had happened more than once. Which makes you wonder, so how many of the crashes were there? How many bodies were retrieved?
For verification of the new manual, Friedman turned to a former colleague, retired McDonnell Douglas scientist Dr. Robert Wood. If Wood, an expert in the detection of forged documents, could authenticate the manual, Friedman felt he would have proof of a government alien conspiracy.
My initial reaction when I first saw them was, if this is genuine, why, it's dynamite, like the smoking gun.
Dr. Wood was painstaking in his examination of the document pages, comparing it to an authentic Army field manual from the same period. The size of both manuals was identical, conforming to the standard 6:9 ratio for government field manuals of the era. And Dr. Wood examined this seal, which other experts insist is proof that this manual is a fake.
If you look at the front of this document, at the bottom, there's a logo that says War Department. And the War Department was actually eliminated at the end of World War II. So you'd expect they would have stopped using the logo. But in fact, the Army, in its field manuals, continued to use the War Department logo up until as late as 1960. And we have exact copies of such manuals.
Interesting.
These documents are genuine. They prove the case.
I remember hearing the debunkings of this. And it's still, if you go on Wikipedia now and you go to Stan Friedman's page or you go to the MJ-12, they still claim, people who claim they've debunked this, claim that these were fabrications. That these were all fabrications. They're all fake. Because of these inconsistencies. But this isn't a consensus again. It's kind of like the climate change meme where it's like, okay, there's a bunch of people who claim that obviously definitively we're the ones responsible for everything. But then when you actually look at the real arguments, there's not as much consensus as you see put out by mainstream outlets right around this. Same with these documents. They're like, oh, the consensus is it's all fake. It's like, no, it wasn't. That was not the consensus. It's a consensus of people who think the entirety of the phenomena is fake and nonsense, but that's not the consensus of people who've been researching it. So, yeah. Aliens are detected to Earth only to crash every time they get here, Spring. Brother, well, are they though? That's the thing. Are they getting shot down? Who's shooting them down? Are we shooting them down? Or are they shooting each other down? I feel they're from here as well, but further ahead of us in tech. Not much, but enough. Yeah, it's possible to know, I guess.
And Friedman
maybe
says,
they know.
We are not the only ones who will suffer from continued secrecy.
I think one of the reasons they're coming here is to make sure we don't go out, to take our brand of friendship, namely hostility, other places. This is truly a primitive society whose major activity is tribal warfare. So I don't think we can expect aliens to deal with us as equals. We're not. We haven't earned our place at the Galactic Federation round table.
Yeah, brother, amen.
The manual is an instruction manual for personnel to recover crashed saucers and ship the parts to various places. It does include special procedures for shipping from overseas. And so in that sense, it embraces the overseas aspect. Right.
This must be
it's important to remember
another part of the clip. Well, you know what we can do? Let me go through the manual itself again. God, I haven't looked through that in a while. I'm pretty sure I had that book by Stanton at some point. I don't know if I do anymore. Of him going over those documents. It was it came out a long time ago, like before I was born. But yeah, considering how few crashes there are to sites, it's a fractional percentage. But when you look at the science that we would make it possible to fold space electric interference would definitely cause inconsistency in known systems, especially in the form of scalar radars and magnetic anomalies with the Earth's core. Okay, yeah, those are two things. Well, the scalar radars are one thing that people have brought up as to maybe how they brought them down, if they have been bringing them down. What was it again? Organizational, technical. What was it called? The actual front page of it again here. Majestic 12 Group Special Operations Manual. Majestic 12 Group Operations Special Manual. Oops, I didn't spell that right. Sorry. There we go. Here we go. I got a website dedicated to it. Do they actually? Good lads. Bogus. Yeah, sure. Of course, we need to order it on Amazon. Fuck's sakes. How does that make... Or do they have it here? Or is this it in its entirety? You motherfucker. Let me see. There it is. Open this in a new tab. Here it is right here. According to Stanton and his buddy and other experts as well, they thought that this could have been legitimate. Again, Stanton was all in. This was 100% real. I don't know if we'll ever know that 100%, but Operation Majestic 12, project purpose and goals, introduction, general definition and data recovery operations, security, technology recovery, receiving and handling, etc. Extraterrestrial biological entities, chapter 5, interesting. Living organisms, non-living organisms, guide UFO identification. Here, let's go through it. Here we go. Scope, general security classifications, the purpose of it. Let's see what they're all about here. Read it. So this, hypothetically, if people haven't gone through this before, this could be real. So, which is very interesting. Yeah. by the time you would think with everyone who has proof detector attached to their hip, you would be getting into the actual contact instead of concentrating on crashes. Happened in 50s break. Be ideal, brother. Yeah. I mean, I think it might speak to, if this is real, which my bet would be that it is, that we're not in control of the encounters either, right? I mean, I think sometimes, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, we watched a video of him yesterday saying the same thing, where Aero director John Koslowski was relaying to them on their podcast this encounter a police officer had with a black triangle, or a BBT, big black triangle. And they were saying, well, why didn't he stop and take a picture of it? And, John was just like, well, he's freaked out. The first thing he did was put the car in reverse, slam his foot on the gas, and then call his sergeant and say, holy shit, you won't believe what I'm seeing here. He didn't think to take out his phone, I guess. But yeah, that's part of the reason we see crashes consistent with the 37 parallel. Lots of electric storms, geomagnetic issues along the ley line. Don't forget Phil Schneider Center, brother. Yes. But my first comment, they have the tech to get here, but not learn to dangerous places and not have the knowledge to keep the craft in one place, one piece. Well, there's a couple different scenarios, right? I mean, what we've observed, the rumors that we've gone through, are that there have been crashes that have occurred. That's a point I brought up myself too here in the past, which is that if they're that advanced, like, why are they having issues? It could be down to, like Kay's point, the universe is a complicated place. I mean, although they may be very advanced, we do have some interesting memes we've been playing around with, like scalar radars that could be interfering with their systems. There's a possibility that they intentionally crashed, which is kind of a more woo one, but that potentially early on, there may have been intentional crashes to try and parlay with the governments. That's one explanation put out there before. And then the other possibility, which I think may be the most probable, there could be complicated. It's obviously complicated. But no, Sprague. Yeah, I totally get it, man. Yeah, same. Yeah, no, I totally understand. Yeah. So same thing we've done many times here before in the past, and I think possibly shooting each other down might be something that might be one of the potential realities here, where they shoot each other down. Like, there's more than one group. This is kind of a territory they might be vying over. And when you go through, like, some of the woo literature, like the abduction phenomena, that's relayed sometimes that they don't all get along. So that might make a lot of sense too. Like, who would have the power to shoot one of these extremely advanced civilizations down? Another extremely advanced civilization, maybe, right? Maybe. So yeah, the amount of shit that can go wrong trying to manipulate space-time has increased by many times over versus traditional mechanical engineering. It's very obviously not perfect at what they do either. Yeah, so maybe it would be as simple as just any kind of slight interference could take them out. Yeah, they're not gods. That's the other thing too. Clearly, I mean, maybe there are some beings that have visited that might be considered that, but I think they're still playing within the realm of physics. I mean, they're still playing by a set of rules, although clearly the rule book is a little bit thicker than we thought it was. But yeah. Scope. This manual has been prepared especially for Majestic 12 units. Its purpose is to present all aspects of MJ12, so authorized personnel will have a better understanding of the goal of the group. We'll be able to more expertly deal with UFOs, extraterrestrial technology, and entities, and increase the efficiency of future operations. Takes the subject of UFOBs, extraterrestrial technology, and extraterrestrial biological entities very seriously, and considers the entire subject to be a matter of the very highest national security. For that reason, everything relating to the subject has been assigned to the very highest security classification. The three main points will be covered up in this section. The general aspect of MJ12 is to clear up any misconceptions that anyone may have, the importance of the operation, the need for absolute secrecy in all phases of operation. Security classifications. All information relating to MJ12 has been classified magic, eyes only, and carries the security level 2 points above that of top secret. The reason for this has to do with the consequences that may arise not only from the impact upon the public should the existence of such matters become general knowledge, but also the danger of having such advanced technology as has been recovered by the Air Force falling into the hands of unfriendly foreign powers. No information is released to the public press, and the official government position is that no special government such as MJ12 exists. History of the group. Operation MJ12 was established by special classified presidential order on 21st September 1947, which is extremely interesting, yeah. At the recommendation of Secretary of Defense James V. Forrestal and Dr. Van Iver Bush, Chairman of the Joint Research and Development Board. Operations are carried out under a top secret research and development intelligence group directly responsible only to the President of the United States. The goals of the MJ12 group. Go over the next page here. Which tracks with a lot of what people have found over the years anyway, are as follows. So the recovery for scientific study of all materials and devices for foreign or extraterrestrial manufacture that may become available. Such material and devices will be recovered by any and all means deemed necessary by the group. The recovery for scientific study of all entities remains of entities not of terrestrial origin, which may become available through independent action by those entities or by misfortune or military action. The establishment and administration of special teams to accomplish the above operations. The establishment and administration of special secure facilities located at secret locations within the continental borders of the United States for receiving, processing, analyses, and scientific study of any and all materials and entities classified as being of extraterrestrial origin by the group of the special teams. Establishment and administration of covert operations to be carried out in concert with Central Intelligence to effect the recovery for the United States of extraterrestrial technology and entities which may come down inside the territory or fall into the possession of foreign powers. The establishment and maintenance are of absolute top secrecy concerning all of the above operations. So here's some more interesting stuff as we can do it. Yeah. The best way kind of conceptualize is what man is going through right now with quantum computing. They're just barely scratched the surface and understand it even less now than contemporary scientists from the turn of the century because of the sheer amount of data that's indecipherable. Yeah, it is a good way to conceptualize it. Yeah. Current situation. It is considered, as far as the current situation is concerned, that there are few indications that these objects and their builders pose a direct threat to the security of the United States, despite the uncertainty as to their ultimate motives in coming here. Certainly the technology possessed by these beings far surpasses anything known to modern science, yet their presence here seems to be benign, and they seem to be avoiding contact with our species, at least for the present. Several dead entities have been recovered, along with a substantial amount of wreckage and devices from downed craft, all of which are now under study at various locations. No attempt has been made by extraterrestrial entities either to contact authorities or to recover their dead counterparts or the downed craft, even though one of the crashes was a result of direct military action. The greatest threat at this time arises from the acquisition and study of such advanced technology by foreign powers in front of the United States. It is for this reason that the recovery and study of this type of material by the United States has been given such a high priority. Interesting. So claiming that they have had no conference with them at this point in time, which maybe. Yes, see. So this is just about essentially, guiding people when they're dealing with this stuff, whether it's ET tech or biological remains, etc. Definition and data. We'll continue to move through this. Obviously, description of craft. One of the more interesting parts I can jump to is the part about the actual races themselves. So they're going over all the different kinds of craft: ovoid or circular shape, airfoil or triangular shape, fuselage or cigar-shaped, elliptical or disc. So obviously the classic shapes that we all know and love. Here is a description of the extraterrestrial biological entities themselves, which is a bit more interesting. Examination remains recovered from wreckage of UFOBs indicated that extraterrestrial biological entities may have classified into two distinct categories as follows. EBE Type 1. These entities are humanoid and may be mistaken for human beings of the Oriental race if seen from a distance. They are bipedal, 5'5", 5 foot 4 inches in height and weigh 80 to 100 pounds. Proportionally, they are similar to humans, although the cranium is somewhat larger and more rounded. The skin is a pale, chalky yellow in color, thick and slightly pebbled in appearance. The eyes are small, wide-set, almond-shaped with brownish-black irises with very large pupils. The whites of the eyes are not like that of humans, but have a pale gray cast. The ears are small and set low in the skull. The nose is thin and long, and the mouth is wider than humans and nearly lipless. There's no apparent facial hair and very little body hair, and that being very fine and confined to the underarm and the groin area. Body is thin without apparent body fat, but the muscles are well developed. The hands are small with 4 long digits but no opposable thumb. The outside digit is jointed in a manner to be nearly opposable, and there is no webbing between the fingers as in humans. The legs are slightly but noticeably bowed, and the feet are somewhat splayed and proportionally large. EBE Type 2. So these entities are humanoid but different from Type 1 in many respects. They're bipedal. These are the typical grays, essentially, yeah. Head is much larger. The eyes are very large, slanted, etc. Skin is pale bluish gray color, somewhat darker on the back of the creature, and is very smooth and fine celled. So that's just a description of essentially the skinny bubs, their technology. These are the more interesting bits and pieces of this. These are the wrecks that were recovered between 1947 and 53. It seems to indicate the debris is that of extraterrestrial craft, exploded from within and came into contact with the ground with great force. Very interesting. Exploded from within, completely destroying the craft. The volume of the matter indicates the craft was approximately the size of a medium aircraft. Metallurgic analysis of the bulk of the debris recovered indicates that the samples are not composed of a material currently known in terrestrial science. Interesting. Implying maybe they blew it up themselves? Who knows? Very interesting. Much of the material having the appearance of aluminum foil or aluminum magnesium sheeting displays none of the characteristics of either metal, resembling instead some kind of unknown plastic-like material. Very intriguing. Very intriguing names. Yeah. What do we got here? Press blackout, secure the area. I think that's just removal and transport. That's the other shit there. So, not a lot of details. This isn't like the Russian alien documents. Me and Galen TV have gone over here in the past where they're going into like their home planet and what they like to do in their spare time and how much they hate humans and blah, 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 blah. There's no real details about their culture. There's just a very basic TLDR on, what do they look like? There was really no in-depth analysis of like their organs or anything along those lines either. Just kind of very basic shit. And maybe would make sense as to like bringing somebody up to speed, right? If they're getting involved with this, like they want to bring them up to speed. Here's what's been going on. Here's what we have. Here isn't all the details, obviously, but here's some of them. Is it real? Don't know. You can order it at Amazon.com, the manual itself. Can you actually? Oh, Jesus Christ. This is his own book, though. Earth's Encounters with Extraterrestrial Technology. Well, this is his own take on it. This isn't actually. Oh, look at all the great UFO books you can get here, too. Passport. I do have to get Passport to Magoni. I don't know if I have a copy of it anymore. I do have to get that again. I could probably just get an ebook. I don't like having ebooks and stuff like that. I like having the physical copies of them, personally. So. Yeah. One thing I've heard many anecdotes on across several different species through the years is they like our music. Interesting, man. I could see that. I mean, we're such a chaotic species. Especially like our dance kind of music, like this shit here. Our synth, they get their head bobbing. I can see that, right? We all have a heartbeat, right? So they must have some rhythm. I'd like to see them dance, I'd love to see them dance. Reviews with images. Got the fucking alien interview here, yeah. Space Pantera, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Some space cowboys coming in here hot, huh? That'd be fucking sick. That'd be fucking dope. Yeah. Get this intense kind of space EDM music I got going on in the background here right now. Holy mother of Christ. Yeah. Unfucking real. All right. Well, I guess that's pretty much TLDR on that. Interesting though. It was really kind of the first like 10-ish minutes just with the Stan Friedman interview is kind of why I wanted to watch it. So yeah, Stan, I like how Stan explained how primitive we are. He said the majority of our activity is tribal warfare. Yeah, they wouldn't really be interested in that. Well, I mean, Stan, I'm sure, was aware of all the woo, and it seems like they've also been engaging in some of that too with different species. Although maybe not amongst themselves anymore, now it's with other species, right? So you kind of work out the kinks within your own species, and then you just start going off and fucking around with other species. But like, yeah, okay, we're all pretty much the same, all right. But like those other guys actually aren't like us. Like they're pieces of shit, The tribal isn't necessarily tribalism. But it's kind of an extrapolation of that, or you all have kind of under the umbrella of one local tribe, but now there's these different space tribes, right? Fucking Christ. You come bearing gifts, brother. Oh fuck, I can't open those Discord links. I don't know why it doesn't allow me to do that. Did you post in a Discord? Let me see, man. Let's see here. Oh, ebook. Oh, thank you, brother. Was that the Majestic Documents themselves? Operation Manual. Fuck yeah, hold on. There it is right there. Or is it? Was that it? No. Ebook, U.S. Army. Why does it do this? Can I open this up? Open link. Fuck, that's annoying. Oh, here it is here. Here it is here. Oh, God bless, man. God bless. There it is right there. Nice. Thank you, man. Fuck yeah. Awesome. Non-living organisms. Retrieval and preservation. There's all the shapes. Second link is better. Okay. Oh, looks pretty good too, though. Oh, okay, yeah, he kind of clipped it to where it's not just Buddy holding his finger over the meme. Yeah, there's all different shapes. Wow, pretty crazy though. I mean, if it's true, I mean, not that I would know one way or the other, and I'm the eminent expert on this. I'm not whatsoever. I don't know. I mean, Stanton did the deep digging and the connecting of the dots together around all of this, and he was obviously a force to be reckoned with when it came to deep research. He was not somebody that had any time for bullshit. So when you had him and his buddies in academia double check on this and make sure that it's real or that's very likely real or could possibly be real, you know, you feel fairly confident to take his word. But so these are some legitimate shapes. And I mean, again, they are, because we know these anecdotes. I don't know about that one there, but obviously the saucers, the orbs, which is another one that's missing out of here, but the elongated cigar-like crafts too are tons. Those are probably like the most popular ones. Just the discs, the orbs, the cigars, and the triangles are the most commonly seen objects in all of the anecdotes, all of the reports. So it kind of tracks with what people have seen. Does that mean that it's real? I don't know, but and then you get into here too, like, you know, trying to use different excuses people can use. Yeah. Just because the report says the light moves does not rule out the possibility of it being a star unless motion is from one part of the sky to another relatively short time. Yeah. Optical phenomena. Yeah. All these different ways to discredit effectively people's cases, which is pretty greasy. And again, legitimate psyop. It's which shouldn't really surprise people, but still, this time moves on when these kinds of things get unfurled and unveiled and dug into. People still are surprised. I mean, we have so many confirmations of real conspiracies. Like, I was thinking of just a Mockingbird. I mean, which could potentially, Tulsi Gabbard recently said that operation is effectively still going on, where they're still influencing. It was found they were still influencing the media, effectively controlling it to some degree, I guess. So I don't know if they've got like news anchors that are actually involved with the intelligence agencies. That's what Alex Jones always said about Anderson Cooper, that he's a CIA asset. He's a plant that he was trained by the CIA, and he did apply there and go through the training. He just didn't become an officer. So he liked his freeze frame. And he looks very saucy here, doesn't he? Yes, star slot that he is. Oh, fuck. Yes. What a saucy lad. Well, I was going to go grab something there, guys. I kind of tea before I came on. I was just going to grab a tea quickly. And then I was going to go over this video. I'm excited about this. Again, like, as much as I talk about woo, I love woo. I mean, I love astronomy. I love space. If I knew how to do math, it's maybe something I would have done instead of going into like things like philosophy. But this is like this is the final frontier ultimately, and I'm mesmerized by it. This observatory is incredible, and it's like cutting edge tech, and I'm really excited to see what they're going to find. And as someone who was a genuine interest in this Planet 9 for many different reasons, some of which may be a little bit woo, just a little bit, I'm excited to hear what this gentleman has to say about it. And for the most part, I enjoy Neil's banter when it comes to stuff like this. I don't like his smooth brain takes when it comes to UAP stuff, but anyway, just give me like 2-3 minutes, guys. I'll be right back, and then I'll get into this. So we'll see you then. Back. My heavens. Turn this down just a slight amount. I might just move and I'll put this on pause for a minute. We'll go to some more atmospheric shit. There we go. The old Oblivion soundtrack. I was gonna make a tea and then I said, well, you know what? Let's have a little sip of Hennessy. So, Oh, fuck. Needs to open up a little bit more, but liquor, just what I need.
Synoptic Survey Telescope. Even that got rebranded as the
Vera Rubin Observatory. Now it's Legacy Survey of Space and Time. That's the project we will undertake. We want to scan the sky as quickly as we can. Basically, we can cover the sky every 3-4 nights, and we want to do it over and over and over relentlessly for 10 years. It would take you about a year to look at every frame that we will obtain. 10 years, it's going to be 60 petabytes of data, 60,000 terabytes.
Cheers. I'm just having a little sip though.
This
perfectly measured shot.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, your personal astrophysicist. Got with me Chuck Knight. Chucky, baby.
Hey, what's happening, Neil?
All right.
Yeah.
Well, good. Today's your birthday.
Oh. It is.
Today.
Yes. It was a day that will live in infamy for my parents.
Oh. And you're 29 today.
Yeah, exactly.
Forever 29.
Forever, yes.
Recently, we did a What's Up With That on the recent release from the Rubin Observatory.
Okay.
That amazing swath of data that came out.
Right.
And we said that we got to do more than just me reciting what I learned.
Oh.
Let's get people from...
Let's go straight to the source.
Let's get straight to the source.
Right to the source.
And so the person who conducted that press conference, we've got him right here. Sitting right there. You'll have to correct me 5 times with your
Ask Tyson Slaw, brother. I thought I'd rock this for you.
Zelko.
It is what it is, you know?
I got to put my face in it.
Your humor feels so forced. You don't like it, did you?
Perfect.
Welcome to Star Talk.
I'm here for the data.
Thank you for inviting Rubin team to the show.
Yes, and you flew in from
Kai Sennett Sr.
University of Washington in Seattle, Washington. So thanks for coming to New York into my office here at the Hayden Planetarium.
It's quite some office.
Yeah.
It actually looks like a science hoarder lives here. Right.
No, I'm just the receiver of many science gifts.
This is
That's
true.
a different thing.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. So we are talking about the LSST.
Right.
Which in its earliest incarnation, because I was on the decadal survey that sort of made sure this went into motion. This is now back 15 years ago. Back then it was called the Large Synoptic Survey Telescope. And even then I said, no, we can't.
Outside.
Yeah.
And so even that got rebranded as the
Vera Rubin Observatory.
Yes, but then you swap
and
new
there is
words.
Still LSST.
I know, but you swap new words.
Correct. Now
very
it's
different
Legacy Survey of Space and Time. That's the project we will undertake during first 10 years.
That's
it's
better.
a data set.
They did better there.
That's so much better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Legacy Survey of Space and Time.
That's badass.
Yeah, that's badass. That sounds like it could be like part of a movie. You know what I mean?
I'd watch that cage fight, brother.
It's very hard to translate it to some languages like Spanish or Croatian, where you talk about legacy, people think you died and left something behind.
In
English, it's perfect.
Yeah, okay. Very important there. And named after Vera Rubin, who was an astrophysicist. I knew her, and she visited Princeton often when I was there. And I think we first met at Princeton during your
Thanks to Robert Lapton and Michael Strauss.
Yeah, two key components of the astrophysics landscape in the Princeton campus.
The Princeton campus?
Yes. And so
tie up thy neighbor in thy basement.
Was a big observer and of galaxies and try to figure out what stars were doing within them, discovering dark matter. She and her colleagues, Kent Ford, one of her collaborators.
They did great measurements that were very simple to interpret and very convincing that there is something fishy with gravity.
So with this telescope and your role in this, what I have you down here.
Oh my heavens!
You're the director of the construction project. Oh my gosh!
I still am. A few more months.
I still am.
Okay.
Like,
So it's still getting refined and built and tested.
By and large, we are done, but now we are fine-tuning the system. It's a very complex system, especially the software.
Right.
So we are learning how to optimize it. And then in a few months, in October probably, we'll be done with construction, and then we turn it on. And it's effectively a robotic telescope, robotic observatory. We are not going to think every evening, like,
Right.
let me look at this, let me look at that.
That's the old days.
It would have
That's
to be.
the old way.
In the old days, yeah. It's so what I think people need to appreciate, if they don't already, is that modern observations are more about the data pipeline that comes from the detector more than it is just what you're going to do with the telescope. Right? I mean,
Exactly.
and so can anyone apply for time on this telescope, or does this telescope already have an agenda that it's going to accomplish?
We have a very strong agenda, and it's very simple. We want to scan the sky as quickly as we can. Basically, we can cover the sky every 3-4 nights, and we want to do it over and over and over relentlessly for 10 years.
Every single night?
Every single night.
If it's clear.
So it's like, you know, my father was a printer, and in the dark room, that's the time is the development. So is that kind of the because you say it's the same sky over and over and over. I can only assume that you're layering image over image over image to get more and more light that gives you better, deeper.
Oh, no. It can do that, but that's not the point.
Oh, get out!
It's one of the 2 points. No, Chuck is right. Chuck is right. You add many images together and you see more and more objects.
He's got a giant fucking claymore there, too. God damn. He's got a longboard, too. God damn, Neil. It's to look for movement of objects in deep space. Yeah. So that's one of the reasons why they think they're going to find Planet 9 pretty immediately, because effectively they'll be able to track minute movements of objects very far away, and even objects that are very hard to see. So the problem is they're going to have to use AI to do this effectively, but I think it takes a picture of the night sky, the entirety of the night sky 3 times in a night or something. So it's like these snapshots that they can take at unbelievably high resolution too. Hence why you can see potentially very dark objects like Planet 9, because they're peering deep into the night sky, and it's taking the entirety of the night sky 3 times, I believe, every single night. That's what they said. So that's why it's a big deal. I don't know what the equivalent would be, but like it was sifting through a literal stack of shit, and it would take them months. This is an astronomical, like pun intended, leap in technology to be able to do this. It's crazy, actually. We're getting to an exponential point. So yeah. Tub Girl. Oh fuck yeah, Tub Girl. I see a photo, a picture, a scrub article from New Zealand's AIDS Foundation. Oh Jesus Christ, yeah. Goddamn. Oh, why do you have to bring up Tub Girl again? God, the fucking why? It's one of those ones that's just in your mind's eye. Same with like Goatsy and oh god, Jar Squatter. It's the image of Jar Squatter when he gets up after the jar breaks, and like all the blood's pouring out of his ass. Like that's the image that's always burning my eye, and like man, it makes me wince so goddamn hard. Oh fuck. Oh, why?
Okay.
You
But
can see
Neil is
deeper,
right too.
deeper,
Neil
deeper.
is right too.
Yeah.
Because we want to look what changed between these different.
Well,
So
that
two
is even
things.
more key.
That's right.
I got you.
Because any ordinary telescope can just stack images,
Right.
And what you're really doing when you're stacking images, there's a noise level in the background,
Right.
a visual noise,
Right.
And every next image you stack, it tamps down the noise.
Okay.
But if there's a signal there, the signal gets boosted.
Nice,
Right? It's nice. So
right.
the noise drops, the signal,
Signal
goes
goes
up,
up.
and the signal to noise ratio,
Right.
as we say, goes up. And so you're going to get that regardless. But the real contribution to this landscape of data is you're making a movie of the night sky.
That's amazing. You guys are like the early days of Walt Disney, but for observatories.
It's a much bigger movie.
This
We call
guy's
it the
already done with this
greatest
other
movie
guy.
Because it would take you about a year to look at every frame that we will obtain.
Wow, you guys actually beat out Jesus for the greatest story ever told.
All right, I'm leaving.
All right, shut the fuck up.
Protect Chuck from.
Kind of like Neil a little bit, actually. Are they brothers?
himself here. Right. What fraction of the nights do you expect to be completely clear?
About 300 nights per year. So
not too bad.
80%. Yeah.
Wow. Crazy.
Not too bad.
What?
And of course, the sky shifts a little bit each night. And so.
What a crazy place to live. It's in the Atacama Desert. There's no life. There's nothing. There's not even bacteria. That's how dead it is there. It's crazy. 300 nights out of the year. There's no cloud cover whatsoever. It's insane, actually. Yeah. You find Neil a bit annoying. Yeah, I think everyone does. Yeah. Oh, he's on another level. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'm leaving. Yeah, what a polite way to tell a dude, shut up, though. Yeah, I'm leaving. just shut up. Sometimes with people like that, it's better just to tell them to shut up. Right? But kind of like in a funny, joking way. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, and they just keep saying that, and they'll start to wonder, like, does he actually want me to shut up? And that's when you say yes. Right? And then the vibe isn't completely killed. It's just kind of a slow burn.
In December, you're not getting the same sky you're getting in June.
Correct.
How long is your movie that you will have?
So the movie will be 10 years long.
Okay.
Now, some parts of the
That's
sky,
a director's
you
cut if I ever heard
always...
one. That is a serious director's cut.
Directors, they don't leave nothing on the floor.
Exactly.
They put
10
everything
years.
10 years. It's going to be 60 petabytes of data. 60,000 terabytes.
Yeah.
It's mind-boggling.
Okay, but I guess what I want to understand is...
What the fuck? 60,000 terabytes. Whoa.
For any given spot on the sky, you have continual coverage, not for 10 years. You have it for 6 months.
Well, some parts.
Yeah. Oh,
some
of course.
parts close to the pole, you see,
you see continuous.
Always. And some parts that are closer to the equator, we will have like 5 months, 6 months, 7 months. It depends.
That's the point I was making.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're near the pole, we call those circumpolar stars.
Right.
They never rise and they never set.
Right.
Because the pole star is above the horizon.
Right.
And the stars just go around. Yeah. And so throughout the night, you get it the whole time.
Right.
Yeah.
So in 10 years, we'll see each object about 1,000 times. And for some objects, it will be uniformly distributed over 10 years. For some, there will be clumps of like 6 months, and then a few months, no observations. And then again, a few months of observations.
But suppose something happens when you're not looking.
Tough. Tough luck.
I like it.
That's the way the cookie crumbles.
That's the right attitude.
That's right.
No, it's very frank.
But we'll also catch a lot of them.
Right. So what are the high points of expectation? Well, let me say that differently. For objects very far away, galaxies, if a star goes bump in the night, you'll see it. If you have a supernova or a nova, all right? But those are too far away for you to see anything moving. So there you're checking for changes in the brightness of an object, whereas much nearby, you're looking for movement of objects.
Exactly.
Where's planet
such as asteroids.
Asteroids or stars in our Milky Way, they move too, but much slower than asteroids. So you really need to wait for 10 years to reliably see that motion of stars that go around the center of our galaxy. We are going with them.
Yeah.
And so we can see relative motion. With asteroids, you look at it and within half an hour, you are definitely certain that there is motion.
It seems to me your biggest contribution to the astronomical data sets that we currently have will be in the discovery and tracking of asteroids.
That's one of the 4 pillars that we have. So it's studying the solar system, asteroids. Then the other one is studying the Milky Way, stars in the Milky Way, about close to 20 billion stars, more than living people on Earth.
I have to do this myself.
Then we want to study cosmology. We want to look at galaxies and supernovae to see, to try to decipher why do we see accelerated expansion of the universe. There are basically 2 ways to explain it today. One is to postulate Einstein's theory of gravity is correct, which leads you to conclusion that there is some mysterious fluid called dark energy, of which we know nothing.
I desperately don't want to pay ChatGPT, but it is inconvenient when they cut the amount of shit you can paste into the chat box with the free version, and it doesn't listen. You've seen his collection. Him save it as a text file, upload the file, then overcome the limit. Oh, brother, that's so much work. That's so much more work than just doing this. Right? And then I just go back to where I cut it off, which was like fucking whatever. Right? Look at this. In front of the computer. I know. So sometimes I like the feeling of doing things. Oh, fuck. Just like that. Sometimes I like doing things the least optimal way that they can't be done. It's a freedom that I have where I can just be stupid. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm doing it this way. At this rate, you will become a plumber doing manual labor. Yeah. Fuck. Jim, are you on ChatGPT Plus? No, brother, I'm not. Unfortunately, my subscription ran out. I finally remembered to cancel it. When in the conversation does Planet 9 come up? 56 minutes. It's right at the end, for fuck's sakes. What? Where was the fucking thing at? Oh, for fuck's sakes. The thing on it was Planet 9.
Technology, we want to look at galaxies and supernovae to exciting result that will be perhaps even more exciting than everything else that we planned for.
Oh, Christ.
That would be like a
They do make good money, though.
And let me insert
covering
there.
shit. Freedom to be
Is there a
stupid. Ivana,
serendipity
that's what we
mode
need. That's what I fight for.
either in the software or in the targeting?
Well, shit.
Where, kind of like when Hubble, the director of the Hubble Institute, said, let's point it to a random place.
Nothing may
where
be
there's
there.
nothing there. Just see what happens. See what happens.
We talked about it. We just didn't call it that. It's target of opportunity observations for LIGO, for neutrinos. Those 2%. That's when we interrupt what we are doing.
Gotcha. Okay.
And we do something different. But because we scan the sky every few nights over and over and over, serendipity will come by itself because you basically look at everything on the sky.
Of course.
Right. Wow.
That's he said it. Because any typical telescope, you have an observing plan because you already know what you want to look at.
Right.
Because I already predetermined this is interesting. That means I'm not looking at this thing. I don't know if it's interesting, but I know this is interesting. Right. And this goes undetected, unexplored.
But when you're looking at everything, you don't have that problem.
You don't have that problem.
That's pretty cool. That's really cool.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this is an opportunity to say for all of our listeners, this is where you have to call your senator and tell them, do not defund science. Do not take money away
ChatGPT, oh my
from
God,
science.
this fucking
thing. Rest. That's how they just.
Okay. Useless fucking thing. You useless fuck is what I should say to it. Yeah. 56 minutes. No. That's not when it was. Oh my God. I have to do this myself, for Christ's sake. Okay. 30 minutes. See, it's almost like the AI gets us to do more work. I just want to hear this guy's input on this.
People are helping a lot to deploy AI later.
And he talked about looking for fuzz, so you can find the comment.
Fuck, brother.
The inverse of that happened. Fascinating research paper by
Jess, what's up?
William Herschel.
William Herschel.
Okay. He's looking at the night sky, and he sees an object move. Okay.
Right.
And he says,
just keep staring at the blue pills.
Must be a comet. This is before asteroids were discovered.
Right.
It must be a comet. He keeps watching it. And there's no fuzz on the comet. And he says, this is an odd comet. And he published a paper, an account of a peculiar comet. And he said that it refuses to show fuzz.
Right.
The man discovered planet Uranus.
Wow.
But he was in denial because no one had discovered a planet before.
Right.
So why would he think he's discovering a planet when everyone has discovered comets before? We had comets forever. Okay. Yeah. So that's a funny inverse problem here, where there was no fuzz, therefore it was a planet. Are you going to be able to find Planet 9 if it's out there? Do you think?
If anyone will find it, it will be Rubin Observatory.
Right. See, now he's getting cocky.
If it exists, and if it's in the right part of the sky, and if it's large enough, we have the best chance of discovering it.
Right.
But there is no guarantee we will.
That's badass.
That is pretty cool.
That's like,
yeah.
If it's out there, no one else will get it before we will.
The answers are out there, Scully.
There are many previous projects that looked hard.
Right.
And so they said that their sensitivity level, they didn't find anything. And now we are pushing the sensitivity.
The spell red.
I'm not being cocky. I'm
you
just
saw Uranus.
The
You peered deep into it. Yeah. They found it first using math, actually. Well, they knew it was going to be out there using math. But then they got a visual on it. Yeah. Yeah. Uranus. Uranus. Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, yes. I think Neil's going to press the one on the left. Personally. Yeah. They could have done this interview without the guy in the middle. Yes. Yeah. I guess he's the comedic relief. Right? It's a tough gig, right? I mean, to be sitting in between two scientists on a science show and being the guy that has to try and make people laugh. And it's not working. So, yes. Did I hear how he pronounced it? Uranus. I vaguely did. Is that how he said it? There's Uranus. There's Uranus and then Uranus. Are the two ways I know of. I usually say Uranus, unless I want to say Uranus. Yeah. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know who he is. But they must get 5 million subscribers. This is just a side gig for Neil, and this is probably throwing off like quite a bit of dough, I'd imagine. Jesus Christ. Man. Just like, oh, we'll start up this little YouTube channel on the side, 5 million subscribers. God damn. Yeah. Christ. Take Aaron's VIP and give it to Ivana. Oh my heavens. Oh my heavens. Can only one person have VIP? I don't know how that works. No, okay, I was going to say. I thought a bunch of people could have it. Yeah. Just take his way. Such drama. Spicy, some hot tea in chat.
Quarter. But our highest quality map of the sky and movie of the sky.
Well, this is boring as fuck now. I'm bored. Neil, you put me to sleep, brother. I came here because you put Planet 9 in the goddamn, thumbnail. And then they mentioned it for like a couple minutes, for Christ's sake. They mentioned it once for a minute. Oh, you motherfuckers. Don't you ever bait me like that again. Don't you ever toy with me like that ever again. Oh, Christ. Anyway, listen, we're talking about physics. So maybe this is more relevant now. I did want to kind of go through this, which was posted 2 days ago by Dan. But it's really around this guy named Professor Dave. I don't know if you guys are familiar with his work. I wasn't familiar with his work. But man, this guy's a dickhead. It's like, I don't like speaking poorly of people, but he's just such a dink. I don't think I've ever run into somebody that has a following like this. He's almost got 4 million subscribers. I forget what video it was that I watched, but I think it was the one where he was berating Graham Hancock, and people who were fans of his channel were kind of saying, "Oh, that's it's kind of some rhetoric here, Dan." And the way he was responding to them is just unbelievable. Like just a complete dank, man. Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it. Actually, anyway. So that's my first run. Not that I ran in with this guy, but that's my first exposure to this guy's channel, which I don't know. What's his background? What does he do? He's a BA in chemistry, graduate studies in synthetic organic chemistry and science education at Cal State. He's a master's in the latter, in science education. He's a master's in science education. Okay. Interesting. Does it give him a right to be an asshole? Is that how that works? I don't think so. Oh, goddamn. Yeah. A dink. Huge dink. I said he was a dink. Yeah. Yeah. Gullible audience. What did Jim eat tonight? Oh, that's a good question, actually. It was a mystery, wasn't it? It was something different, actually. Something I hadn't really had in a while. I had fish. But it wasn't nice fish like we usually eat. It was like poor man's fish, which is what I am. It was just like fish, like those frozen fish, like those not fisherman friends. It's the fucking shit you chew on when you're sick. You know what I'm talking about? The guy like in the fisherman outfit you just get from the grocery store, frozen. And fries and broccoli. Really kind of a different meal than I usually consume. But yeah. Now there's a new James. No, I didn't. I conveniently didn't see that. No. Oh, God. How much do I not want to see what that's about? But I think I will, just for you, Digi. James. Woman records mysterious anomaly in the ocean and things get crazy. Fuck. Yes, I just don't. Oh, no. Please don't. No, I really don't want to. Yeah. Fuck. Oh, God.
So things just keep getting crazier and crazier. Just last week, we had a pretty strong earthquake, one that shook the entire Pacific Ocean.
Oh, fuck. All right. Give me a second. Give me a second. A second. Ah. I have the J-Maz mustache. What does it all mean?
Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but we were told that this is the last and final siren before it hits.
Nothing beats a jet holiday.
Oh, that's
Just
actually
hours
kind of
after that,
interesting.
a woman records a bizarre video of mysterious creatures swimming in Chile. Hundreds of them.
Mysterious creatures?
Mermaids, or at least this is what most people on the internet think that she captured. Evidence of the existence of these mythological creatures the same day the entire Pacific Ocean shook. It would make perfect sense that if they do exist, they would surface that day for obvious reasons, but I'm not sure if the video is real. We're going to be taking a look at the full video in a few minutes, but I decided to deep dive into this and find out what exactly happened after the earthquake. And apparently, it wasn't just mermaids.
Oh, I'm very tempted to. Very tempted to now. Oh my fuck.
Oh my god, what is that sound?
Oh my god.
After it, a series of strange events began to occur.
Did that actually happen?
Earthquakes look
What
like
is
they're in a
James?
line.
What the
This
fuck is
the
going
past
on?
48 hours, and we see a clear linear pattern.
Okay, this is real time. I am in Flowery Branch, Georgia, and I just saw one of the orbs was being followed by a helicopter. I'm gonna post.
I've never encountered slop served like this. I'll at least pick pieces out of the bucket for you guys. Right? This motherfucker is just dumping the whole bucket down our throat at once.
Post a video here in a minute of this. Holy crap, y'all.
Deep diving into this, I found out it wasn't just mermaids. People were noticing several strange things all over the world. So let's begin with the basic, and that would be this video in Chile. So I found the original video. It's coming in from Lydia.
Yvonne, I didn't know that.
She is in Iquique. And she's got a pretty normal account, as you can see.
Interesting.
It was recorded 6 days ago, and she says, a day in life, recording the sea. Let's take a look at this.
Oh my god.
Look at that.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe they could be people swimming or sea lions, but then she pans the camera and you can see hundreds of these things swimming around. But after a while, she zooms in and it seems to be a person. But there's a specific moment there that we can see this person underwater before it surfaces, and it looks as if it's swimming pretty quick. Over here. Look at that. This person was here, and then in a matter of instants, it's here. Let's play this thing in slow motion. Look at that. See? Here's a person. Or, I don't know if that's a person. Look at that.
Yeah, upon closer inspection,
What is that?
it looks like debris.
And what are those things around it?
Yeah.
Look, its tail maybe? What?
Oh, God.
This is crazy. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Something's going on here. I'm not sure what it is. And I'm not sure these are mermaids. But then there's this part. Looks like a dolphin. But then again, what are these things around it that are poking from the surface? Look at that.
That's a little bit more weird, but...
So maybe dolphins swimming with people or mermaids, I'm not sure. It's pretty crazy. But if this were to be true, there should be more sightings of these things that same day, right? Alright, I found this one 2 days ago. Oh my gosh, a pot of mermaids. Let's see if this is the real
that
deal.
guy's TikTok image.
Looking at this video, I get this feeling that this thing could be CGI or something like that. Let's take a look at the comments. So we got sea lions, don't be fooled. Yeah, it could be the case. Those are orca whales. Doesn't look like mermaids, perfect. But again, we wouldn't know how they look like, I guess. Where is this? No information where this is. There are only Jin at the sea. Who said it's mermaids? Because I see dolphins. Yes, most likely dolphins. I'm not sure about this one. The other one was pretty weird. That same week, several strange things began happening all over the world. Before we get to them, I decided to take a quick look into mermaids and see if we can find any real evidence. So I found this video from Haley Karkick in 2024. This was an isolated area of the beach far away from the resorts and houses. Definitely about to do some research on mermaids. This is at Freeport Beach and I'm looking at this. So this is either Lake Erie.
Somehow I don't think they're in a freshwater lake. Okay, yeah.
She's over here, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, tell me this doesn't look like there was a mermaid sleeping here. Like, look at that.
Join my suffering.
Okay.
You want it.
Did I just find a mermaid imprint?
God.
I had to have, right? Tell me there wasn't a mermaid right here.
That's weird.
Okay, the longer I stand here, the more I'm convinced it was a mermaid because see how I'm sinking? I get up.
Yeah.
My footprints. So what the is laying here? That looks like this.
I mean, it looks like a pretty big fish, but still the tail is kind of weird and she's gonna zoom in, it gets weirder. Let's take a look at this.
And there's even like little like squiggle lines. Look at the texture. Can you see that?
Yeah.
This is a whole ass mermaid.
Oh,
do you see
yeah.
the like ridges?
Years of my
Am I
life.
crazy?
Years.
And then it like the way that it scooted itself back into the water. See how I'm sinking? So something was laying here. A fucking mermaid was laying.
So wait a minute. She thinks it scooted back to the water. That would be kind of crazy.
I'm convinced. That's crazy. I want to get a picture from like over here. Like, do you see this? Mermaid. You know what else is more convincing too?
It could be
all
merman.
the shells and stuff.
She doesn't know it's mermaid.
This is not a shelly beach. These are all rocks. Like, this is not, there's no shells. They're all rocks.
Let's see what people had to say. So this person says she thinks someone was wearing a mermaid suit. That could be the case. It's either a really huge fish, but I've never seen a tail fin look like that. Exactly, this is the problem. I think you're right. And for it to stay the same shape means it was laying there for quite some time. Yo, this is wild because legit, what else could it be? Yeah, the tail is pretty weird. So most people think in this case, yeah, it could be a mermaid. That's kind of crazy. Searching a bit more, I did find more of the Sauce 90 videos. If you're not aware who he is, take a look at this.
This is crazy. I heard it. I heard it. I hear it.
Not gonna jump in, is he?
Searching a bit more, I didn't find videos that scream 100% that mermaids exist, even though some of these videos are pretty strange. But I'm guessing that there is something hiding deep down in the ocean, maybe mermaids or maybe something else.
One of their officers called 911 after seeing 50 of them come off the ocean.
Advised after we made contact with that officer that there were 50 that came off the ocean.
Just a couple of days after the earthquake, several people started witnessing these UFOs once again. But this time they're getting closer and closer to people.
And I just saw one of the orbs and it just completely disappeared. It flew overhead in the apartment and it was being followed by a helicopter.
No, that one was not a mimicker, but this fella is a mimicker, okay?
Oh,
Jesus. But before we get to these videos, there's something else that started happening a little bit before that, and that was in New York City with these bizarre booming sounds just after the earthquake. This was recorded by Jen, And she uploaded this 3 days ago. Check this out.
Oh my God, what is that sound?
Is that the sound?
What is that?
Maybe an airplane?
Oh my God. What is that noise? I don't know. What is it?
Huh.
I don't know. Ryan, I have no idea. What is that sound?
Kind of weird.
Wow, that's weird.
No, I don't know where that is coming from.
There've been a lot of people who've
And then it
captured
just
these
fades
over the
out.
years. Yeah. Who knows? It could be anything. No, fucking it.
So taking a look at her account, I didn't find any more videos of these strange sounds, but I did find this. Apparently 2 days ago, one day after this strange sound, she got this. Wait a minute, didn't I see something about New York?
So there's a giant heat mass moving towards New York City right now.
What?
Now they're calling it a hot blob, and it's 220 miles wide. It's currently
hot
underneath
blob.
the Appalachian Mountains, and it's moving towards New York City.
Wait a second.
It's been moving for
220
millions of
miles
years,
wide
brother.
and it's moving
Yeah.
towards New York City? What?
Headlines are
Millions
saying,
of
but if you
years.
read into the article, there's a little less to worry about than you may think. So
Oh, thank
Yeah.
God.
heat mass is actually moving incredibly slow, and it's not going to be at New York City for about 10 to 15 million years. So you guys have...
Whew, nothing to worry about that. Is this actually real? What? A gigantic 250-mile mystery blob is headed straight for New York City. You gotta be kidding me. UK scientists have discovered a massive blob of rock underneath the Appalachian Mountains, had to be the Appalachian Mountains, that's slowly oozing its way toward New York City. So this is pretty weird, even though it's supposed to take millions of years to get there and they don't know what it is. It's pretty weird. Let's see what else we can find. Okay, so posted by Glam Ham, I found this one, but she posted this a couple of months ago. Let's take a look at this.
Is it just me, or do these earthquakes look like they're in a line? This is the past 48 hours, and we see a clear linear pattern from Texas to Lake Erie. This area,
Or maybe Texas to Lake Erie.
what's called human-induced seismicity, activities like fracking and wastewater injection. But what's strange is how the activity continues northeast into areas near Ohio and Lake Erie, where earthquakes are more rare. What could it be?
I don't know what that is, and I'm not sure if it's related to what's going on right now, but there's a few coincidences here. The drones and UFOs, they're coming out of the ocean, just in front of New York and New Jersey. And then you got this massive blob going towards New York City. Could take millions of years, they don't know what it is. And you got the earthquakes, followed by strange humming sounds in the sky. Could be just a bunch of coincidences or not. And then you got these UFOs and orbs. They're back. And after the earthquake, they started getting closer and closer to people. So 11 days ago, Glittering Excuse 936 posted this video to Reddit. And she says, or he says, strangest experience I have ever had. Was leaving to go shop with my partner, we spotted what looked like a meteor coming down from the clouds. Cleared all the houses and buildings in front of us within a second or two. Then it slowed down far down the road, stopped my car, managed to get a couple of seconds first video. Then I drove about 2 minutes up the road and we spotted it popping in and out of the air.
A drone. Drone.
Right there next to me.
Yeah.
It's too fast to be a plane. Nope. Oh my gosh.
Keep it on, because I'm going to pop out of nowhere now.
That is
Interesting.
crazy. Doesn't look like a drone.
I do not have a Stream Deck.
No sound.
Unfortunately, I do need to get one though. Yeah.
So look at that. It's like she saw this thing coming down. It looks like a meteor and it stops. Then it disappears and she drives 2 minutes and it shows up just next to her. To me, it sounds like this thing is following her around. It wanted to get close. Look.
An angelic being. Yeah, fuck only knows.
That's impressive. Wait a minute, I tracked these orbs last year and they were hovering mostly above nuclear reactors in the United States. But this one is in Liverpool. These things are flying over nuclear reactors.
That was the AI that lied, brother.
July 28th, just a couple of days ago, US has likely moved nuclear to the UK for the first time since 2008. They likely did that months ago, but yeah.
Oh.
So the sighting happened about 11 days ago, and that would be around July 26th. And the article is from July 28th. So I'm guessing that this could be related, but still not sure. Let's see what else we can find. Alright, so found this video 13 days ago. Best example of mimicker I've ever captured and on an iPhone. So this was in Kingsville, Maryland.
This fella is a mimicker, okay?
Okay.
I'll tell you that for free. I'm looking towards it. Alright, look at this thing.
Looks like an orb.
Like, even on an iPhone, it looks ridiculous. It is putzing across the sky.
It's got some kind of a light on it.
Here we go.
You can see that.
This thing's coming right the at me.
Helicopter?
Come on in, man.
There was one light, now there's two.
Well, because it's coming closer.
Is it somehow shape-shifting? Is it what he's suggesting? Because
it's a mimicker.
Okay.
The other one was a helicopter. Yeah. Look at you. You're ridiculous. You downloaded the wrong blueprint, buddy. I don't know what you got. You didn't get plane. You got like in between plane and helicopter.
So there's a lot of people seeing these things around and they don't look like a chopper, they don't look like a plane, but they do look like something that has fixed wings, and it's kind of weird.
It was a helicopter
so coming in from
the start.
Red Panda Koala, and he posted this on August 2nd. So this was a little bit after the earthquake.
The hell?
And the other sightings, this was in Georgia. Let's take a look at this.
Okay, this is real time. I am in Flowery Branch, Georgia, about 45 minutes outside of Atlanta, and I just saw one of the orbs, and it just completely disappeared. It flew overhead in the apartment, and it was being followed by a helicopter, and you can hear and make out the helicopter, but you cannot make out what this orb is. It's just a bright orb, and it slowly disappears as it flies away.
Yeah, that's exactly what a lot of people are seeing. We just saw a video like that, so it's basically the same thing. Whatever these things are, most likely not planes.
Everything on video. I'm gonna post a video here in a minute of this. Holy crap, y'all. It's real. Whatever's going on right now is completely real, because I'm just walking my dog. It's about, Jesus, like 10:30. This is wild, y'all. Holy crap.
Looks like a helicopter chasing a drone.
Sightings after, and a little bit before the earthquake, I found a bunch of them. It's like it's amping up real quick.
Jesus, the hell?
Here's what we got. We got a bunch of these drones and UFOs swarming out of the ocean, first in New Jersey and New York City last year. And then you have a series of mysterious rumbling sounds under the earth all over the United States, Yellowstone, and many other places. A bit after that, you got this earthquake that happened. The earthquake was supposedly predicted by several people, including one post made to Reddit who predicted that the earthquake would happen, and it did, and also after it, a series of strange sightings would occur. But it could be just a huge coincidence. The real question here is, what's going on deep within the earth, in our oceans, and underneath the ground? Is it possible that maybe aliens or some sort of creature is hiding within our planet?
Yes.
And if so, for how long? And are they getting the heck out of here, or are they just popping up because they think we're ready to meet them? Or is this possibly like something, a fake alien invasion? And what about the crazy predictions and the mermaids? I mean, there's a few strange things there that don't make sense. And I feel like some of these things are a bit far-fetched, but others not so much. What is your take? Leave a comment, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel with...
I will absolutely not be smashing the like button, James. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? That's just for you, brother. That's just for you. I did that just for you, right? That's for your algorithm. Yeah. How do we replicate the JMS formula? Get a bunch of slop, throw it in a bucket, and then toss it on people. No curation whatsoever. Just stir it all together and dump it down, forcibly dump it down people's throats. That's his formula. And Jesus Christ, does it ever work? How does he have his, like, either his entire subscriber base viewed this video? He's 319,000 views in 17 hours. With 396,000 subscribers. How is that fucking possible? Like that's a lot very quickly. Is JMS botting his views? Hey, listen. Most people bought their views. Guess who doesn't? It's why when you go into these other streamers' chats who have like 100, 150 people, there's like no one talking really. Like, that's weird. It's because they have like 5 people in there. Anyway, yeah. He was on to something with the mermaid theory. I posted personal evidence, brother. Oh, sorry, let me pull that up, Jess. Oh my fucking God. There she is right there. Why not mermen though? Why not human seismicity? I think she was talking about Ivana. This is a Dutch sense. For people that don't know who he is, he's an earthquake content creator on YouTube. He has been for like 15 years. Where Dutch sense, they do fracking. Like these little squares are from blasts, quarry blast. Where they're doing any kind of blasting, any kind of fracking doesn't usually show up, but it typically will show up like this. She was noticing, though, why does it look like it's going along this line? Well, there is a line. This is potentially an old fault line. And it actually it doesn't go down here. It goes like down here through the Mississippi. Like this. So you can see it from space. You zoom in, zoom out. Look, you can see it right here. So there's the St. Lawrence Seaway. And then it comes all the way through here. And you can actually zoom out. You can see literally where it runs down through, which is right down through here. Right down the Mississippi River. And that's the New Madrid fault lines right here. But it may extend, I don't know if we know this definitively, all the way up here. Yeah. But anyway, yeah. That's one of the autistic memes that I actually know. Yeah. The earthquakes are breaching the mermaids. I saw that too. That's Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. What do giants, stigmata, the Library of Alexandria, and the flat earth have in common? Can we do a video like that? I guarantee it won't get that many views. What's this picture of? Do some interesting. It's all the same thumbnails of him looking perplexed. Is that all you need? There's a recipe. There's a recipe that he has. It seems to be working. They really want the band. They want the slob. Yeah, pumped into their guts. Literally, though. Yeah. Fucking Jesus Christ. God, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Maybe we have a mermaid lurking right now, just wishing one day to meet Jim. Oh, my heavens. Jim's taken's the only thing. If there's some mermen want to come to the gym, though, then they can crawl their way into the gym. Yeah. Rainbows first, yeah. Lean in. Should we lean into it? Yeah, I don't know. Interesting. Well, there we subjected ourselves to a J-Man's video. Did I subscribe? Oh, silly me. I shouldn't. Okay, anyway. I wonder, do you guys know, like, what's his background? He started doing YouTube 7 years ago with my own investigations, and now I'm working on shifting the channel to more reaction show. Interesting. What's his oldest video? Test.
Welcome. This is my new channel. Soon, I will be uploading different kind of content here.
Another kind of J-Mez.
Who knows?
Good Lord.
But I really want to make it different.
He was a researcher at CERN.
Different from
You're a funny guy.
I've ever uploaded.
I see he's got a, is he a musician? This is a video about the time I was taken. Is that auto-tune? Is he though? That's the question here.
Yeah, dreams for me in the house, see by the phone. I know you wait for me, and now you know, so don't blame me. I swear I'll be back for Christmas, cause I wanna be in a dream-like world.
Oh, brother. Oh, please don't. Please don't. Does he stream on Twitch? I haven't heard him play guitar yet.
Yeah, dreams are for me and you're with me. Nothing's impossible, you see. This is James and Fleur, you'll never know where we come from. You know that we're in town. You know that.
I think I need a shower now. Quarantine. And then he started the slop. Interesting. You like his prop guitarist, yeah. Like his UFO coverage more. He's doing his thing, man. Whatever, meme society, whatever. He's just doing his thing, just living his life, trying to find success and doing what he loves, which is not too dissimilar from what I do, which is just throw stuff in a bucket and stir it around. Serve it up to everybody. He sings like he presents one today. Was that a meme though? Like, is he? Okay. Whatever, you know, man. I'm not about hate. I don't spread hate. I spread love. But I do hate Jameis. I can say that much. I don't hate him as a person. He's a nice guy. It's just how it's arranged. I don't know. With different recipes. Yeah. God damn it. Dwight Schrute, corporate needs you to find different pictures, a difference between this picture and this picture. They're the same picture. You think he's like Dwight? Oh, there's someone else I could probably. I'm trying to think who else would I think he'd be similar to. This is his other channel. Oh my God, 1.71 million. Holy shit. Whoa. Oh, he gets big time views. So okay, this is a carryover from his other channel. Okay. I'm James, the narrator for the Impossible channel. Started my own journey on YouTube 7 years ago. His in-depth analysis. Holy shit. Oh, he's got other music on here too.
You do, yeah, you do. I feel that you should. Is the way I feel about you.
It's like EDM. Here you go. Digi, you can do. Work this into your set list, your DJ set list. Fuck yeah. You can throw some J-Maz in. Fuck yeah. Oh, this it's not too bad. Kind of vibing. Not bad. Not bad at all. Old school Ibiza vibes. What? Oh, bro, what? That's not bad. Yeah. He's young Tommy Wiseau. Yeah, that's probably a nice way of looking at it. Yeah, what a fucking banger. Yeah. Your country's food is so bad, your men became the greatest sailors the world has known. Checkmate. Holy fuck. Yeah. The beat goes on. I came here to hear deep scholarly conversations and Jim delivers. Brother. We're just watching some J-Maz. I'm inadvertently serving up his slop to everyone else. Yourself included now, I guess, brother. Yeah. Unintentionally. Let me turn the... Here, hold on. There, it needs to be a bit louder. Oh, that calms me down now. Oh, yes, my soul. Redeemed now. Yeah. Poor J-Maz. This isn't just a J-Maz hate channel. Like, that's not what I want this to become, honestly. Oh god, the longer I stay in this channel, though. All right, well, this is interesting to know. Ed, listen, Christ, man, he be making fucking bank. That guy be making bank. Christ, he's getting like 1.2 million on each video. Plus, he's getting 300,000+ on the other ones. Jesus, he'd be doing okay. And if they're watching through the entirety of that video, man, that's a lot. That's no joke. He's doing well, yeah. You've been subjected to it, yeah. That's why I should lead in. Well, you better turn this shit around then, Jim. Yeah, well, brother, how do we turn this, I guess, sell out to the slop? It's clickbait nonsense. I mean, he does do some work. He pulls together all that stuff from TikTok and whatnot. And I don't know, I guess I'm a different breed. I'm a streamer. I guess that's worse in some ways when you think about it, really. My content is reacting to content that he's taken from other people's content. Oh God, I almost need to drink more liquor, but I'm not going to. James is so good, I've deleted all her playlists. I only need the one James. Just run that song on loop for the next 3 months, yeah. So awareness, never let her up, yeah. Make that bank, build a stream house. Oh fuck, Jesus Christ. Imagine a 35 building a stream house. Actually, I say that, but then didn't Nick Poland just do that? God, Jesus. Christ help that guy. Christ help that guy. Anyway, it is what it is, right? Yeah. The fuck is this? Oh, brother, don't tell me you're already locked in. Oh my God. Oh, this is his rankings. C+ grade. 1900th in subscriber rank. God damn. Oh. It's not that much. That doesn't seem right. 8 to 128. Look at the variance though. 8K to 128K. Estimated earnings off of those videos. 390,000 views, and they estimated he made between $5 and $86. That's not quite correct, but it's still not a lot, but he could definitely, off of between this channel and especially the other one, he could make a living off that probably pretty easily. He'd be making on the upper end of that probably. It's hard to say though. Starting the Russell office, oh man. I think what old me, Jim, needs to do is I just need to get a bit more viewership, and then I can probably start having guests on. I think that's really what I think would propel it, where I could start getting enough relevancy to actually bring people on. The problem is all of these stream clips I post are just straight up memes, and sometimes they're pretty offensive. So as people go and look at the content, they're gonna be like, who's this memer, right? So anyway, we'll see. That's a small channel. Oh yeah, 45 million views this week. That I don't know thing. No, it's pretty good. Yeah, C+ is a pass. Yeah, we're gonna buy his underpants. Is there a merch store? Probably. I'm gonna make a channel to react to people reacting to other people reacting to videos of the people reacting reactions to other people's videos. I call it Vidception. Brother, just turn Twitch on and go and consume other people's slop like I do. It's essentially what it is. Yeah. Baby bath water coming soon to a JMS dispensary near you too. Oh Jesus Christ. It's still like, okay, it's not like send up money. No. YouTube doesn't hand out the money like they used to. But it might surprise people. I don't know. Like, if you do shorts, I'm sure he does shorts on his channel. But if you get, it depends on engagement with the video. But if you get, let's say 10 million views on a YouTube short, and then you get, I don't know, like a percentage of that out of likes, I don't know, like 5% like it or something. Like there's enough engagement. I think it's between $1,000 and $2,000. You would think that you'd be making a shitload of money off of that short. If you got 10 million views, you make between $1,000 and $2,000, which is why you keep seeing content creators like the Asmongold shorts all over YouTube. Same with all the other streamers. They pop out. They don't make a lot of money, but they pump them out and they make a couple grand off each one. And that's how they do it. That's how it's done. Yeah. $0 earned estimates. What are these estimates? Yeah, they're not right. They're not right. Yeah. We're teaching Jim how to do his new job. Sell out completely. Yeah. I found Jim's deleted Reddit account. So that dude from the Impossible channel on YouTube, so I don't know if I'm the only one who thinks this, if anyone else would even ask the question themselves, but the host of the YouTube channel, the Impossible channel, James Lafleur, sounds like a poor, crappy version of someone's text-to-speech voiceover apps with his horrible placement of words and how he sometimes the things he chooses to say is just like a poor autocorrect word choice if all our phones have to have done at some point in the in time. I don't know if he just doesn't sound like a real human being to me. That's not very nice. Jesus Christ. Give the dude a break. He does more than most people. Yeah, that's my opinion too. Everyone likes to shit on everyone else to make them feel better about themselves. He even deleted. Oh, did he delete his account? This guy, yeah. Leave James. I never thought I'd say this. Leave James alone. Jesus Christ. Leave James alone. I'd say to that guy. I found a secure messaging app called Session that could be used to create a secure group chat. Ever heard of it? No. Signal. Divinormous is the one that I know of. You need to use your phone number though. Is the only thing. That's one of the reasons why it's secure. Supposedly. I don't think, do I have it on my phone? I don't know if I have it on my phone anymore. Yeah, okay, I did, yeah. Yeah. I would probably still use Signal Divinormous, although I know all those apps are sketchy, yeah. Yeah, I mean, for sure, keep it cool overall with the content going forward. Don't appease, but definitely don't just be spewing offensive stuff. Yeah, which you don't anyway. But if you brought on some guests now with your current reach, it might bump up a little bit. Yeah, man. Yeah, yeah. Even just nobody who doesn't give a UFO story on stream, it does. Yeah, I mean, in the past we have too, Max. I probably should have clipped it more, but we've had more than a couple people come on. I think it probably did somewhere on YouTube. It might be somewhere on YouTube. I know War Drinker came on and told his story. That he experienced, that he had a very anomalous experience. Finn has come on, Finster's come on and shared his experience too. I haven't spoken with Drunk in a while because he's kind of taken a break from this shit. But another friend of mine too, who's a physicist, his background in physics, has come on and he's memed on here with me about this topic and his foray into it and, you know, his perspectives on it. Obviously mine are more philosophical. His is much more grounded scientific approach. But I've had I haven't in a little while though, as I've been spamming this more recently. But in Galen TV too, who's a fellow philosopher, he's an educated individual, who also is an educated guy when it comes to the woo. He comes on usually. So, I mean, there's just little segments, but yeah, having like an actual guest. I tried to get James Fox on. I was fairly persistent with it about a year ago, and he did respond back to me on Twitter, and he said he would come on. And then I think he got really busy, and then he just ignored me. He probably watched the stream VOD and was like, oh God, I don't know. But I wanted to speak with James desperately because I'm genuinely a huge fan of his work. So I've tried with so many people now, but not big enough. Again, I don't blame them. You have to pick and choose who you give your time to, and you got to choose the right people who have, like, they have people working with them that help them set up interviews because they need to use their time wisely and they need to pick people that have an audience to speak to. And I have a very small audience, so we're all here speaking actively. I mean, again, there's other channels on Twitch that are, I'm definitely, when it comes to Twitch in terms of like, I think consistent viewership, but objectively still very low. I mean, you know, you need like a couple hundred people to be taken seriously at least. So yeah, get my own JMS crystal meth pipe. Yeah. Don't use digital if you're breaking the law. It's the best bet. Yeah. Yeah. So no recommendation besides sneaker devoid of electronics. SneakerNet, yeah. I would say Signal Divinormous. Like, I know obviously did you be more knowledgeable myself on this, but I know of other people who have been within government or been within sensitive areas and they were using Signal. That's how, like, for instance, all of the communication that people like Ross Coulthard have with whistleblowers, people like Dave Grush, or they use Signal to communicate. That's the app that they use. They still use Signal. A lot of people in ufology, when they're speaking with people on the inside of government or something, they'll use Signal to communicate. That's how they communicate. Yeah. You'd be surprised with repacking old ideas could do for your content and catalog, even if it's revised or refined version of older idea. These things hit and get better. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a good point, Max. Yeah, I've seen some of your older content. It's evolved a lot in a good way. There's a few things I see you incorporate back then that would work great now. I forget what that would even be, man. Yeah. I mean, I've just been posting slop on here, obviously, for a long time. I mean, and for the most part, most of the conversation is somewhat structured. But yeah, it's it's generally speaking, if I would describe it to people, it's memeing, but it is philosophical conversation about esoteric topics, asking epistemological and metaphysical questions about them. Yeah, it's probably the summarization of what I'm trying to do here. Yeah. Which one trust some no-name messaging app? Yeah, I would definitely check out Signal. Yeah. What's his name said started Twitter just released a messaging app that was found to be super insecure, for example. I've heard about nothing of why I would endorse it. It doesn't use phone or email, generates a unique code ID, which helps keep it anonymous. Okay. Yeah, that's true, man. Nothing is secure. Yeah. I don't know. I think Signal, because the other concern too is like you don't know who you're talking in those instances, I guess, with complete anonymity, you don't know who you're actually talking to. And so like when they're dealing with people who claim to be somebody, there's some like they're using their phone, like there's some kind of connection there. And that's where they get concerned, where people could be, you could make up phone numbers and sign up and join. I'm pretty sure though, like you could use a digital number. Yeah. Yeah. That's essentially it. Yeah. But yeah, man. Yeah. That's all I've heard from talking with people or knowing people who are involved in stuff. They use Signal. Yeah. I've used Signal. I'm on Signal too. So for anybody else that wants to chat about anything, just hit me up. Hit me up on Discord. We can connect via Signal. Yeah. The people still use. I don't know how secure it is, so that's the other thing. So yeah. Reading the FAQ about session, it seems like the right intentions. Okay, interesting. Session can be tracked. I have been tracked before on that. You have been? Oh, Jesus. Okay, interesting. Session Telegard, I have used both. Have you used Signal, Hadvar? Yeah. Now, if it's like, for anybody that's disclosing anything, for instance, Chris Sharp. Chris Sharp is the gentleman who was kind of behind the whole, Chris Sharp, Liberation Times. Yeah, here he is here. So Chris, this is Chris here. Where the fuck's his picture again? Christopher, where are you? Here you are, Christopher. He's a journalist in the UK, but when the whole Lake and Heath thing was going down, he was speaking with people on the ground there. Should they have been? Probably not. No, they could get in deep shit. If they were found out to be communicating with him at that time. They may very well have, because I'm pretty sure all the communication ceased at some point, just completely stopped. So they may have gotten in shit. But all these guys and girls use Signal. Yeah, they all use Signal to communicate. That's, yeah. Which is, I mean, everyone knows it anyway. Ross Coulthard's already said that. They've already said that that's what they use to communicate. It's through Signal. So it's supposedly, from what I know of these people, it's kind of the gold standard for what people use. Yeah. So he's great, man. I love his content. Yeah. I've never spoken with him actually directly. I never had any kind of conversation with him, but, I know people who have known him or talked with him, and yeah, he's supposedly a great guy. Yeah. He seems like a good dude. 20 VPN is probably your best bet for anonymity if you want to submit shit to somewhere. Yeah. Well, if you wanted, for all I know, again, if you want to have a conversation or something, it'd be Signal. What's what I would use, definitely. Yeah, that's what I would use to communicate on. But yeah, I'd personally, like, if it were me and I was like that person that was speaking with Chris, who was involved like on the ground at Lake and Heath, I wouldn't have trusted it. I wouldn't trust it. I still wouldn't trust it, especially if there's real ramifications. They do, but I'm far too paranoid to use something like that. Like, so yeah. What the fuck is this clip? Another clip. Jesus Christ, I'll have to watch that later. I was gonna play this actually, which is sorry. Again, my voice needs more liquor. My whiskey voice. Oh, it's all that was nice. So God, that's what I used to do like every night. I was have a shot, which I mean really isn't that bad. It's hard on my stomach lining if I drink that every night, but objectively for your health, not really. It's just a little bit. It's well I tolerate it well, you know. That's what I tell myself at least. So this is about, what is this about here? Real physicist versus pseudo poser. Is this just shit slinging, or is this like, what is this about exactly? Yeah. So when you come into Northwest Florida to visit, or are you afraid of ice, brother? Yeah, well, listen, if I ever come down to Disney World, different Armus, I'll hit you up, brother. We'll go for a little Well, I told you we'll go down to the Cracker Barrel. We'll get down to the Cracker Barrel, have a couple orange juices, brother. I'd love to come visit. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm not afraid of ice. Yeah. I've been known to say stupid things walking through airport security all the time. So, yeah. It's like, is it 6 hours? Oh, that's not too bad of a drive though. Yeah. Listen, when the stream blows up, I'll rent a nice Mustang. I'll be there in an hour and a half. How's that? Right? What's the worst thing they're gonna do? Just extradite me. I'll be there in an hour and a half on the highway. The roads in Florida are wonderful. Highways are awesome, man. Miami, street racing capital of the world, pretty much. Yeah. Oh, jealous. The roads here are not the same. Yeah. I'd love to, man. I'd love to come down and visit. Yeah. Same if I'm anywhere else in the world and you guys are around, I'd love to meet up. Like legitimately though. I'd love to. Yeah. So I don't know where the first place I'd go would be. I don't even know. Actually I did. I was gonna say Digi. I do have I did have a friend in Alberta actually, but he is actually in BC now, come to think of it. Yeah. Yeah, man. Same. Yeah. Wherever you guys are. I'm going to go to Pensacola. I usually go 82. Most folks go 80 plus on the I-10, do they? Yeah. Yeah, man. You got to be careful. You don't want to legitimately get pulled over. Yeah. Caught for speeding and whatnot. Yeah. Remember my my dad couldn't go into the States for a couple years because he got so many speeding tickets down there with my uncle and their friends. So that's what people would do here in New Brunswick. Because there's the what's it called again? There's a big highway that runs up through Maine. It's actually really fucking dangerous to drive on because there's so much wildlife. There's so many moose and deer and shit. But the what's it? Fuck, I just had it in my head. Anyway, a lot of people will go down there. What they would do is they cross the border and go on street race. Canadians, Americans probably vice versa into Canada, probably not. But Canadians will go down, cross the border, and they go down and race their cars around on this highway. And they get speeding tickets. They'd be like, let's drive across the border. Just wait a couple years. Not really worried about paying them off again. That's what they would do. Yeah. Anyway, I've never done that. Twitch. I would never do that. I'm not that reckless. Yeah. I'm not as reckless as those guys. Yeah. Let me turn this music down slightly and I'll play this video. I'm just curious what it's all about. I do want to go into this other video here in a minute, which I think is more kind of simulation theory-esque, which is interesting me, but I wanted to see what Dan's on about here.
They say that they want people to think outside the box, but if someone actually does it, they're like, nah, not this way. You don't talk like us. You don't walk like us. We don't like the people you play with. Therefore, we'll not look at your ideas.
Sabine Hossenfelder is a German theoretical physicist turned YouTuber, science educator, author, all that sort of thing. She used to work in the field, but she left, and she cites unscientific practices and dogmatic reactions to new ideas as her reasons why. I'm sure that's a shock to my regular viewers that scientists sometimes get dogmatic and oppose changes to their
people, right? Scientist, someone that employs the scientific method for a living in some particular area. People are dogmatic. There aren't this different race of people. It's people are dogmatic.
Field, it's crazy,
right?
huh? Now, recently she was watching an episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored, and she saw Eric Weinstein on there, and she felt inclined to make a video about it. When I watched that video, two things leapt out at me. One, the similarities between the problems that they experience in physics and that they experience in archaeology. They're vast. They're numerous. Psychology is psychology no matter where you go. Number two, holy crap. There's people that are quote-unquote professors and scientists that try to weigh in on this sort of stuff, and they don't really understand the data whatsoever. And instead of being like, hey, theoretical physics is outside of my wheelhouse, sorry, because that is a tough one to suss. Instead, they're like, oh, this person bad, this person know nothing, this person dumb. And, well, they make money at it. But we're going to contrast these boneheads with, like, what an actual theoretical physicist has to say about this stuff. And
I think probably in Dave's case, he has friends involved in theoretical physics who don't have a high opinion of Eric Weinstein. And that's probably where that judgment's coming from. I imagine that's where the judgment's coming from. Yeah. She's got a book of cocktails on her shelf. Dan's got a Star Trek Happy Meal from fuck knows when on his shelf. I think I'd rather hang out with Dan.
We're going to find out that dogma, not actual data, is what's most important to the general YouTube science educator. Anyway, this one's going to be a lot of fun. Sit yourself down. Hi, my name's Dan, and welcome to Debunking.
I like Dan. Dan strikes me again as this kind of Socratic character. Like, he's like, I wasn't involved in academia. I was a fucking electrician. But like, that's not what's important at the end of the day. It's like there's all this like appeal to authority all the time. At the end of the day, it's can you think critically about things, right? And Dan asks a lot of questions, usually pertaining to archaeology, and he's been involved in the alternative ancient history debates and whatnot. But asks people, what do you actually know, right? What do you actually know, really? All like at the end of the day. And same with Joe Rogan is another character like that too. He's very kind of a Socratic character, even probably more so than Dan, because he's a very physical guy. Like his background is like a fighter, a warrior, right? And just very courageous. And they don't claim to be the most intelligent people, but they're just asking questions. And I like that a lot. Yeah, he put the dibbler in his place. Yeah, a lot of them did, man. And again, it's like the hubris of these people, and it's so obnoxious. And a lot of the times, it's not always, but it's a compensation for other deficiencies in their character, right? Like whatever some of these people's problems were in their life, they try and make up for it by being know-it-alls or this pompous attitude that like Flint had, right? Of like, this is impossible. No, this isn't. It's like, no, it could still be. Right? You got to be more clear, right? But they're trying to argue like, I know everything. This isn't true because I'm an authority. It's like, no. Is it objectively possible or not? Right? And they're unwilling to go to those places because ultimately what that does is it erodes at their confidence. It erodes their confidence, essentially. That foundation they built of authority, right? Around themselves. And it's
specific truth does not.
Yeah. Like you said, they don't claim to be experts. They just ask great questions, and we all want to know the answer. Exactly, Vana. Yeah, there's no ego in it, which is what's really great.
Triumph by convincing its opponents and making them see the light, but rather because its opponents eventually die and a new generation grows up that is familiar with it. Max Planck, Nobel Prize winning theoretical physicist. It seems that history really does repeat itself, because here it is about 100 years later, and we have another German theoretical physicist complaining about exactly the same sort of crap.
And not to interrupt Dan again, but there is some reason for that. Now, what's it, 225? I'll come back to this. There's a reason for this, though, right? And I thought about this a lot, and as of others. Like, why is this exactly that this happens, that you have these gatekeepers? I mean, the reason for that, again, I think, lies in that not everybody has the intuition or the imagination or whatever that phenomena, that force is, that allows people to ask questions and push the disciplines forward, right? You have these forward-thinking people, these geniuses, or they're called visionaries in these fields. Not everybody's like that, right? Not everybody has that in these fields. So what happens is, they're indoctrinated into the current dogma. They become very entrenched in it, and they don't have the imagination themselves to move it forward. And it ultimately frustrates them. And so what happens is when somebody does come forward and proposes something new, instead of looking at it objectively and being like, hey, you might be the new guy, they don't like that because they wanted to be that new guy or girl, right? Same thing Galen TV was telling me today about these basketball players in the WNBA, and there's one superstar girl, and I guess they're all beating the shit out of her lately in the games because everyone's pissed off. Like, she's become the superstar. All these other girls there, they wanted to be the superstars themselves, and it irks them that they couldn't have that. And so it's down to ego, right? And you'd think that people who are brought up in academia like this, who are encouraged to think critically about things, would think critically about themselves. But sometimes, again, different kinds of minds. People in a lot of these very hard, like material science places, they're more focused on things. They're more focused on looking at things. They're not people in psychology that look at, other people's character in themselves, right? And so then that you run into those issues at times where they're problems with the character. Anyway, I'll shut up. Yeah.
Generation grows up that is familiar with it. Max Planck, Nobel Prize winning theoretical physicist. It seems that history really does repeat itself, because here it is about 100 years later, and we have another German theoretical physicist complaining about exactly the same sort of crap.
Okay, I want to talk about Eric Weinstein, because people keep asking me to talk about Eric Weinstein. And I think it's somewhat insulting, really. They should be asking him to talk about me.
Sorry, Sabina, you're not going to get Eric. You're going to get whatever it is you guys would call me in German. Haariger Obdachloser? Loser? What the fuck?
More seriously, I watched this recent episode of Eric and Sean Carroll and Piers Morgan and read the comments from all those who piled on afterwards. And boy, was this ugly. I can't believe the fucking hypocrisy of these people.
Ah, yes, Piers Morgan. I remember the first time I went on that show. Good times. Okay, that's enough tooting my own horn. I'll wait till you guys aren't watching to finish myself off there. But what I really want to talk about is, Sabina's accused them people of open hypocrisy. And, that's something I accuse archaeologists and their associated fluffers of doing all the time. So, before we go too much further, it is important to note that Sabina does know Eric
Some
personally.
scientist, Max.
I've known Eric for almost 20 years. Yeah. He's a good guy.
And while this will certainly color the ways that she looks at his data, she's pretty hard on it. She doesn't believe in the theory of everything. As a matter of fact, she thinks it's a pipe dream. She thinks it's pissing up her rope, for a lack of a better way of putting it. But she made a video because there's a larger, overarching theme that she wants to discuss.
If you take away one thing from this video, let it be that Sabina said Eric's a good and fairly normal person, in contrast to a lot of others who think it's okay to shit on people they know nothing about. I've seen an enormous amount of hate thrown at Eric that he doesn't deserve.
Yeah.
Well, there's a real issue here. Sabina feels that Eric has been unfairly criticized, that the criticisms levied against him could go against his colleagues just as easily, and that it's basically been more of a hate mob than an actual scientific inquiry. And that, well, viewers of my channel will know I take that really personally, actually. I love science, and I don't know everything about science. I can't know everything about all these different fields. So like the rest of us, I rely on our experts to properly dispense that information. And when they don't properly dispense it because they've got some ideological bullshit reason to lie to us or to mislead us or to just kind of massage the truth a little bit to make it what they want, they're betraying the money, the prestige, all of the influence that they get from us, that the lay people of the world put at their feet. They betray it. I know they used to get a lot more prestige. In recent years, it's starting to get kicked at more and more and more. And what's kind of funny is it's like we have these YouTubers that are kind of picking up some of the prestige. I mean, some of us take it kind of seriously. Others of us just kind of like scream and yell and be like, "Brrr!"
This is the way in which Sabina is similar to a figure like Eric Weinstein. Now, to be clear, Sabina is not Eric Weinstein. She does not proclaim to have a brilliant theory of everything, whine about how nobody will take it seriously, and then devolve into a toxic toddler while evading any and all legitimate criticism of her completely unsubstantive work.
Eric has a theory of everything, like all other people I know. His is called geometric unity. He's been talking about this already 20 years ago. It's his life's work, basically. In 2021, he wrote up some notes about it. Physicists were not particularly impressed.
Now, I imagine a large number of you already know Eric Weinstein's work, but I didn't know it before watching Sabina's video and digging into it a little bit, so I'll go ahead and lay it out for those of you who don't know what he's talking about. Bare bones version.
Yeah, we've gone over it before. I mean, obviously, I'm not super familiar with all the ins and outs of it, but Sean Carroll is another physicist who was on Piers Morgan with Eric, and he went through his paper in depth and wasn't really impressed with it. But truth is light. Heard of it? Majestic 12. Yes, brother. Just or sister, who knows? Just by happenstance, earlier this stream, we went over the documents pertaining to one of the Majestic documents, actually, which was the training manual. There's multiple sets of documents, but that's one of the documents. Yeah, we read them out actually just like an hour ago. Yeah, so I wouldn't say I'm extremely well versed on it, but I'm fairly well versed on it. Yeah, would I say they're real? I don't know. I know Stanton Friedman believed they're real, and I definitely think very highly of Stanton. Yeah, so there you go. And a Weinstein different, is it from a beer stein? Sometimes, yeah. Depends how much wine you put in it and drank. Yeah. Fuck.
In a nutshell, he proposes geometry as a means to unify general relativity with quantum mechanics. His theory posits undiscovered particles and uses a 14-dimensional model of reality. Like all proposed unifying theories, it is incomplete, and it relies on future discoveries and innovations to hopefully become complete. He has made several public statements regarding this theory, but is yet to publish a peer-reviewed paper on the matter. But why listen to what an electrician has to say on this when we have an expert?
I never looked into this in any detail because I'm not interested in unification ideas, and I think it's a waste of time. I don't see why the fundamental forces of nature have to be unified, and I have no idea why so many people are obsessed with this, but I want to try and give you a brief idea what this is all about.
See what I mean? Sabina I don't think she's a fan of these kinds of theories. I don't quite think that she believes that they're viable. But
I think the logic behind the unifying theories is that there's some kind of, I don't know if they would go so far as to say this, but like first mover, that there would be, convenience wouldn't be the right word, I guess. You do kind of see that a little bit though already in the world, right? You can see that. So the golden ratio is one example potentially of that, where maybe there would be some kind of theory. The problem is, would we be intelligent enough to ultimately tie it all together? And I think many of them know, no, not now. But then ultimately as well, considering how narrow a band our perception of reality is and how large objective reality likely is there any point in us now attempting to try to unify everything when our view of objective reality is this little pinhole in the wall, right? So I that from there, I'd understand what Sabina's trying to say. It's like, you know, is there any sense in trying to play around with these, right? And when we see nothing really of objective reality, at least probably of what it's actually like. And so are they just wasting people's time? I mean, I don't know. If people thought like that, we wouldn't have made any movement forward anywhere into like quantum theory. So I don't really think we should definitely, I think Eric has a theory together. The questions he's asking within that are extremely important. The conclusions he comes to and solutions, I don't know how valuable they'd be, but like deism, granted, in regards to what? I think she's giving a very fair breakdown of it, and this dude's hamming it up a bit and projecting his Eric hate. This, I think, this dude, the guy who hates him, Max, although Dan's just kind of going through this, is this Professor Dave is the guy who hates Eric. Where is he? She goes through, we kind of get the gist there. So this is the interview that people really started to it kind of embarrassed Eric slightly, this interview.
Carol, and this happened.
The good news is I have read Eric's paper. Here it is. I actually have it here, right here. And it's worse than you would think. You know, it's not serious. It's a dog ate my homework kind of thing. If you have a dark matter thing, if you have a dark matter...
How dare you, Sean? I mean, Sean, elaborate some
prediction. If you have a dark energy prediction, I want to see a plot in the paper. I want to see redshift versus distance. I want to see a calculation of a relic abundance so I can figure out how much dark matter is supposed to be. If you do that, people will pay attention to the theory. It's very possible.
Sean, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, if you're going to go by the standards of the no, Sean, how dare you cast shade and aspersions of the kind that I wouldn't seek to cast on you, but I will now.
Okay.
I'm not seeking...
Well, he thinks he's straw manning his argument. I mean, Eric did put at the beginning of the paper, this is not to be taken seriously, blah, blah, blah. Like, this is all kind of hypothetical, you know. He wasn't really, like, laying his knots on the line. So, it made him look pretty bad. I mean, again, you know, who the fuck knows? But I think I really like Eric. I've loved Eric's conversations with Joe. I think he's a really brilliant guy. I mean, I think, again, I think, you know, Sean wasn't maybe completely off base with some of this, but Yeah, they all want to be the next Einstein. Yeah. Operation Mockingbird is now on social media. Good luck, Truth. So some people say, brother. Yeah. Yeah. I've heard Tulsi Gabbard say that recently. Eric wouldn't be offended by her head, probably be very interested in a healthy convo. I'm afraid the electrician fellow is dunking a bit hard now. I think he's kind of memeing a bit, I think, Max. Yeah. Yeah. I from what I know of Dan, yeah. You mentioned, oh, sorry, first mover. Yes, sorry. That's why I asked if that could be deism. Yes, I think we mentioned that before here. Right. I mean, maybe it could be lots of things, Granny. It could be, who knows what it could be. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's yeah. I wouldn't say, like, for me, that I would believe in a force like that. I mean, I don't know if I would believe in the first mover, per se. I mean, I think it's one of those things for me. You'd be kind of I'm careful with language like that when it comes to these kinds of things where, like, I would say I would bet that reality is more complicated than we think it is. And I would also bet that we're living in a simulation. But what does that actually mean? I mean, how do you come to that conclusion ultimately? I don't know. I mean, even personal anecdotes in my own life, actually, because it's a subjective experience for us, most of us, at the end of the day. Right. So my own life experience has kind of led me to think that. I don't know. I don't know that. There's one thing to think about things and there's one thing to know things. And that's my problem too with, like, when it comes to organized religion and religious texts and things of that nature. And people will read through them and think that they know this force that is involved potentially with creating everything, or involved with reality to some degree, however involved it's been, or whatever we're actually in. But it becomes like a personal relationship with this force, and I do have a problem with that kind of. I think I think we're much more agnostic than we like to think, right? Personally, I think we develop that relationship to comfort ourselves. Not that there isn't something more. And I find like Michael Newton's work's very interesting. I mean, he was hypnotically regressing people to past lives and shit, right? That's really interesting, right? And that there people have guides, and there's a whole world on the other side of reality, and we're just literally logging in here. That's way more interesting to me, hypothetically, right? But, you know, anyway, what can we actually know? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's an amazing dude. Eric would welcome a friendly argument. Yeah, yeah. On the left is an ass man. I hate seeing Eric treated like that over an idea. Yeah, yeah. Sean was definitely being a bit of a dink, I think. But I would love to see Eric put forward that. I thought he had argued this a little bit more properly. But yeah, you think Eric's a fraud for real? I mean, I think he's a very skilled mathematician. He's made his living working for Peter Thiel in economics. I think he was a part of a hedge fund before that. I can't remember what he was doing, but yeah, who knows? I think he definitely has some genuine musings about reality, though, I'd say. Like, he's definitely a very well-read person when it comes to the literature about all of these things. So yeah, yeah. Yeah, deism is nearly impossible to prove, disprove. Yeah, it's hard to have an understanding in the non-physical, granted. It's almost impossible, right? That's the thing, right, man? It's almost a bit of a contradiction. I mean, even if part of us is non-physical, I think the instrument we're using to interact with the world is a part of it, right? So the brain and this is the other thing too, right? With these kinds of conversations about these kinds of almost impossible concepts to wrap your head around, which is a force that exists outside the physical, right? So this idea of this God exists outside physical reality. There's no way we, within this physical reality, are wrapping our heads around logically this force. Like, infinity is one way of thinking of it too. I know there's different kinds of infinity, but the classical kind of sense of infinity, to wrap our heads around that, right? Like something that exists outside of physical reality. It's a contradiction. There would be no way to, really. Even if a part of us is non-physical, we're using this vehicle here in physical reality to explore it. And I don't think it's kind of futile to some degree. You may just get that kind of feeling once in a while, like there's something more. And that might be literally it at the end of the day. And the other problem too, which is why I love the Austrian philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein so much, is he talked about, I think it was earlier on his works, the limits of language, right? He did Tractatus Logicus, right? And it was effectively the TLDR of it, right? He's a logician, but he's a philosopher and a mathematician, but ultimately the limits of the human language, right? And that's the other thing you run into. You have to consider that whether we got mathematics, which is another language, but then understanding this force and not just wrapping our heads around it logically, but also then communicating it through human language. We forget that what we're using to communicate these ideas. And it's fairly archaic form, right, of communication still, objectively. I think many of us understand that. So, and there's lots of limits to it. Emotion, for instance. You can try to convey emotion with language the best that you can. It's why we love music so much. Because music is a much more brilliant way to convey emotion, honestly. Much more powerful. But that's just one example of where language fails us. And when it comes to these kinds of metaphysical conversations, ontological conversations, his opinion ultimately, essentially, is these things that can't be spoken of just shouldn't be, and you should be silent. But I don't really agree with that. I think we should still talk about this stuff. And the classic critique of his was, you tell people not to talk about this stuff and then write like 3 books about it after the fact. It's like, it's like, but I think generally he was kind of just saying sometimes it's best for us to be agnostic when it comes to these kinds of things, right? Explore some of the woo. I think it's fun, but ultimately what we actually know is important as well, because it grounds us and what we actually know. And there are things that we do know and things that we don't know. There's always a possibility some things we think we know we're being deceived on, but for the most part, we just ignore that so we don't all go insane. But anyway, I think it's an important meme. And for people that aren't familiar with that work, I would encourage people to read up on Wittgenstein, or even ChatGPT now can be a great resource when it comes to pulling TLDRs of his work and his perspectives and his philosophy ultimately. I mean, the Tractatus isn't a very long book, but it's a difficult read. It's a difficult concepts to begin with, translated from German. Not fun. Yeah. Until science embraces spirituality, we are doomed as a species. I think, well, like by definition, Aaron, like the scientific method can't be really employed to spiritual things. That's one of the problems. Like it doesn't work, right? So it's like, it's kind of stuck in the material world, right? You could not completely stuck there, but ultimately it's deductive, inductive, and abductive as well. Reasoning is what it is, and it's limited by the unknown. You can't explore that really properly. So what do you do with it? I mean, I still think you should humor it. And the reason ultimately I think that, and I would disagree with Wittgenstein, that we should humor things like Newton's works or people who claim they've had past lives and things like that, or even spiritual experiences, is because it's important, especially from a philosophical perspective, because philosophy is about asking questions, and it could orient us to ask the right questions about reality, right? And that's really important. When you come to these guys playing around with these theories of everything, these big toes is what people call them, right? Sucking on each other's big toes. They're big theories of everything, right? Like Tom Campbell's another guy. There's tons of them that have these big theories of everything. I mean, you have to orient yourself in the right direction first. Like, what is reality, right? That's metaphysics and philosophy. What is reality? Ultimately, what is reality? You have to ask that question. Are we in a simulation? That's a good way to orient yourself. You orient yourself going forward, right? So then when you're looking through the data, when you're digging through quantum physics or these experiments that look at quantum phenomena, or how it works, or how we affect it as well, potentially, then the results could speak to, oh, well, shit, there's that guy who says we live in a simulation. Fuck, this result looks like that might be it, right? And that may be all we get, too, right? Because, again, we're stuck within this experience, and there's only so much we're going to be able to actually know. And we're also limited by this. So, anyway, that's why Plato's still relevant 2,500 years later. Because at the end of the day, we ask the question, we may never find the answer for these things. It might be contrary to the nature of the experience for us to get to the bottom of reality and find the answer. because it might ruin the experience or the intended experience if it ends up being a simulation. So they have to consider that as well going forward, that ultimately the entirety, obviously physics has been extremely useful in our day-to-day lives. When it comes to theoretical physics and pushing forward for big theories of everything, might not get there ever. So Sabina might be right. Yeah. Don't know. True language is holding us back in way, ironically, and paintings are too, man. Yeah, exactly, Far. Yeah. He's anti-science. He fear-mongers, and his theory of everything is nonsense. Okay. These damn German philosophers are impossible to read. They all are, yeah. Him, well, Nietzsche's a little bit easier, but Nietzsche's painful to read sometimes. Anyway, I've got to go through. Kant is another one that's kind of difficult to read sometimes, and it's like, the way things are put, it's like, what? Right? Like even simple things like a priori, a posteriori, the explanations for that. It's like takes them like a page to explain it. I'm like, brother, statements that are true in and of themselves, statements that are true through experience, right? Like but they couldn't say that. Right? So anyway, that's why you go take classes on them, because you need someone to just literally tell you that. You'd be like, oh, okay, now we get AI. That can at least do that. So there's another reason why you don't need to go pay fucking somebody $800 for a philosophy degree. Yeah, the scientific method is the issue, but I appreciate we are limited to prove things to be true. Yeah, quantum takes many leaps of faith, so to speak. So it's not unheard of to make those leaps. No, it's not, Aaron. No. I think there's still observed phenomena, right? But some of it is, you're very right, very hypothetical and not even theoretical, hypothetical. Yeah, even string theory, right? I mean, it's all literally theoretical. Yeah, so I think I know what you're trying to say though with the spiritual phenomena, right? Probably along the lines of more of a simulation theory meme, like players in the game type thing. Like, why don't we consider that some of these spiritual experiences are part of a greater system we don't understand? You'd probably be surprised as to how many people within the hard sciences actually look at things. They probably wouldn't disagree with that. They'd say they very well could be. The problem is, how do we study them reliably? And that's the other problem with the UAP phenomena as well. So UAP phenomena is in kind of a similar vein when it comes to some of this other stuff with simulation theory, because potentially, hypothetically, these are maybe other players at a higher level than us in the game, who knows? But it might not be for us to know. I mean, at the end of the day, we have no idea who or what could be manipulating us and them, their experience. They could be separating us. We have no idea. Right? So how do you study the phenomena, especially when it presents itself in such a obnoxious way? You can't get a quality picture. Pictures don't turn out. They only show up when you don't have your phone on you, like stupid things like that, which are legitimate anecdotes, I think. What does that imply? What does that infer? Well, I mean, either they're in control of the experience and they don't want us to know completely, or there's other forces. And it could be other forces as well. I mean, the entirety of this entire experience could be something that's curated. And I think that's what the only interesting question you could really pull from some of the woo when you digest it all is, when you go through it, that's kind of what you begin to come away from it with, is that the entirety of our experience here is curated and carefully curated. And we're just really ignorant to it. Why? Because we don't know this with conviction. I mean, the methods people have used to get this information are very sketchy. And we have a bad habit of kind of going off the rails sometimes with sketchy information. But I think that's a question definitely you can ask. You can ask, how carefully curated is our reality, ultimately? And that might surprise us at the end of the day, right? We think it's Wild West. Maybe it's not. Eric is a scientist, a great one from what I've seen. He's not selling you anything. He's offering an idea of how it works. He's never made a hardline truth claim. As the science works, he's not a fraud for anything. He never was. Well, he's a mathematician. Yeah. Nietzsche's a sad fella, Granny. Yeah, it was. Lots of great quotes from Nietzsche. Yes, Hitler did get inspired by him because he too was also an incel. But that's not Nietzsche's fault. That asshole took his idea of an Ubermensch. I think it was Ubermensch, right? It's a Superman. And ran with it. But it's the darkness. You give in to the nihilism. Go banana balls. End up in a psych ward, die. Yeah. No one pushes away new ideas. That's why I think he's a fraud to claim science is rejecting him. You don't think anyone pushed away his idea far? Okay. I think people like listening to this interview with Sean. Yeah. I mean, the problem I think with some of these different communities is that there's this pompous attitude they do carry with them, right? And now, in my personal opinion, I don't think Eric presented his argument very well. I mean, he knows full well who he's going to deal with when it comes to, like, you know, this whole game of theoretical physicists and whatnot. And so titling at the beginning of your paper, none of this is intended to be taken too seriously. I mean, well, but it's your life's work. So he says it's his theory of everything. It's his geometric unity. He takes it seriously. We know that. So, like, why say that, right? It's like, I think the way he presented it, it wasn't presented well. I don't agree with how Sean and others have treated him after the fact. But ultimately, it's like, you know, you're going to walk into a room of dinguses. Like, you gotta keep your guards up a little bit. Like, Eric knows that these people, although they may pretend to, are not really going to steelman his whole theory here. So I think he probably should have presented it a bit more seriously, but I don't think he deserves the hate that he gets either. Yeah, if that's a diplomatic way of solving that, maybe. I don't know. Yeah. Sim theory, etc. 100% cheers. Yeah, man. Yeah. Sean did a great job of why Eric doesn't have any valid claims, ideas. Okay. Yeah. Why he didn't, in regards to his geometric unity. Yeah, I think, well, like, here's the rest of
your favor, nor do I need to seek your approval. As you know, you failed to gain tenure.
Now, isn't it interesting how the scientist
failed to gain tenure? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a shot on his part. I mean, at the end of the day, I think he would probably appreciate the peer review, so long as it's not, you know, too condescending. And that's, you know, I don't think, I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert with Eric's theories, and I'm not a theoretical physicist. I'm vaguely familiar with kind of some of the fundamental arguments, but I don't know if, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Eric deserves the hate that he's got, and I don't know if I agree with how they behaved. And the peer, so long as the peer review isn't condescending, I know that's been his experience, and I think is what he's trying to say is I'm coming at something from a very unique, original place as well, like things we haven't thought about yet. And how do you reckon with that when you pull something out of nowhere from nothing, and you just do, like, well, we don't know ultimately. Maybe you're right? And that'd be probably the best way to approach it. But yeah, pretty confusing in your opinion, to be honest. Could be language barrier, but we ultimately disagree, bro. That's fine. Yeah. Curated from the perspective of our headset, I think our subconscious is the software driving the sim. Yeah, it makes sense to have the CPU locally and not computational in a cloud somewhere. That'd be too expensive, too much GPU to generate the universe. Yeah, I think we carry the simulation and our subconscious, our view of the universe, interact with reality through our subconscious, which is connected to a hive mind. Maybe, brother. Yeah. That's it. That's Tom Campbell's big toe, which again gets into more depth and detail that he could probably speak to the physics community on, but generally philosophically, that's his take. Yeah, and I'm with him on that personally. I mean, I would support that. I don't have the faculties to support it, like literally, like does it make sense physically? But I'd say philosophically, I think logically, personally, I think his argument follows, right? Because I suppose he's one of the only people really out there who has some brain cells that has come up with one of these big toes and has incorporated the woo into it. And the problem is a lot of these other, they're very particular, but they leave out this essential component, right, of human experience. And I think that speaks to what the experience ultimately is. Now, when it gets down to like the nitty gritty of how does it actually work, like what Eric's getting into with his geometric unity and how complicated is it, that might be futile. And again, I would agree with Subpoena because I don't know if that's really what we should be necessarily focusing on. Again, our view through objective reality through this wall is at like a fucking pinhole, right? So, I mean, maybe there's 14 dimensions. I don't really fucking care. Does it really matter at the end of the day? We could focus more into immediately what are we dealing with right now and how does it work? And Tom Campbell, for people that don't know, I've played his videos here before on the channel and gone over some of his theories. I've read his work over the years. I ran into him because he used World of Warcraft as an analogy for his simulation theory. But Tom is a physicist. He worked with NASA, but he was involved in all kinds of woo experiments. he had a very anomalous experiment when he was a graduate student working with some kind of a collider where he went out of body. And after that had happened, he realized, oh my God, like, this isn't what we think it is. And so he got involved in all kinds of crazy shit after that. He's been involved with like Bob Monroe and channeling, and he wasn't shy to just dive into that world. Now, he knows full well that there's no way really we can prove definitively that any of that is a real thing. It's kind of like hallucinations and things of that nature. They're subjective experiences we have a hard time studying. The only way you could really study something like out of body is to teach people how to do it, and do they have this similar kind of experience? And I can't do it myself, so I can't really speak to that. But he incorporated this into his simulation theory ultimately. That effectively, yeah, we're plugged into a matrix here, right? And he gets into some finer details as to how it would work physically, but ultimately, I think we might not ever really figure that out. And that's something you have to contend with, is that potentially it's contrary to the nature of the experience, right? That we figure it out. And then what, you know, so again, we're functioning under this assumption that we're just going to endlessly be able to dig into things until what? Until we might not be able, we might reach a limit. We've already reached a limit to some degree with our brain power. So hence why we're desperate to try and get AI working. So yeah, if you present a theory of everything, you should be expected to provide mountains of evidence. I think you should at least, well, Grant, it's a little bit different than that, I guess. So like, for instance, that's not true. String theory, for instance, which is the going theory of everything, does not provide really a lot of evidence per se. It's more logic, right? And that this looks like how things might be working, right? It's built upon a foundation of, let's say, evidence, but ultimately the theory is just a theory. It's not proven. So I think that's the thing with a theory. A theory is not something that's proven. So if you have a theory of everything, you're not saying I proved how everything is and how everything works. You don't necessarily need to provide all the evidence. You just need to provide some kind of an argument for why this should work. And then you're going to go out and test the theory, right? So string theory is similar in fact that we need further advancements to study it. Yeah, but nearly everything is a science is a theory. Yeah, well, exactly, Granny. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah. There are some things that we know. There are some things that statements that are true that we know that true in and of themselves, right? Right? like things follow logically, like 2 + 2 = 4, right? You could say all single men are bachelors, right? Or all bachelors are single men, right? Like that statement is true. We know that is true. It's not theory. We know that to be true. It's true in and of itself, definitionally true. But there are other things, yeah, there are examples of things that so far they seem to be true, but you don't know what the 100%. There are things you could say that we know with 100% certainty, but then there are those people that creep up and say, well, there could be someone deceiving you. And that's always there at the back of someone's mind as well. So, yeah. 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 I can't do either. Yeah, I had some lucid dreams, but not many. Yeah, same, man. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. Yeah, I can't do any of this stuff. So I wish I could. I've tried in the past. Maybe I just wasn't built for it. Some people would argue that Tom made all this up. Same with people saying UFOs and stuff. Sometimes it's a subjective experience. You probably just saw a satellite. It's like, no, I didn't. Well, you probably just saw a satellite. And that's when you want to punch someone in the face. I usually just like leave it. I'm like, I don't know what you saw, right? Maybe you did see something anomalous at the end of the day. And that's where you're kind of left with guys like Tom too, where I think that's just where you leave it. You could just say they make everything up, but I mean, it's like, you don't know that. You can cope with that possibly if you wanted to. They make everything up. But we don't know that, right? It's a difference. It's all building blocks towards understanding beyond our current horizon. Exactly, man. Yeah, the higher we build, the more abstract shit gets. Yeah. Yeah, bullshit ass cosmic Tetris, man. Yeah. And we've reached a point of abstraction now that's very strange. I mean, quantum physics is very strange. Nothing works the way we thought it should or would, right? When we got beyond the atom, things start getting slightly strange, which is why people gravitate more and more towards people like Tom's work. Because, again, he asked the philosophical question kind of before Nick Bostrom even ever did, which are we in a virtual reality, essentially? Are we in a simulation of sorts? And the way would you look at, when you look at the reason why, again, specifically, is because when you look at quantum phenomena, the way the way it behaves doesn't make a lot of sense. It could start to make more sense if you look at base realities like information. Like, it's not material, ultimately. It's information, right? And that would make more sense as to how it's behaving. And then that walks right into Tom's tent. And it's hot in there, and everyone's naked. And it is a sex cult. So, good luck. Yeah. Yeah. This is where AI could be used if we can ever trust it. Well, yeah, man, and that's what we're desperately trying to get to. We're desperately trying to get AI to the point to where it's competent with mathematics and also with abstract reasoning, right? With this kind of reasoning and just getting it abstracted. Like it could see things that we just have fucking missed. And that's the brilliance of having an alien intelligence, right? It will see what we cannot see. Kind of like human visionaries, but on literal cosmic steroids, because that's what visionaries are for. They see things that others have missed, right? And that's what this AI could be for us. If it can actually see things at all, and it doesn't just constantly require our input. So, yeah. We've met an horizon where things get weird, kind of like industrialization. Yeah, technology has to change to meet a new standard. Yeah, give us the 115 Bob, brother. That's what we need, brother. That's what we fucking need. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, this is where we've been. Anyway, I think Tom's fun. I love Tom's ideas. I think I listen. If we're placing bets, I'm going with Tom. Right? Eric would probably literally throw up if he ever heard that. But fuck it. I mean, let's get Eric on some substances if he doesn't want to have any out of body experience or anything. Let's alter his state of consciousness. I don't know. People say that's how you do it. I mean, I've had some experiences myself. I mean, it's I don't know what to make of it. That'd be my bet. And I don't think we need to get into the nitty gritty of like, how does everything actually work? I think we can get fairly close and maybe figure out that, oh shit, yeah, okay, yeah, we're in a simulation or a virtual reality, whatever you want to call it. So anyway, yeah. The other video I had up was actually pertaining to that conversation, which is Roger Penrose and talking about consciousness does not collapse. That's absurd. I don't know if it's consciousness in and of itself or consciousness does not collapse the wave function, which is the double slit experiment, which is effectively that light, or we have our consciousness has an effect on the material world, and simply by us being around something affects how it behaves versus how it behaves if we're not viewing it. And then that gets into, oh shit, like is this a player rendering situation where I'm in World of Warcraft and when I come around the corner, like, because I'm the player, it renders the area for me because I'm looking at it. When I don't look at it, it doesn't render it, right? So that was one of the arguments, and Tom had used that too, and he's done experiments, variations of double slit that I don't think have really worked very well, but this is a great, listen, when you open that fucking door, man, good luck closing it. I mean, you could just say that, oh, well, Jim, this doesn't seem to really follow, like, it's... The experiment didn't play out the way you thought it would. Oh, well, the simulators are trying to, like, they know I'm on to them. So the simulators are making it look like it doesn't work like that. But trust me, so it could be kind of a cope too, I guess you could say. Or whoever's simulating reality could be. But like, unfortunately, same thing with UAP phenomena. It's the Deus Deceptor, right? That Descartes invented, because you can ultimately think back to, I think, therefore I am. And that's really all we could say we actually know with complete certainty. And then you introduce that chaotic element into everything where it could be the aliens, it could be the simulators, it could be whatever the fuck you want. And now you're at the mental hospital and they're not serving ice cream, right? It's just porridge slop. And it's not going to be a fun time because the guy in the room you're staying with ate all the crayons and you have nothing to color with, right? Except your own blood on the walls. Yeah. If you only have experiences when on a substance, then it's hard to actually take that as anything of value. Well, it depends on the experience, I guess. If every time you take it, you have experiences. Like, for instance, one time I got like way too fucking high. And I went outside for a walk with the boys. Because I think we all got way too fucking high. And me in particular. And when I was walking through the woods, I put my sunglasses on. So my sunglasses were on high as fuck. Like, I didn't know where I was. I didn't know who it was at this point, right? And when I took them off, I was behind myself. I went into the fucking third. I was like Skyrim. I scrolled the mouse wheel out. I went to the third, like, not even joking, with the third person. I still remember, which is really weird visual for me to remember, the back of my head, the back of my body, and a top-down view of myself and the guys in front of me. And then I put them back on, and I was sober for, I don't know, well, a couple seconds. What I thought was happening was every time I put them on, I became sober. When I took them off, I got fucked up again. This, I don't know how many times I did this for, a couple times. And then we were at another part of the trail, and then I was looking at my buddy's mom handing me a piece of pizza, just looking at my eyes and how fucking cooked that was. Yeah. And then we went down and played Soul Calibur, and then I got home. Then it was home. Don't ask me how I got home. Yeah. Yeah. So there, brother, there's, I mean, that hasn't happened every time. It was only the once that happened, but I can tell you it happened, and I still remember when I kind of had, I should say, an out-of-body experience there. I don't know how my brain would have computed what I looked like from behind, but it was rendering me in third person. And I vividly remember that. Now, it's a bit hazy, but I was in third person. So, how do I make sense of that? I don't know. just fucking cooked, I guess. Yeah. Would I get Neuralink? Fuck no, man. Yeah, I don't trust Elon with that shit. Yeah. Yeah. Look up so many videos on the topic and never understood it. Which topic, Far? Yeah. Depends on the perspective. Got to approach every circumstance and situational to extrapolate data from it to be used comparison raw data for utilizing it. Yeah. Yeah. A short about how the double slit experiment is misunderstood. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah.
What about the double slit experiment?
That experiment is widely misunderstood. This whole idea is the observer effect, where if you're not looking at it, you get one result, but if you look at it, you get another result, as though your consciousness is affecting the experiment. And consciousness right now is not a fully understood construct. So here's what's going on. We are illuminated by lights in this space. The light is...
There's the linchpin, though, I guess, in what Neil's trying to talk about, but...
coming from the bulb, reflecting off of you, entering my retina, going to my brain. Let's say you were smaller. Let's keep making you smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. There is a size below which, when I turn on that light, you will absorb that light and jump to another state of existence. But if you're an electron, I turn on the lights, the photon hits the electron jumps to a different state. I cannot know what the electron is doing unless I illuminate it. And if I illuminate it, it's doing something different from what it was before I illuminated it. It has nothing to do with consciousness. It has to do with interacting with the object in order to make a measurement.
What about the double slit experiment?
I mean, I've heard that argument for it. Yeah. Yeah. I had to read a 20-line paragraph in Corey to understand this, but Sir Neil explained it easily and briefly. Yeah. To be clear, what he's describing is not the uncertainty principle. He's describing how it's impossible to measure something without inferring with the thing being measured, which is related but not the same thing. Yes, as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think that, but again, people will extrapolate it. Where's Tom at? People will extrapolate it out and ask the question. Yeah, he's not wrong. But ultimately, at the end of the day, there's still potentially some kind of effect the consciousness may be having on the experiment. But to what degree does it have any kind of effect? Is it actually having any kind of an effect? Yeah, I'm not saying that it is, particularly, right? But there are people that argue that it does. And Tom's, I cannot relate to you exactly what Tom's variation of the double slit experiment he did to try and prove this. I know it didn't work. Yeah. Yeah. A short about how the double slit, oh, sorry. Thank you for that, for sharing it. Yeah. I think therefore I am, unless I'm thinking in a simulation and I'm telling myself I'm really here. Well, but you can't doubt, so the evil demon can't make you doubt that you exist. You could be a brain in a vat, Aaron. Yeah. You could just be a brain in a vat, but you exist. You're just a brain in a vat, but you still exist. Yeah. You may not exist as you are, but you still exist. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't trust myself to drive on substances, let alone take what I see as gospel. Okay, brother. Yeah. Why would you go inside, brother? That's a good question too. Yeah. Yeah, you left 14 crop circles last time, brother. Goddamn. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting memes. Yeah. Like there's another, for instance, like you'll deal with this, and this isn't necessarily, Neil, I don't think is, Neil, to be fair, when it comes to these kinds of conversations, understands the limitations of science and materialism, but like there's some, it's called the hard problem in philosophy, is another one when it comes to consciousness. And it's more like conscious experience. So there's, people will say, well, we know reality. We know that you've got these eyes and they're taking in photons and this is all of this is just information, and we understand the evolutionary processes as to how like we move from like a little piece of bacteria to us now, and we developed all of these different senses but the hard problem with philosophy ultimately is we know that there's like these synapses firing in the brain, creating thoughts and whatnot. But at the end of the day, how does all of the information that we take in turn into a conscious experience that we currently have now, right? And that's where the hard problem is ultimately. Like all that random information, how does that turn into a conscious experience? We don't know. And nobody knows, ultimately. There are people who say they know, but they're maybe being a little bit too literal as well. They're taking things too literally. We don't know, ultimately, how that all turns into a conscious experience. We know that, obviously, they're like your dog, for instance. You can talk to my dog, Edgar, wherever he is. He's probably licking his ass somewhere. But he clearly has some level of consciousness in him. You can see that. Like people who biologists say, look, through evolution, there's been some level of consciousness. But there's another level of consciousness with us. And obviously it's probably to do, yes, with our brain capacity helps with that. But like, how does that all turn into this conscious experience for us? And we don't know. Ultimately, the thing with simulation theory, again, it's a philosophical question. Even Tom Campbell's virtual reality theory, which is the exact same, essentially all it posits is there'd be no way to find or measure the soul or anything along those lines, which is what Christians and Christian philosophers have tried to argue for years, or even some people in science have tried to measure people as they die to see if like they lose a gram of themselves. Like that's all fucking nonsense. Like it would be a different kind of it would be almost indiscernible in people if there was a player or not, right? You wouldn't have any way to know that. The connection would be something you never would be able to even measure, aside from just maybe people being self-conscious. Maybe that's one of the anomalies. We don't know. We never met any other self-conscious species. Who knows? Are we unique in the universe? I don't know. We're not going to figure it out here right now. I can tell you that fucking much. Well, we can just ask philosophical questions about it, which is all I'm doing. But yeah. But this is obviously, this is the literal interpretation of the experiment. Yes. And this is Neil taking it very literally. The question is there still an observer? Does an observer effect exist? I mean, it's another separate question, and yeah. But there are other people in physics who have contended with this as well. So anyway, very interesting though. Very interesting. And back to this slop. People fighting on the internet about big toes, right? I mean, who's got the nicest big toe that you can put in your mouth? I don't know. Probably no one. That's probably the conclusion here, unless you're into feet stuff and you're on that ratefeet.com, which you probably shouldn't be, because what the fuck, right? Like, what the hell? Not kink shaming, but like, no, definitely not my thing. But I probably would agree with Sabina ultimately, yeah, that although it's interesting to have these things and to stake your claim on them, I would say too, yeah, I don't know if that's really gonna be something we're ever gonna fucking figure out. But then if you had that attitude, would Einstein have ever gone for general relativity, right? Who was the person that first asked those questions about metaphysical questions about the quantum world? Even what's his name? Fucking forget his name too. The Greek philosopher who the atom was named after. Was it Democritus? Would they have asked those questions, those fundamental questions about reality? Are these at the basis of every material thing? Are they just made up of these tiny indivisible pieces called atoms? If he never asked those questions, where would we have been? right? I mean, fuck, we would have been still living in the woods, right? Eating slop. Look where we are. We're technology now. Eating slop. Fun fucking times. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, I looked. Matter doesn't equal light. How do you know of that website? Oh, sorry, Far. Which one? My thing was scrolled down accidentally. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, sorry. The chat was... I wonder why the chat was moving. God fucking damn it. Sorry. Yeah. Neil's chatting complete shit. Particles aren't changing G in size in the experiment. But isn't everything illuminated a bit at all times? Wouldn't that then mean it's always a particle and never a wave? Well, that's one of the anomalies. Yeah, I'm not actually sure. If energy and mass, then reversing it means you can get mass from energy and light carries energy. Yeah, petition to fund Digi's experiment. Sorry, Digi, I read through your experiment. Consider the universe as a manifestation of possibly the act of measurement. Isn't it of itself an act of manifestation of possibility, which itself impacts measurement? If energy equals mass, then reversing it means you get mass from energy and light carries energy. So if you could vibrate it at the right frequency, it would represent information in the frequency, and it could manifest as matter. Slow down light in a prism, you get a rainbow. Slow it down more, maybe you get atoms. I'm just asking questions. This is why I need aliens to plug me into the machine and download the matrix into my brain so I can be more effective. Rather soon. Fucking soon. Yeah. I'm with the resources to test these things. Find the right people. All I do is ask questions too, so I can't help you. Unfortunately, but no, I mean, we can, yeah, you can, maybe, does that follow logically? Maybe. Yeah. You'd have to speak to somebody who does these kinds of experiments. Yeah. Matter doesn't equal light though. Yeah. How do I know of that website? How do you know the website? That's pretty much my entire gripe. Oh, the feet wiki. I've heard people talk about it, brother. Heard people talk. I've not been on myself. I've heard people talk about it though. Yeah, the toe suckers. Listen, I don't judge. Right? You do what you're gonna do. But pretty much my entire gripe with Neil is he goes all into moral absolutism with dissuasion against philosophy driving hard science. Yeah. And that's mostly because he doesn't want to debate with someone that makes him look stupid on topics he's not educated on. Kind of hardline material science things. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. And he's had lots of people debate with him over the years I've seen who've just like, slapped his balls around a little bit, and he sits down like a good boy after that, right? It's fair enough though. Neil's used to talking to people who aren't educated in conversations, and that's his thing as a communicator. And sometimes he runs off the ledge a little bit too far, right? And you have to kind of give him a couple slaps, right? Let him fall on his face and then pick him up and sit him back down again. Yeah, but that's all right. Everyone needs that once in a while, right? Yeah, it's just, he's a very boisterous character, and part of that I liked. I mean, I liked his revival of, was it Cosmos? Sagan's show. So many good memes out of that. That like, nutted but she's still sucking. I love that meme. Neil, I probably shouldn't search that in Brave actually. Neil Tyson, funny meme. You guys ever see that one? Where he's like strapped in the chair? Like funny GIF. You see that one? One of my favorite fucking ones ever. He's such a good memer. That's why I do like Neil. As much as he says stupid shit sometimes, but we all do though. It's a problem. Cosmos. Funny GIF. Cosmos. Fucking Christ. Why am I so bad with the fucking internet, man? Where's... God damn it. This, yeah. Fucking GIF. Nodded, but she's still sucking. Fucking... I forget. I've got that somewhere on my computer still. That was the only... All these other... No, that's just the one. I'm sorry. That's the one there. Yeah. Whoever got that, got it. Like, they got that. 100%. Like, the missing variable is being able to replicate the speed of light to turn energy into mass. But when we crack that, we can make the 3D printer from Star Trek that makes your food. Or rather, do we generate that level of energy? How do we generate? That's the thing. Yeah, and that's where cell pi and 0 point stuff comes into play. Ties into UFOs, yada, yada. Can we just generate a 59 Les Paul for me right now? Yeah. Or it's fine if it doesn't move the needle. He still doesn't deserve the backlash. Oh, this is in regards to Eric. Yeah. The problem with modern science is effectively the bullying aspects and unwanted and backed by hubris and things like peer review. Yeah. Yeah. And he's a full-on fucking fuckwit. Yeah. Well, he's just a, man, he's just a, he panders so he doesn't have to get into conversations that he doesn't want to get into. Yeah. He's a dickweed in personality. Yeah, you can definitely come across that way. Yeah. Should we welcome healthy arguments or philosophical conversation, even if it may feel like a waste of time? It's not. We should. I agree, Max. Yeah. Peer review works great, though I don't think there's a problem with that. Well, the peer review system, I think there's a problem with. Yeah. Yeah. The peer review system right now is fucked. But not for the reasons maybe some people, it's because of influence from like, establishments, third parties, like and then there's also groupthink that happens within them, and there is issues. Like archaeology is a really good example that is a really bad problem with peer review. I mean, geology is another one. There's all these different disciplines. Philosophy, not so much, because it's just everyone's crazy anyway, so no one really gives a fuck. There are some journals that like, you wouldn't be publishing like stuff on aliens still. But yeah. His ego blew up because he got on TV and turned into an asshole because he didn't have to be nice anymore. I think like the big thing, but like he's clearly a smart guy. Again, Neil understands a lot of the, he understands the basic arguments and like the literature of the times. He's not somebody in the field that's moving the discipline forward. And I think sometimes in these debates, he tries to kind of assert what we know a lot, and sometimes runs up against what we don't know. And it frustrates people, and he comes across like very egotistical. And again, kind of like a gatekeeper, kind of gatekeeper vibes off him a little bit, right? Like authority, like I'm an authority. Comes across as pompous, like I'm an authority around this. I mean, listen, the gene pools are around that were the high priest gene pools are still around, right? Those guys weren't stupid, by the way, back in the day. The high priests, they weren't stupid. They were fucking smart. They knew full what the fuck they were doing, right? They aligned themselves with the church, right? And they've got the message from God. It's before we knew fuck all about anything, really. Although they were also smart. I mean, a lot of early scholars are from, in the West at least, from the church. So this kind of high priest mentality, too, is still with people. And you kind of feel like you're better than everybody else. And it's just frustrating, yeah. Yeah. Remember the meme, trust the science? Fuck the science, it lied to me. Yeah. You're the trusted and don't need it. Yeah. I mean, I think the thing that we don't necessarily need trust, we need logic. I mean, you need to encourage people to critically think about things. Like there's no part of anything in science where we should be trusting anything. There should be an argument presented and people should be able to follow it logically. And it obviously sometimes there's theoretical things involved, like we're taking risks, there's risks involved potentially. But it should be something we can follow critically, right? It should be an argument we can follow logically. Really is what it is, and that's what they're supposed to be doing, right? With whichever kind of logic they're using, they usually use all of it, like deductive, inductive, abductive, but like the scientific method of going collecting data and, for instance, vetting if something's safe or not, right? What are the risks involved with this? Oh, not a lot. Says who? Oh, well, like this journal here. It's like, well, who's involved in funding that journal? Oh, well, the same people that make the thing. Oh, they say it's safe. Yeah. No, it's safe. Okay. Oh shit, it wasn't. Fuck. Right? Right? It's like, okay, what was your logic? Like, well, how do we know to trust your conclusions, right? Does everything follow logically here? It's like, well, we tested it on some rabbits. It's like, how many? 4. Oh, okay. And you're going to give this to how many people now? Oh, 5 billion. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. Sure. Right? And that's when it gets more complicated, where it's like, not if it really followed. It was more, and that was a real flex of scientism. Or it's like, just trust it. It's like, no. Like, no, we don't want to trust any of it. It should be something that's communicated to people pretty obviously. Simply, it doesn't need to be too complicated. Obviously, there's complicated elements to some of these things, but like you should be able to walk people through the steps, right? But the problem is always what we don't know too, right? Sometimes we just don't know. It's the other things we don't know. Some things Like this new super fast car we have that moves at light speed. Yeah, well, everything, all the data we have points towards it being safe. What's that even fucking mean? What's that mean? Doesn't mean fucking anything. What do you mean? Like, okay, what's the chance it's gonna blow up? Okay, 30%. I'm like, fuck. Those aren't great odds. It's like, well, yeah, but like, it's technically, right? You're more than likely you're not gonna blow up because it's over 50%. Like it's 70% likely you're not gonna blow up. Like, but there's 30 fucking % chance we're gonna blow up. Yeah. Okay, so it's like, so you can't say that it's safe. It's like, but you get into semantics where it's like, okay. Anyway, Neil's a good overall communicator when it comes to physics and cosmology, but man, does he love to hear himself talk. Yeah, no. I like it for the memes. This meme actually strictly just meme. Yeah. Yeah. It was good in the very beginning. It has entirely eclipsed its original goals and it's effectively an echo chamber of stale ideas. There's a lot of people involved. Scientism's a problem, right? And that's scientism, which is where we just start believing in science, right? So it's gonna be terrible thing to follow. That's the problem with scientism. It's authority figures, it's high priests telling you that this is the way it is, and you just need to trust it. And no. There should be an argument formulated that we can get behind, and you should be able to explain to people pretty clearly, like at least if you're encouraging people to do something, like why it should be safe. Or that's just one example. There's other examples, right? But some things are very complicated. When you get into like quantum theory, like Jesus Christ, like just trust us that we know what we're doing here. Like things are weird. Some guys says things are really weird. It's like, what? Well, here I can show you all these equations. It's like, brother, I don't know how to speak that language. Really, it's like, just trust me, things are really weird. I'm like, okay, but really though, that's what I'm doing to some degree too. I basic understanding of some of the arguments, but like, the math and the equations and what you do rely on to some degree. And this is the thing, these arguments about like everyday Jim, you just trust that the manufacturer of your Subaru made sure when you turn that ignition, the gas tank is going to fucking blow up. Right. And that's what some people will use as like, oh, well, we trust things all the time, right? That things are safe, but it's a bit bullshit to some degree too. I'm not to get into these conversations too much. It's a little bit different. That's engineering, obviously, and every time I've turned it yet, it hasn't blown up. There's a chance though that it will blow up too, right? The chance is very low. Anyway, there was no basis in truth in their arguments. Trust science and we're going to kill your granny. Well, that's where we're going with that one. Yeah. And now for something completely unrelated, let's get back to the video. Yeah, man, probably. Yeah. Appealing to authority is just one aspect too, man. Yeah, exactly. There's a community of people who gatekeep the stage and essentially milk old theories at the benefit of a title and praise, not allowing for gangsters to step in, man. Exactly. Well, it's a problem too. Yeah. It's a huge problem that still exists in all these different disciplines and in every aspect of life. You have people that act like that. And again, it's maybe it's to do with their own issues. I don't know. Like clearly it is. Ego, human ego. They have to let the ego go. A lot of people have a hard time with that. Part of the ego is fun. It's what you use to interface with the world, right? Like it's like kind of your protective barrier from your actual self. You don't just expose yourself raw to everybody all the time. You do kind of construct this ego around yourself as a way to kind of go out into the world, wade into the world with. It's your character. That's how I kind of look at it, right? To some degree. There's negative connotations usually when people say the word ego, but ultimately that's kind of how I look at it. But sometimes, yeah, it's very perverse and it gets very perverted and they get too addicted to power, man. It's the biggest problem we have. People having problems with power and what do we do? I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what to do. Right? It's Plato's problem. What if you train somebody their whole life to be a wise person? Their whole life, right? They were humbled. And then when they're like 60, 70 years old, you give them complete control over society. They become a king. Is that a good idea? Probably not. Why? And this is something we learned through history. Because power corrupts and power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely, right? And that's one of the concerns. Doesn't matter how wise you are. So any kind of authority, you give anybody kind of authority whatsoever, right? Maybe they were in the lab all day, their whole life. And now all of a sudden, right, they've got their Nobel Prize. Oh my God, these women, they were gushing over me. They'd never even looked my way before. And then some other guy comes along. He's vying for his Nobel Prize. He takes your whole theory and throws it in the garbage. This guy's a dingus. He doesn't say that outright, but that's what his fucking new theory essentially states. You get this all wrong, right? Oh my God. How are people going to think of me now, right? What should I do? Should I just be after the objective truth and say, wow, yes, finally we're learning more about objective reality? Or should I just try and put him down? At the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good you are at speaking these different languages. We're all fucking monkeys, a couple bananas out of the jungle. Very, very true. You just hate to see it in some of the greatest minds, man. Exactly. It's a bit worried to see some, yeah, but really shows we're all human. Exactly, man. But that's exactly it, though. All right, that's exactly it. I mean, you know, and I think truly great minds are minds too, Max, that can look at things objectively and critically, and put that before their own ego. And that's the Socratic story, right? What happened with Socrates. That's why the really kind of like, honestly, I think really the intellectual Jesus Christ. So what happened there, where that's really what's the most important thing, man. Yeah. That you do that always, and that you have yourself aligned with the good and understand it, and like it supersedes your ego, or you know, you just have to be after this objective truths. And I think that's also poor education. I don't know, people haven't heard that story enough, so. Yeah, we're also susceptible to megalomania. It's all in the approach, man. Yeah, usually people with positive moral compass don't subject themselves to corruptible circumstances and to fatigue from dealing with corruption. Yeah, well, that's a good point too, man. Yeah. The end up broke and horny writing philosophy. There you go, brother. That's exactly it. We are worse than a couple of bananas out of the jungle. We are a couple of bank accounts being frozen out of the dystopia, brother. Couple more digital IDs into the hub, right? We're a couple digital IDs away from how'd that work now. Anyway, yeah. It's a hub dystopia? No. Yeah. Take a bong rip, brother. There you go, brother. Yeah. Amen, brother. Yeah. We're all wizards here, brother. That's what it's all about. It's our journey. I think we've seen out this video anyway, for fuck's sakes. Anyway, there's other videos I have up here talking about other things. Hunter Biden being interviewed, that Jesus Christ, but I really don't want to. What's this? Autoregressive minds. I don't know what that even means. A terrifying theory that your thoughts are what? Not your own? Or a great video for all young academics out there suffering with imposter syndrome. See how confidently these dudes are spouting off without any apparent appreciation of the relevant philosophical literature. Oh, is this about like people just doing their own thing, not worrying about reading everybody else? Yeah. Is that what it's about? Yeah. Just hope nobody asks you this question, the one that your whole philosophy can't support, that idea can't be real, otherwise everything else can't be true. What? Interesting. Yeah. The Grand Wizard? Oh, brother, please don't call me that. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Yeah. God, all this giant talk. Jesus. Yeah. No. I always thought that was funny, though, as fucked up as those idiots are, that I couldn't imagine the head of your order calling him the Grand Wizard. Like, unbelievable. Yeah. Giants are grand. Oh, God. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. You're just not saying it. I am actually not, man. Believe it or not. No. Just my mind's perpetually baked from all the years when I was. Yeah. I'm running stone cold sober right now. I wish I kind of wasn't. I need to get my herbal vaporizer up and running. We could actually have more philosophical conversation, right? More in depth. Yeah. I can never have a faceless wank again, brother. Go out in the bushes like people used to do in times past, Aaron. You're in the land of wizards still, brother. You're in the land. Think of all the Celts that were there before the Romans came, right? The real wizards. You're in the island of wizards still. Go back into the bushes like they did it in their time. Yeah. Back in their day. Yeah. The Rorschach. I can never say the fucking word. It's the splatter test, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, fuck. What's this about? The disturbing theory of autoaggressive minds.
It starts
Rorschach,
to get a little bit disturbing. if you think about language not as being even a communication system, but an operating system. What language is meant to do is to make people do things. And it is this shared cultural artifact. It doesn't, it's let's face it, it's downloaded against your will without you don't sign a waiver before you sign up.
It's too late. By the time you're reading the waiver, it's too late.
Yeah, you don't get to click, permission to right? Exactly. And so, every baby from before they're born, in utero is already being conditioned and language is being downloaded into them. And now we know, in a way we didn't know before, that it is this kind of its own self-running system. It's a product of society, not of any individual. And it's a product that society didn't design except in an emergent way. People didn't, we don't think, I don't think either of us thinks that, a bunch of, very clever people got together and said, how are we going to control the populace? We need to design this system that's going to run in them. And it's far stranger than that. But yet at the same time, it isn't really of us individually. It is society. And so things like beliefs, society itself, it's built up of all these notions that are language dependent. And they're running in us, and they make us go. You get up in the morning because you got to go to your job, because you got to make money, because you have to have a certain degree of prestige in the world, and you're gonna have to, one day you're gonna get older, and all of these things. Animals don't know any of these things, right? Who put these ideas in our minds? Well, forget about who, but how. And the answer is language. And so there is this thing that's in us, but not really of us, that is running, and it's driving most of our behavior. Those are the things we do.
Who's familiar with this idea of jailbreaking a language model, right? So there's things they won't do or don't want to do, but if you're very clever about how you ask for it, you can get it to kind of leak out that information. Are we subject to that same kind of vulnerability? And I would suspect and suggest that we are.
Drugs, brother.
And that we need to be aware of this kind of prompt engineering or prompt hacking is probably something that's been happening since the beginning of civilization, but we didn't have any kind of meta awareness. And I think the most interesting thing in development about these AI models in general is how they're going to affect our mind, how they're going to change how we think about our language, our words, our cognition, our place in the universe.
Well, it'll give us, again, these guys may get into this, but it'll give us a truly objective view of ourselves, which we've been incapable of having up until this point in time, because it's all been this collective subjective experience as one people, right? So if, for instance, this is the case, I mean, it'll look at these different, it'd be a very disturbing view. It's already kind of starting to do that, but we don't really trust it enough. But when it gets to the point, if it actually ends up becoming self-conscious to some degree, it's a reflection. And we might not like what we see. It may be disturbing too, right? If it gives us completely objective views of things. Edge, what's up, dude? I see you there on kick. Yeah. Regression hypnosis, a point of vulnerability. Fuck yeah.
They're giving us this. It's not quite a magnifying glass. I call it the macroscope, because it's showing us the big picture all at once, and there might be a terrifying view that it's opening up.
Even more potentially disturbingly, we now that we've captured not just language, but in some ways culture and thought, in a system that we can manipulate and test. Doesn't that potentially give people, and maybe even people with ill intent, the opportunity to see what's effective in changing minds, what's effective in manipulating people's thoughts?
That's a really great point you bring up, because now that you have a sort of a simulated person in a jar, you can test it. You can sort of A/B testing, right? Will they respond to this? Will they respond to that? And kind of simulate the attack 1,000,000 times, and then go test that sentence out. This is what scammers do. When they finally get people on the call, they have a script, and that script is very honed in. They've evolved that script over years, potentially, and the ones that get the scam, that determines the script that survives. So in that same kind of thing, are we susceptible to those kind of, and are they just spontaneous? Is a lot of the things we see in culture, these spontaneities, these scripts that take off and go viral, and we communicate them, but we're actually hacking each other in ways we don't really understand.
But now we can run, as you said, it took years to develop, and the car salesman and all of that.
Yeah.
These have been honed over, many, many generations.
So now you can do it at high speed.
Now we can do it at high speed. In Silicon, boom, run the experiment. and you've just tested out 100,000 customers under these varying different conditions. Is this a good thing?
Or is this an information hazard?
Is God just a token?
Could be.
Quite. When you say just a token, so let's have respect for these tokens, right? Because what they really are these, almost like informational angels or something that do all of this stuff within the larger context, not only in language, but in our behavior, in the ecosystem, the larger social ecosystem.
Is it, Max?
What is God in that system?
The
answer
guy?
in my case would be, well, maybe it doesn't point, it's the same way that red doesn't really point to that cup. But what does it point to? It's not pointing in the traditional sense, but it's doing stuff. If we think of an operating system, what does God do in our operating system? What does the token God do in our operating system? And then you have a completely different perspective. It's not about an ontology of like, does it point to some divine being, whatever that would mean. And when you try to define God, it falls apart in your fingers. But what does God do in the minds of people? Well, I think we have actually some good ideas about what that idea does. Is maybe that idea itself almost synonymous with what people mean by it? Now that's where things get really interesting.
You can imagine a God so powerful he need not actually exist?
Exactly.
And something we talk about a lot, it's, my thoughts are not your thoughts kind of a thing. And another joke that we follow up with, it's the thoughts that do the thinking.
That's Kurt
So if I were to
Jamongle.
phrase it, is God just a story? And if so, would that make him any less powerful? Right? And I think what you're suggesting is it's real, and I would say it's real like software, right? Facebook's just software. It's not real. There's no actual physical entity called Facebook. I don't mean the headquarters. I mean like the thing that we log into or whatever. But it's real. I don't think anyone would argue that things like large software platforms or even markets or societies, you can't pin them down. Be like, well, what is Toronto? Is it that thing? Right? No, it's somehow weirder than that, but doesn't make it any less real, right?
Well, there's a difference here between God as one traditionally conceptualizes it, whatever that means, and then God as just a story that has effects on people. Now, if the broader sweep of people believe God
the philosophical definition of God usually is that which no greater thought can be conceived in terms of like an entity or a force. So that puts it even within the definition here of like something within simulation. I mean, it would supersede that. It's beyond that. It's like the first mover. Like that's like kind of the Christian God meme. Like
it's just a story that happened to have effects. That would also have its own effect, separate from the traditional conceptualization.
So wouldn't the first and second be the same thing? So I call this third order religious.
Everybody's getting along.
Right? First order religious is just sort of, it's just true, it's real, it's out there. You don't really question or worry about it. Second order would be, well, it has utility. It helps a lot of people. It's a very powerful, collective force. And I would argue what I call the third order is to realize those first two are the same thing. It doesn't make it any less powerful or majestic or divine or inspirational or transcendent, maybe even more so, because we now see how it sort of bootstraps into reality.
Yeah, one way to think about this is getting outside just of a sort of the very limited space of thinking about physical reality as impinging on our senses and causing these behaviors, but that the universe broadly is kind of reflected in these patterns that are taking place in our brain. And then you just have to do a quick little the old switcheroo. If we call the physical universe, and maybe the physical universe is an instantiation of, some sort of Platonic informational space, well, let's just call that God. And then what has happened here is that has actually molded this particular system that's talking about itself in some very, very real sense.
Or constructing itself even.
Or constructing itself.
So Platon, the realm of the forms, is what he's talking about. So Platonic space would be, like Plato had this metaphysical idea. Again, I've talked about it. I'm familiar with Plato, very familiar with him, but he had this idea of the realm of the forms. So ultimately, everything ultimately is a poor reflection or a channeling down from this ultimate reality into this reality here now. So calls it an informational space, which technically would be kind of correct. So the chair, yeah. The chair is an example. So the chair is something that has been channeled down from the realm of the forms. You could look at it as kind of like a simulation theory kind of what you'd look at it as, where there's this ultimate reality where the origin of everything exists, right? That everything is pulled from there. Literally everything, though, and I don't know if that would literally be the case or not, but yeah. And you could look at that's. So then you could say, well, is that again? I think, but you just ask the question. This is what would throw this all into a tizzy again. You just keep asking questions. Okay, well, where'd that system come from, right? Like it doesn't end. Same with like, okay, well, we're living in a simulation. Well, who built the simulation, and who built the simulator, and who built that simulator, and is there a first mover? And it doesn't end. You just drive yourself mad. But you concern yourself with what's immediately in front of you. So ultimately, is there more of this conversation?
Just a moment. Don't go anywhere. Hey.
No, fuck it, brother. We're leaving. See ya. Interesting though. The part of the beginning was interesting about language. Definitely. How this language condition us. Yeah. It's very interesting. It absolutely does. It limits us. Language limits us and what we can express as well. Again, why we make art. Why art is so important. If you're ever in an art place, an art museum, or someone's like, well, what's the point of all this crap? Like, the point of art, whatever. It's like, well, again, it expresses what language cannot, right? It's the ineffable. It expresses the ineffable. That's why it's important. Because you run into those people that don't appreciate art. They don't listen to music. They don't look at art. They're like, Jesus Christ, like, fuck. Right? It expresses the ineffable. That's essentially what it is. Yeah. You're familiar with Play-Doh, brother. Play-Doh. Fuck yeah. Close. Yeah. Not too dissimilar from the realm of the forms, right? Yeah. He's making a case of the data set being God. Yes, and the culmination of it would be physical existence making up the bacteria contained within. Yeah. But then, who set that in motion? Like what? Like, yeah. We're making God's turds watching out for black holes. Fuck yeah. Remember how I return, you come back to simulation theory. Well, yeah, this is more the disturbing theory of autoregressive minds. I don't know what that's referring to, but they were just having kind of metaphysical conversation about reality, and they got into AI and how does this make us look differently at reality, just like video games made us look different at reality. How does AI make us look differently at ourselves and how we think? And language, how does language condition us, was what he was talking about initially, whoever he is. Some philosophical conversation. Interesting though, yeah. I mean, I undoubtedly would. Do different languages condition people differently? Probably. Yeah, probably. Do we want to get into that conversation? Probably fucking not on Twitch, honestly. Yeah. Oh, you'll be sending me to the Stefan Molyneux realm pretty goddamn quickly. Yeah. Yeah. What if we invented a language that doesn't limit us? Telepathy, brother. That's technically not a language, though. Is it a language? No. It's raw communication of thoughts. Right? Right? Like your sadness just at somebody instantly. The Starbucks window. Right? The Starbucks drive-thru. How are you feeling today? Just all your fucking sadness at them right there. Just watch them crumple up into a ball on the floor. Right? And then you're like, yes. Feel my pain. That's telepathy. Coming soon to planet Earth. Yeah. My neighbor took me out for an adventure and I returned in the right state of mind, brother. Welcome. That's a perfect state of mind to be in for this kind of conversation. Yeah. You don't understand angry people. Too much hate. Too much pent-up aggression. They don't want it to get out that they parade around in women's underwear late at night. Right? That's why they're always angry at the bar. Right? They don't want people to find out they've actually got panties on under their jeans. And you're like, brother, just stop being such a dick, right? Just let it loose, right? That's always what I've suspected when people are excessively angry and aggressive and they have no chill. There's something that makes them hate themselves, and don't hate yourself for that. That's what you have to say, Human mind would have a hard time to fathom no beginning or end to existence. Yeah, consider it being a cycle that has always been, brother, maybe. Yeah, what's up? Welcome back onto Twitch. Yeah. Is a Neuralink form of telepathy? Yeah, well, would be, yeah. Hypothetically. Yeah. Well, affecting our reality, I guess. Yeah, through our mind here, and yeah. I think telepathy, like direct communication, like conveying, because all we're doing with language is, like, we're thinking. Like, these are all thoughts that I'm translating these intentions into a language. That's really what it is. It's kind of a trippy thing to think about, really, when you speak. You stop yourself, or you really hone in on what you're doing when you're actually speaking to someone, right? Like, it's all in your head. All of it's in your head. right? We've just trained the body, the brain has trained the lips. We've learned how to communicate these concepts to people. But absolutely, he's right. Our language has absolutely affected how we think as well. And so there's that kind of cyclical nature of it, into like, you get into abstract ideas sometimes, you maybe can break out of that. I mean, but yeah, it's pretty crazy when you think about it. Yeah. Same with big trucks. It isn't a work truck. Oral symbolism. You know, the whole like small dick thing with big trucks. Yeah. What about small fast cars? What does that mean? Big dick? What's a big dick car? Just so people know like what to buy next. I don't even know what that is. Yeah. Like Toyota Prius? What does that communicate versus a big truck? Is it like, I don't know what it is, skinny dick? No balls. No offense to anybody that owns Prius. I can't imagine many people would anymore. Is there a new Prius? Maybe there is. I don't hate electric. I just don't like diesel. I'm all about that gas, you know? Oh, here it is here. The terrifying theory that your thoughts were never your own. Are we conditioned? Language is an alien parasite. Well, it wouldn't be alien. I mean, it's something that we've created. Although, have we created it? Where did it originate? Where did the written word originate? Uh-oh. Hold on. I know where. Bam. Right there. Uh-oh. Those guys aren't getting into that. I can guarantee you they're not going that fucking deep. Right? Yeah, it might be. Literally. They invented it. Yeah, they invented it. Anyway, that's inside. Bam. They invented it. Yeah, whoever they are. They, the Anunnaki, being the Anunnaki. Yeah. Yeah. This guy, $2. Bible verse, John 1:1 says, God is only an idea, language, and only language. 2,000 years ago, this is fully disclosed. Yeah. You have never seen God because it is only language. The word God is just, it's just a word. What does the word God communicate? Ultimately, the first mover, that which no greater thought can be conceived. Right. So what it communicates ultimately, does he speak to you at night and tell you to do things? Right? Did he steer you into that pothole? That's when we start getting slightly delusional. Yeah. I don't know. But then technically, I mean, if the Anunnaki are super advanced and they're telepathic, maybe they could technically steer you into that pothole, just to say once in a while they just tap into someone's head and say, right, run you off the road a little bit, right? It's not your fault. It could be their fault, possibly. We can't prove that it wasn't them. So therefore, but go and try and argue that in the court of law. Not gonna work too well, right? Try and sue them. Yeah. What's that TED Talk on memes by Susan Blackmore? I don't think I've seen that one, Bones. I don't think I've seen that one. I did have something up about Consciousness Does Not Cause Collapse by Roger Penrose. Was another conversation kind of relevant to this talk. But yeah, I was just gonna say, actually, probably unfortunately, my voice is kind of sore. I might end it there. There wasn't a lot of video watch. I pretty much have talked consistently for 5 hours straight. So, for the sake of tomorrow's stream, I probably will end it there, guys. But listen, we'll be back again. And I'll be making more memes. I'm clipping these streams up now and putting them on TikTok. And they haven't really been getting a whole lot of engagement, but a little bit. And I hope it continues. I haven't shut up. No, brother. God, it's just been constant smacking these lips. Saying what exactly? Saying absolutely fuck all, really. But listen, that's philosophy. It's all wisdom. And the landing secrets.
It's 7 in the evening and everything is fine. I'm not expecting visitors, so I can stream all night. I'll take my stream deck out from where I'm playing Fortnite. We'll play until the morning. At 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the submarine. It's Jim Russell It's Jim Russell, the commander of Island 49, the guardian of the ancient keys, the keys of Atlantis mysteries, Atlantean secrets, Atlantean secrets, the keys. My dudes, let's follow in order to let go. Distorted echoes, the mysterious magnetic fields, Atlantean seas, Atlantean seas. We have to swim through the ocean, the periscopic deception, ancient doorways that tremble before the subterranean castle. He calls us, my dudes, robots and erudites. 'Cause at 3 a.m. we hear him again from the sound of the almond shells. It's Jim Russell, it's Jim Russell, union leader of Sorceric Knights, and he parts in the breaking dawn.